beside him. "There's a creek nearby. We can go out first thing in the morning and catch our breakfast." He grinned at her. "I'll even show you how to gut and scale our bounty." She grinned back.
"I'm looking forward to it. I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. I shovelled 2 loads of manure into a pit for you to fall into."
He chuffed in amusement, and then leaned down and gave her a quick kiss. "Next time, I promise to step right in. Your hard work shouldn't go to waste." Her lips tingled where he'd kissed her, and she had a hard time catching her breath.
"If you teach me how to fish, there will na be a next time."
"Oh, sweetling, you say that now."
"You're right. You're bound to do something to annoy me. I'd be remiss not to set things straight."
He grinned again. "Always." When he turned back to his pack, pulled out his extra plaid and tossed it on the bed, a strange fluttering filled her stomach. She pressed her hand to her middle and darted her gaze back to him, but his back was to her as he headed to the door.
"Where are you going?"
"To skin that last rabbit before it's dark. I'll make you some of my famous stew. I have some turnips and onion, and I picked wild garlic yesterday during our trek through the woods." The door banged shut behind him, blocking the light that had streamed in, and she realized it had grown darker in the cabin. She turned to the fire. It burned brightly, crackling in a comforting way. Picking up an iron poker that leaned against the hearth, she nudged one of the logs, wanting to feel useful. Sparks flew up, making her think of the sparks created when Care had struck the steel rod against the flint that had lit the kindling. She laid down the poker and grabbed the flint and striker Care had left on the mantel. The striker felt heavy in her hand, and the part she gripped was too big for her. Way too big, seeing as it was made for Care's giant paw. Still, she struck it against the flint. Nothing happened. She kept trying, determined to create a spark, to prove she could do something of value besides dig traps for people who'd broken the social covenant of the clan. When it finally lit, she whooped excitedly. The tiny spark floated to the wood floor, and she quickly stamped it out. She tried several more times, until she started to get the hang of it. "Are you trying to light the cabin on fire?" Care asked from the doorway, making her jump.
"Nay, I'm practising."
"Good," he said, and then stepped inside. He moved toward the fire, a piece of leather stretched between his hands that carried chopped-up pieces of raw meat. When he reached the table, he laid it down and grabbed a large pot from a shelf. After checking to see that it was clean, he dumped the meat inside, retrieved his spices from his pack, and shook the mixture over the food before stirring it with a big wooden spoon. A hook already hung above the fire, and he looped the pot's handle over it, then adjusted the height with a chain.
"Can I help?"
she asked. He passed her a medium-sized clay bowl. "Aye. There's a rain barrel to the right of the door. Bring in some water so we can wash the vegetables." She took the bowl from him, glad to have something to do, and made her way outside. The sun had almost set, and the gloaming was upon them. Taking a moment, she looked up at the sky and admired the pink and orange clouds. When a wicker sounded to her right, she peered over to see Jeevla standing not far away, blending into the shadows of the cabin. He was not restrained in any way. She walked over and rubbed her hand up and down his broad nose, the short black hair under her palm silky soft.
"Hello, beauty,"
she crooned.
"You look as much a bandit over here in the shadows as your laird, just as imposing and dangerous looking."
He snorted into her hair, blowing dirt into the strands. She grimaced and brushed it out.
"And just as annoying, too."
Then she sighed and kissed the top of his muzzle.
"But still kissable."
The rain barrel stood at the corner of the cabin, and she walked over to it. As she lifted the lid and dipped the bowl in, she wondered if there was enough water in there for her to have a bath later on. She shivered as she imagined herself naked in the tub with Care right outside. Or what would happen if he came barging in?
"Concentrate on the task at hand, Isabel,"
she chastised herself,
and then headed back inside. Care stood at the table, peeling turnips with his dagger. The sight stopped her short, and she almost burst into laughter. He looked up at her and smiled, causing her heart to do a wee flip.
"What?"
he asked.
"Did you ne'er expect to see me preparing vegetables?"
I suppose I didn't." She moved forward and placed the bowl of water on the table beside him. He pointed to the 3 peeled turnips sitting in a pile.
"You can rinse those, and then give the meat a stir."
She did as he asked, her fingers cooling in the water as she sneaked sideways glances at him. "What else do you know how to do besides cook?"
"Lots of things,"
he said, waggling his eyebrows at her.
"I'd be happy to show you some of them later on."
He was trying to make her laugh. It was working. "Can you cook anything besides stew?"
"Porridge, of course, and oat cakes. Nothing fancy. Soups and stew are easy, and they taste delicious. I also do as Eirik did today, and throw greens into a pot with some barley. You can learn too if you want, Izzy."
"Does Gavin know how to cook?"
"Aye. Gregor made sure all of us knew how to survive in the woods. We learned to forage for food and to identify which plants were edible and which were poisonous. Otherwise, we could throw the wrong kind of mushrooms into our soup and die. If all we knew how to do was hunt, we'd get sick of our meals before long, as well as get sick. People who only eat meat do not fare well over the long run." She finished with the turnips and stepped to the hearth to stir the chunks of rabbit in the pot. It confounded her to think that Gavin and Care knew how to cook. They all did. What else had they been taught that she'd missed out on, besides fighting and weaponry? Her mother had tried to teach her needlepoint, but it had bored Isabel to tears, and she'd never had any real talent for it. Her mother had created some beautiful pieces that Isabel now cherished. "Can you sew?" she asked, as he brought the turnips over and began cutting them up and dropping them into the pot. "Aye, 'tis very inconvenient to be on a mountain and have a tear in your plaid or a hole in your shirt and not know how to repair it. Many a time I've darned socks while sitting in front of the campfire. We all have."
"And what about things like herbs for medicine? Do you know how to use those too?"
"In a rudimentary way, aye. But not like Lachlan's wife Amber. She's the finest healer I've e'er met."
He said it with such respect, almost reverence, that Isabel felt a stab of jealousy. What greater skill was there than saving people's lives and helping to bring new lives into the world? And she'd heard all about how skilled Callum's wife Maggie was with her bow and dagger. She'd saved Callum and his people several times. The way she'd heard Gavin's men tell the tale, Maggie was a modern-day Valkyrie. Care reached for the wild garlic and onions lying on the table and swished them in the water before slicing them over the pot, like he'd done with the turnips. He glanced over at her and then back down.
"What's that look on your face mean?"
he asked as the pungent vegetables fell over the meat. She shot him a startled glance. "I do not have a look."
"Aye, you did. Your mouth was pursed, almost as if you were angry. Yet your eyes revealed a vulnerability you usually do not show, and you're gripping the spoon as if you want to strangle it." She dropped the spoon with a clatter into the pot. She probably would have ruined the food anyway, and stepped back. Her chin lifted automatically, trying to look down her nose at him, even though he was a head taller. When she realized what she was doing, she dropped her chin and sighed, mad at herself. "There it is again,"
he said, his gaze keen on her face. He finished up with the vegetables, put his dagger on the mantel, and pulled on the chain to raise the pot higher over the fire. After wiping his hands, he turned to her and laced his fingers with hers.
"What is it, Izzy? As much as I try, I cannot always read your mind."
She huffed, somewhere between amusement and exasperation. "But you can sometimes."
"Better than anyone."
She pressed her lips together, knowing how it would sound if she grumbled about her limited education. She'd been the cherished daughter of a laird, and was now the sister of a powerful laird. She'd had tutors who'd taught her to read, and they'd discussed history, literature, and commerce with her, far more than what most women, common or noble, were taught. And she'd been afforded the freedom to choose her own husband, and spend her days as she pleased, which usually meant mingling with her clan and listening to their successes and failures, their laughter and complaints, and then acting accordingly, so every small injustice was investigated and put right. No one had told her to do that. One day she just did, and then the next, and the next. But right here, right now, she had nothing to contribute, no useful skills. It made her life so far seem silly.
I wish that I could be someone about whom people spoke with esteem, like you did when you mentioned Amber, or how I've heard Finn and Arthur speak about Callum's wife Maggie. They couldn't stop talking about her skill with the bow and dagger, and how she fought the men that came after them.
She curled her fingers into fists and punched him lightly to demonstrate. Care raised his brow, one corner of his mouth tipping up as he caught her hands again.
Maggie didn't fight with her fists, Izzy. She flung her daggers and shot her arrows, better than anyone I've seen. She was brave, aye, but she never engaged in hand-to-hand combat with enemy warriors. They would have broken her in two.
His brow furrowed, and then cleared.
Maybe you're thinking of Amber. She had some tricks up her sleeve. She knocked me down the day we met, and twisted my stones.
He laughed as he said it, his eyes shining with amusement, but also admiration.
Of course, Lachlan towered over us in seconds, glaring at me, and threatening to stick a sword in me if I hurt her. Otherwise I would have dislodged her immediately, twisted stones or not.
Astonishment rippled through her, and her jaw dropped.
The healer is also a fighter?
Not a fighter in the way you're thinking, but she knew how to defend herself, how best to escape if she was attacked. 'Twas a difficult and dangerous time for her before Lachlan arrived, yet she still tended to her people, like you do.
Me? I dinna heal anyone, and God knows someone is always on my heels to make sure I'm safe.
She rolled her eyes as she said it, even though she knew she was being ungrateful. But some days she longed to be able to wander through the woods alone, or shop in the markets without one of her guards coming after her.
God willing, someone will always be with you. Your brother protects you and Deirdre, the same way the rest of my foster brothers protect their wives, the same way Gregor protected us when we were young. 'Tis no shame in that, Isabel.
He cupped his hand around her cheek and caught her gaze so she couldn't look away.
And you do heal. You heal the fabric of your clan. You spot injustice. See what needs to be done and do it. You are their lady. Queen Isabel. You lead them as much as Gavin does, or your father did before him. Every person in your clan knows they have equal value in your eyes.
He leaned down and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to her lips.
That is your talent.
So, you're saying I have a skill for strategy, for understanding people and clan politics and then fixing things?
That's part of it, aye. You know what needs to be done to bring people together, to make things right.
Her mind whirled as validation saturated every inch of her. She'd thought Care and the other lairds were dismissive of her accomplishments, and considered them to be nothing more than pranks, amusing tricks she pulled with little value to the clan.
Does Gavin feel this way?
She asked.
Most of the time. Certainly he does when he sees the good it does.
She scrunched up her brow, trying to understand.
Then why do you shut me out? If I'm such a valuable resource, why do you and Gavin and the others ne'er include me in your discussions? This conspiracy against us, I may see something that the rest of you have missed, or know something you don't.
No one doubts your abilities.
Then what? Is it because I'm a woman? Do you not trust me? Do they not trust me?
Care lifted his hand and squeezed the back of his neck.
'Tis not you they mistrust.
Then he turned back to the hearth, lowered the pot over the fire, and gave it a stir. Isabel stared at his back, so broad and powerful, the muscles flexing and contracting under his thin linen lena as he put down the spoon and crouched beside his saddlebag, looking for something. "Care," she said, her hands fisted at her sides, her jaw tight. "What does that mean?" He rose with a full leather flask in his hands, pulled the wooden stopper, and took a drink. She watched as his Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. When he finished, he held it out to her.
"'Tis ale."
She shook her head, and he slowly tipped some ale into the pot and stirred the mixture. "Care?" she pressed him.
"What it means is that you may marry someone who is not an ally to Gavin and the rest of us. You will be loyal to him, not to us. If he is a laird, you will be lady of his clan, not mine or Gavin's. You will have his best interests and your children's best interests at heart."
He took another swig of the ale, and then stoppered it and put it on the mantel.
"As it should be."
Her breath caught in her throat, and a chill rolled over her. "What are you saying? That I would betray you? All of you?" Care continued to stir the stew, not looking at her. The silence stretched between them.
"You wouldn't want to, but it could happen," he said finally. "If you loved him, you would want to please him. If he was a conniving man, he could trick you or wear you down. If he was an evil man, he would leave you with little choice. What if he threatened to harm you or your children, or anyone else?"
"Gavin would ne'er let me marry someone like that."
He snorted in disbelief.
"When you want something badly enough, Izzy, you dinna give up until you get it. And your mother made sure Gavin doesn't have a say when it comes to that."
She continued to stare at him, her chest constricted, her skin feeling hot and tight.
"Well, I would ne'er marry someone like that."
"And what if you marry a good man, but one who isn't as strong as you? What if someone else convinces him to get information from you? Maybe they offer him money, and he thinks it will impress you. He loves you. You love him. He's a good father."
"For heaven's sake, you're being absurd. I would ne'er marry a man like that either."
He spun to her, his eyes hooded, a muscle twitching in his clenched jaw.
"Then what kind of man would you marry? Because you've already said you wouldn't marry someone like me."
Heat and ice invaded her body at the same time.
"And do you wonder why? The fact that we are here, alone in this cabin, proves it. No other man but you would have dared take me against my will."
"And no other woman but you would have set up a trap in the middle of the night, by herself, and on a bloody loch when you cannot even swim. And I've known too many men who have taken women against their will, most of whom I've killed because of it, including my own father. The difference between me and those men is I have your best interests at heart."
"Nay, you have your best interests at heart."
She poked her finger hard in his chest when she said it. He caught the offending digit and pressed it flat against his body. His heart pounded beneath her palm.
"When do you ever feel more alive, Isabel, than when you're with me?"
The question startled her, and her eyes widened under the directness of his gaze. She pulled her hand away.
"I feel very much alive when I'm lying in my own bed, under my own covers, by myself. Safe."
"You'd feel more alive if you were in your own bed, under your own covers, but with me."
He stepped back and released her hand.
"But keep lying to yourself, sweetling. The more you protest, the harder you'll fall when the time comes."
She gasped, infuriated, and an angry denial formed in her head. But it got tangled on her tongue, and she sputtered like an idiot. He turned away from her and quickly stirred the stew.
"There's some barley in my bag. Toss a small handful in and let it cook for a while, stirring occasionally. If it gets too thick, add some more ale or water."
He pulled on the chain again, so the pot rose a few inches above the fire. "You're leaving?" she asked, her anger evaporating. She knew Care wouldn't leave her to fend for herself, but a gulf had widened between them with every sharp jab of their tongues, especially when they'd talked about her marrying someone else. Now she wanted to grab onto his shirt and yank him back to her. He handed her the spoon. She clutched it like a shield.
I'll be outside. Bar the door if you feel you must. Maybe you'll feel safer with me sleeping out there.
Then he grabbed his dagger from the mantel and strode to the door. It banged shut behind him, sounding like a ball of iron flung from a trebuchet and into a castle wall. A fatal shot. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her middle to cover the wound. Still, it spread until her chest constricted and her throat ached. She'd been fighting with Care her whole life, so why was he affecting her this way now? Nay, not her whole life. She'd adored him when she was younger, had been half in love with him at 15. She'd only been fighting with him since that night. Since she'd felt such a sense of rejection and betrayal that she'd frozen on the inside, except for the humiliation. Aye, she'd felt that emotion burning like a red-hot coal in her belly. But then she'd stopped crying, put on her queenly smile, and boxed up her heart. She'd been a younger version of herself, still a lass, but well on her way to being the beauty of the Highlands, the woman they all talked about, the girl who held a special place in Care McAllister's heart, except he'd chosen someone else. She sighed and pressed her thumb and fingers over her eyes. Maybe it was time to let that painful memory go, if she could dig that deep. Care sat on the sturdy branch of the Scots pine, his back against the trunk, his feet tucked up, and his plaid blending into the foliage. No one would see him if they came near the cabin. Below him, Jeevla grazed in the moonlit field. He had his dagger out, in case someone did approach, and he'd been idly carving a stick in his hands as his mind played over the recent exchange with Isabel, the different twists and turns it had taken, the different emotions she'd displayed, and the way his dark side had emerged at the end, agitated over the talk of Isabel marrying someone else. He'd had to leave before he scared her, before the cruelty of his father's blood undid all the progress he'd made between them the last few days, although progress sounded like wishful thinking right about now. She was such a complicated woman, fierce, brave, and keenly intelligent, as well as kind and generous, with a wit that kept him on his toes. On the surface, she often appeared proud and haughty, and she was. She truly owned her place in the world as Lady Mackinnon. But below that shield of privilege, she had a softer side, a vulnerable side. But vulnerable to what? To whom? Surely she knew that she owned him. It surprised him that she envied Amber and Maggie. Or maybe she envied their purpose and their free rein to use their skills. She'd been born to lead, but she wasn't allowed to. She'd been excluded from the inner circle of his alliance with his foster brothers and Gregor. He could understand how that would infuriate her, hurt her. Well, if stubborn Isabel Mackinnon would ever marry him, become Lady McAllister, she could rule equally by his side. Alas, his Izzy knew how to hold a grudge, and she was angry at him for something. He heard the door squeak, and looked up to see her step out of the cabin and onto the porch. She carried something in her hands, but even with the moon out, it was too dim to see what it was. A bowl of stew, perhaps? She glanced around the porch, as if looking for him, and then peered into the moonlit glen surrounding the cabin. Her gaze drifted to the lean-to on the opposite side of the clearing before she spotted Jeevla. Care unfolded from his plaid and dropped his leg off the branch, swinging it to catch her attention. When she saw him, he waited for her to say something. If he spoke, his voice would surely come out a growl. His anger still simmered below the surface. Besides, if he did speak first, what would he say? apologise for leaving, or for wanting her to marry him? Nay, he wasn't sorry for either of those things. While he had many regrets in his life, asking Isabel to be his wife wasn't one of them. He didn't want her to have any doubt about his intentions. Finally, she placed the bowl on the railing and re-entered the cabin. Apparently, she didn't know what to say to him either. A spoon poked up over the rim of the bowl she'd left, and it pleased him that she'd brought him some food. The stew was an olive branch. He watched the woods for a few minutes, methodically checking for movement or the glint of steel, as Gregor had taught him to do, and when he was convinced no one was out there, he jumped down and strode to the porch. Picking up the bowl, he sat beside the rain barrel, which afforded him more cover. After rewrapping himself in his plaid and laying his sword across his lap, he tried the stew. It was good. He must have eventually dozed off, because when he opened his eyes, alerted by sounds within the cabin, the moon was behind the building and darkness stretched across the ground. The door creaked open a moment later, and Isabel stepped out. She was backlit from the fire burning in the hearth, her hair mussed and her clothing rumpled as if she'd been asleep. She peered toward the tree he'd sat in earlier, lines forming across her brow. Her eyes looked soft and drowsy, vulnerable.
"Isabel,"
he said quietly. She gasped and spun toward him, her hand rising to her chest. "Oh, you startled me."
"I'm sorry. It wasn't my intent."
"I know." She opened her mouth as if to continue, but then she closed it again.
"What is it?"
he asked.
"Come inside,"
she blurted out.
"Why?"
"Because I... Come inside, please. I cannot sleep. I need you in there with me."
He closed his eyes, savouring her words, then rose without saying anything. After sheathing his sword, he picked up his empty bowl from the top of the rain barrel and followed her into the cabin. Barring the door behind him, he then crossed to the table and laid down his sword. She took nervous steps to the bed and sat gingerly on the edge. Then she pushed backward to the far side against the wall. There was room for him to join her, but instead he dunked his bowl in the washwater, pulled out the chair, and sat down.
"Care,"
she protested. He raised his brow and saw that same hint of vulnerability in her eyes he'd seen earlier, as well as her mouth forming into a stubborn moo.
"What?"
"I want you to sleep beside me."
She pointed to the side of the bed nearest to him. He sighed and rubbed his hand across his face.
"Are you sure that's a good idea, Isabel? We discussed this earlier. You didn't seem to want me near your bed."
"Well, you canna sleep there."
She pointed toward his chair.
"You'll end up falling asleep the next time you need to protect me."
He snorted.
"I would ne'er sleep if you were in danger."
But she had a point. If he was drowsy during the day, he wouldn't be as sharp as he needed to be. He drummed his fingers on the table, once, and then pushed back his chair and stepped to the side of the bed. When he hesitated, she took his hand.
"Dunna you want to sleep beside me?"
She'd jutted her chin up in what he now knew was a defensive gesture, and he could see the uncertainty in her eyes.
"Of course I do."
He squeezed her fingers as he said it.
"'Tis only... we're getting into dangerous territory."
"Nay, we're not. We'll sleep, not more. I trust you in this, Laird McAllister."
He rubbed his jaw, undecided, and then reached behind him for his sword and leaned it up against the bed. She handed him the plaid she'd been using earlier, and then fluffed the pillow, moving it to a more central position.
"The stew was good,"
she said, attempting to ease the tension.
"Aye, you did a great job."
"I was nervous. I thought I was stirring it too much."
"It was perfect."
She laid back on the bed with a pleased smile. Her hair spread out on the pillow like a bright halo, and his breath stopped. He squeezed his eyes shut. She trusts me not to take advantage. That means keeping my hands to myself. He would do this if it killed him. He laid down beside her, but he was too big, and his entire side pressed against hers. He glanced over, hoping she had more room, but she was squeezed tight between him and the wall.
"I'm too big," he said, sitting up. "I'll sleep on the floor beside you."
She sat up too, and he could feel the softness of her breasts against his arm.
"Nay, it's too hard down there. We'll sleep on our sides."
He almost groaned at her words. Aye, he was definitely too hard down there. She laid back down, shifting onto her side toward him, and then tugged at the crook of his elbow. He resisted, his palm squeezing his nape. It would be a challenge being so close to her, but it would also weave them more tightly together, and hopefully build her desire for him. He'd already set it aflame when they'd kissed in the boat. Maybe he could set the embers burning, waiting for him to kiss her once more. He turned away from her and laid down. He was still too big, and her body curved tightly against his back and arse. Her breath puffed warmly on his neck, setting his skin on fire. Hell, he was already on fire, every part of him aching, even his teeth. He turned his face into the pillow, not knowing whether he would laugh like a madman or howl like a cat in heat. Her hands rested between his shoulder blades, and her fingers moved restlessly against his shirt. Then she slowly glided her palm up and over his side until it rested across his chest.
"Is that all right?"
she asked.
"'Tis a little more comfortable."
He had to swallow before answering. Still, he sounded gruff.
"Aye, 'tis good."
He raised his hand and clasped hers, weaving their fingers together, and then pressed her palm over his heart. She sighed quietly, and her body softened against him, causing warmth to spread through his chest. At this moment, with him, she was happy. He bent his head and kissed her knuckles. For now, that was all he needed. Chapter 15.
"You've got one!"
Care yelled as Isabel yanked on her fishing rod and pulled a wriggling fish caught on the end of her line out of the water. She swung it toward them with a whoop, and the fish landed with a splat at her feet. Its speckled body, a dull brown on top with a yellow underbelly, flopped on the creek bank as it gasped for air. She took a quick step back, her hand clamped over her mouth as her enthusiasm waned. The hook was still caught in the poor creature's mouth, and she couldn't help thinking about how much it must hurt. She'd been so excited this morning when Care had woken her to go fishing. It was a beautiful day, and the walk to reach the creek had been invigorating. Once there, she'd impatiently watched and listened as Care had shown her how to make a fishing rod. Finding a worm to bait the hook hadn't been a problem. She liked digging in the earth and getting dirty, especially when she made one of her traps. But when it came time to push the hook through the worm, she found herself squeamish. The worm had fallen off 3 times before she succeeded. Still, that hadn't prepared her for this horror she felt watching the poor fish suffocating to death at her feet. Without thinking, she kicked the wretched thing back into the creek.
"Why did you do that?"
Care asked, grabbing her rod from her. He lifted it and pulled the fish out of the water again. But this time it wriggled loose and fell back into the creek with a splash. Care lowered the rod and shot her a dark look. Guilt swirled through her belly, making her squirm.
"Are you hungry, Isabel?"
he asked, his brow pulling low over his eyes.
"Aye."
"Do you want fish for breakfast?"
She lifted her thumb to her mouth and chewed on her nail, thinking about it.
"Is there any stew left?"
"Nay."
"Do you have oats? Maybe we could have oatcakes.
Aye, or maybe we could have trout. Have you ever had brown trout, freshly caught and pan-fried over the fire with a touch of salt?
She shook her head.
I didna think so. Otherwise you would ne'er have kicked that fish back into the water.
He handed her the fishing rod.
If you want to eat, find another worm.
She wrinkled up her nose, and when he turned back to the creek and cast his own line into the water, she barely resisted making a face at him like she was 12 years old. Why did I think fishing would be fun? She sighed and moved to the pile of dirt they'd already dug up to look for a second worm. Behind her, Care grumbled.
That was a big one, too.
What was I supposed to do? Let it suffer?
She pushed her hands into the soil and sifted her fingers through it.
You could have whacked it on the head. What do you think happens to all the animals that grace your table?
She didn't answer. When she found another worm, she stabbed it onto the hook without looking and ended up poking her finger.
Ow!
What happened?
He glanced over at her.
Nothing.
She rose and recast her line, feeling that same sense of excitement rising again when it plopped into the water. Apparently, she liked catching fish and eating them, just not killing them. She had thought to ask Care to teach her how to hunt too, but if her reluctance to kill a fish was any indication, she doubted she could shoot a deer.
What other things did you learn to do when you were out in the woods?
She asked. He shot her a quizzical look.
You mean like hunting?
Nay, like foraging for food or treating an injury. What kinds of things did Gregor teach you?
A familiar mix of wistfulness and resentment sparked in her belly at her question, and she tamped the feeling down. When she'd been growing up, every year after harvest, Gavin and the other foster brothers had gone to Gregor's to learn exciting things, useful things, while she'd been expected to stay home and master needlepoint. The unfairness of that still hurt. When her mother had died, she'd sworn to never pick up another needle again. Now she learned that darning socks was one of the skills the lads had had to learn. Well, she'd sooner pick up a needle to darn a sock than to decorate a pillow.
Is there something you want to tell me, Izzy? Are you planning to run away again?
Of course not. 'Tis just there are so many things I do not know. So many things my father and brother failed to teach me. Things my mother didn't know, like how to make a fire or cook fish.
You've ne'er laid a fire before, even with the amount of time you spent in the woods.
She shook her head, feeling useless again, the same as she had the night before.
The fires at the castles were always pre-laid, and I only had to light them with a candle. I know you use kindling on the bottom to start it, but is there a trick to it?
Sometimes, depending on the wood.
He glanced over at her with an encouraging smile.
At least you know how to use a flint and striker now.
Somehow that made her feel worse, and she dropped her chin so he wouldn't see the shame in her eyes.
I suppose.
How about after this, you build the fire and cook the fish for us, if we catch any, Care said.
Are you certain? What if I burn it?
I'll keep watch. Then afterward, we can walk through the woods, and I can show you some other things you should know. Maybe find some berries or apples to eat too.
I saw a nest on the way here. I can climb up and look for eggs.
Aye, but only if it's safe. It's not worth the trouble of falling and breaking a leg.
She sniffed dismissively.
I've had many tough climbs in the woods to lay traps for people. Believe me, it was well worth the danger.
You also had your guard with you, who could step in if you fell. 'Tis not the same when you're deep in the woods. Injury is a big concern in the Highlands.
She felt chastised, and her resentment rose again.
I know that.
Do you? Because it took me a long time to learn that when I was a lad.
Well, maybe if someone had taught me when I was a lass, I would know it by now too.
She dropped her eyes to hide her anger. She hadn't been afforded the same training as the men because she was a woman. She hadn't been afforded a lot of things because she was a woman, and the exclusion still hurt. Finally, she glanced up and found him watching her.
"Just ask, Isabel," he said.
"Ask for what?"
"For me to teach you. When you were a lass, you used to beg me and Gavin to take you with us to Gregor's. I couldn't do it then, but I can teach you whate'er you want to know now."
He reached out and squeezed her chin gently.
"Let go of the resentment, dearling, and ask."
He turned back to the creek, pulled up his line, and then cast it again in another spot. After a moment, Isabel did the same. He'd said something similar when they were at her trap site. She could ask him anything. Her mind filled with questions, and she wanted to blurt them out, but at the same time she didn't want to seem too eager, as if that would lessen her somehow. She rolled her eyes at her own idiocy. Maybe she needed to delve into her own head before she delved into Care's head. She scrunched up her brow and decided to start with an easy question.
"What else is a big concern in the Highlands, besides injury?"
"Getting lost," he said without pause. "It's easy to lose your bearings and end up going in circles for weeks or longer. That's a much bigger worry than other dangers like wolves or wild boars or coming across brigands."
She snorted.
"Aye, Sieve was terrifying as she lay sleeping in my lap."
A bemused expression crossed his face.
"I have ne'er seen a wolf as big or as friendly as her, but dinna be fooled if you see another one. Climb the nearest tree as fast as you can. Callum's wife, Maggie, was lucky to survive when she encountered a pack of wolves on her own. And I've seen a boar rip through a hunting dog and almost take off a man's leg. They're smart and unpredictable. Unfortunately, brigands can be even worse, especially toward a woman."
She swallowed, and was about to respond when her rod pulled hard in her hands and the line tugged downward.
"I've got another one,"
she yelled excitedly.
"Care, I've got one."
"Pull it up gently,"
he said, but she'd already yanked on the rod. The fish, also a brown trout, came flying toward her. When its tail flapped right next to her face, she squealed and dropped the rod. The trout hit the ground at her feet, the same as the other one, and flopped around, gasping for breath. Horror and pity seeped through her again.
"Do not even think about kicking this one in."
Care quickly put his rod aside and scooped up the wriggling fish. Pressing firmly on the corners of its jaw, he opened its mouth and freed the hook from inside. He gripped the tail, but then he hesitated and looked up at her.
"Do you want to turn around?"
"You're going to kill it?"
she cried.
"Of course I am. We cannot eat it alive."
"Do it quickly, then."
He crouched down and lifted the fish into the air, but instead of killing it, the trout slipped out of his hands and flew over his head. It landed, flopping on the ground behind him. Isabel didn't think. Instead, she darted toward it, but Care twisted around and grabbed it first, only to have it slide out of his hands. He fell forward as she stepped past him and grasped the fish to throw it back into the creek. But the poor thing was like a greased pig, and landed on the edge of the embankment. Care reached for it, but she threw herself over top of him, knee in his spine to get there first. He grunted and rolled onto his back, holding her by the waist. Neither one of them could quite reach the fish without dislodging the other. But Isabel had done enough to save the poor thing, and it flopped over the edge on its own, landing with a splash in the water. Silence reigned, and then she burst out laughing.
"You think that's funny, do you?"
Care grumbled, but she knew he wasn't angry. She'd heard him use that tone of voice many times when he pretended to be mad at wee Ewan. 'Twas a favourite game they played.
"I should throw you into the creek like that bloody fish,"
he continued. She laughed harder, her elbows digging into his chest as she struggled to get free. He smiled up at her. His hands still clenched her waist, and their bodies were pressed together. Her hair had fallen forward, enclosing them in their own private grotto. Slowly, her laughter dissipated, and her eyes drifted down to his mouth. They hadn't kissed, really kissed, since they'd been on the boat, and it became clear by the way his body had hardened beneath hers that he was thinking similar thoughts. She bit her lip and raised her eyes back up, but he was staring at her mouth now.
Care?
Aye, he answered hoarsely.
You said I could ask you anything.
He slowly looked up, held her gaze.
Aye, Isabel.
She let the moment draw out, let the tension in the air build between them. Then she leaned down, so her mouth was inches from his.
What's a lass got to do to get some breakfast around here?
He sat up with a loud, indignant roar, and she burst out laughing again. Care banned Isabel from the creek after that, and sent her to find firewood, so he could catch their breakfast in peace. She went off happily, Jeevler wandering along behind her, and foraged for berries along the way. She would save those for later to go with the oats. By the time she returned, with a basket full of wood and a handful of berries, he'd caught another plump brown trout.
Just in time for you to gut the fish,
he announced, with a wicked grin. He laid the dead fish on a log and handed her a knife.
You think I canna do it?
She asked indignantly.
Do you think you can do it?
He asked with a raised brow. She knew it was a challenge, and she made a derogatory sound in the back of her throat before taking the knife from him and picking up the fish. She had a moment of regret as she admired the finned animal's beautiful colouring, the yellow scales on its belly almost golden in the sunlight, and the brown speckles on top looking almost red in certain places. But then her stomach growled, and she turned her attention back to what Care was telling her. The knife was a bit unwieldy, because it was made for Care's bigger hand, but she finished without any real problems. Cutting into the dead fish didn't bother her nearly as much as seeing the poor thing suffocate. He nodded approvingly at her work, and a spark of pride burst in her chest.
Now what?
She asked eagerly.
Rinse it, and then you can start the fire. And do not get any fish guts on your clothes. They will stink, and you haven't any others to wear.
Now you tell me,
she grumbled.
'Tis common sense, Isabel.
She rolled her eyes when she turned her back on him and returned to the creek. Finding a shallow spot, she crouched down on a rock and rinsed the fish. When she was done, she checked for any guts on her clothes, and sighed. They were filthy, even more so than when she'd wrestled with Care on the embankment earlier. The memory made her smile, but then she got a whiff of her plaid and wrinkled her nose. It stank of horses, fish, and the musty smell of dirt. And her hair. She could only imagine how tangled it must be. This morning she'd been so excited to go fishing that she'd rushed through her ablutions and then barely brushed her messy blonde strands before loosely braiding them. Her hair now hung around her face, and she tisked when she spotted a dead leaf in it. After pulling it out, she picked up the fish and headed back to where Care stood beside a shallow pit surrounded with rocks.
Is that for the fire?
She asked curiously.
Aye, you do not want to light the grass aflame. The dirt and rocks stop the flames from spreading to the forest.
She carefully laid down the fish and moved toward him. He squatted on his haunches and inspected the pile of dead branches and twigs she'd collected earlier.
This is good for the kindling. We'll lay the bigger pieces on top to sustain the flames. The wood is dry, and as you can see,
he broke a branch in half.
It snaps easily. That's how you can tell if it's dry enough.
But,
she asked,
but we still need an inner layer of tinder, bark, dried leaves, dead grass, material that will easily catch fire.
All right.
She rose and headed to a downed tree on the edge of the clearing and pulled off some pieces of bark that were dried out and curling upward. She brought them back to the fire pit and then gathered up whatever dried leaves and grass she could find.
Is that enough?
She asked when her arms were full.
Nay, double that amount. You'd be surprised how fast you go through it, and the last thing you want when you're nursing a flame is to run out and have to go back for more.
She gathered up additional tinder and piled it within the fire pit. Next, she picked up some twigs.
Do I lay the smallest pieces on first?
Some people do. I've always mixed the kindling with the bigger sticks and built them up around the tinder like this.
He turned his hand sideways and crossed one of them over the other at right angles to demonstrate.
And then I cross-hatch them over the top and pile more tinder on the roof. The layering leaves enough space between the wood so the air can flow through and feed the flames.
She pursed her lips, picked up twigs and branches, and tried to erect walls around the tinder how he'd described. When a branch was too long, she broke it into pieces with a grunt. Care picked up another branch to help her, but she pinned him in place with her stare. He slowly lowered the branch and backed away from her with his arms raised and eyes wide. When she sighed in frustration a moment later, he raised one brow. On her nod, he reached out and straightened her wood a little.
Think of it as building a very windy cabin around the tinder. At the front is an open door, preferably facing the wind, where you can strike the spark inside. That way, the wind can blow the flames into the wood around it.
When she finally finished, she excitedly took the striker and flint from him. Several sparks failed to reach the tinder. One landed on her skirt and singed a wee hole. Another time she knocked the striker into her little cabin and had to rebuild that section. But she finally got the hang of it, and when a spark landed on the dried leaves and began to burn, she let out an excited squeal.
"You've done it, lass!" Care exclaimed. "Now blow on it gently, the same as I showed you last night."
She tucked her hair behind her ears and leaned down to the wee door, using soft puffs of air to fan the flames. When she could see the bigger pieces burning on their own, she sat back with a satisfied sigh and a happy smile on her face. Behind her, Care squeezed her shoulder. She raised her hand and laid it over his.
What do I do now?
You cook us our breakfast.
"'Tis a good thing we didn't make oatcakes,"
Isabel said, laying the small plate that Care had packed for them at her feet. Wee bones from the fish lined the edge. Care had shown her how to debone it after cooking, but some of them had remained behind.
"Why? Dunno you like them?"
he asked from across the fire.
"I love them, but I do not know how I would have managed to flip them and fry the fish at the same time. I was afraid I would burn everything as it was, and all I had to do was stir the oats. 'Twas very stressful."
"It gets easier with practice. But if you're worried about something burning, you can always take it off the fire for a minute. 'Tis what I do sometimes."
"I didn't think of that."
She picked up her bowl of oats and berries from the log beside her and stirred it before taking a spoonful.
This is good too. Why does everything taste so much better? The fish was the best I've e'er tasted."
"I told you,"
Care said around a mouthful of oats.
"Wait until we catch a duck and roast it over the fire. The meat is so succulent it melts in your mouth."
"Can we do that tonight?"
she asked.
"Possibly, but you may be tired by then and not want to cook. The rest of the day will be busy."
"Doing what?"
"Everything."
"We canna do everything. Surely you can narrow it down."
He grinned.
"You'd be surprised. You said that you wanted to know all that Gregor taught me. Well, there's a lot to learn in the woods."
"Can you teach me how to wash my clothes? They smell awful,"
she said, wrinkling her nose. He froze, and his eyes darted to hers.
"Your chemise, too."
She felt the heat rise along her cheeks as she followed his train of thought. She wouldn't have any dry clothes to wear if she washed her long linen undershirt as well.
"Nay, I do not suppose so."
But then she blurted out,
"Although it would be nice to have it clean too."
He blew out a puff of air and scraped his nails through his beard.
"Aye, then. We'll do it later. You can wear my shirt. It will cover most of you."
"But then what will you wear?"
she asked. Her heart was beating so fast and loud she was sure he would see the vein pounding in her neck. He raised a wicked eyebrow. and despite her embarrassment, excitement darted around her body like a hummingbird in a flowering tree. She dropped her eyes and shovelled in the last few bites of oatmeal. Best to have her mouth full, else she'd ask him to wash her clothes right now. When she finished eating, she picked up her plate and walked around the fire toward him.
"I'll take your dishes to the creek and rinse them."
"And dunk myself in the water too, before I burst into flame." She reached for his empty dishes, but instead he grasped her hand and laced their fingers together.
"Thank you for breakfast, Izzy. 'Twas a feast for a king."
Then he pressed his lips to the back of her hand.
Thank you for teaching me,"
she said, sounding strangled. He smiled, looking a little smug, and then kissed her fingers, leaving them hot and tingling.
"When you come back, bring a bucket of water so we can douse the flames. We cannot leave them burning unattended."
He handed her his dishes, and she fled. Chapter 16.
"You promise not to look?"
Isabel asked him. Care squeezed his thumb and forefinger over his eyes and tried to picture Gavin's face glaring at him. Or better yet, Gavin's and Gregor's faces glaring at him. They stood in front of him in the woods, frowning down at him as he sat with his back against a tree, not peeking at Isabel.
"Of course I will not look,"
he said over his bare shoulder toward the creek below. He'd stripped off his shirt earlier and given it to her to change into after her dip in the cool water.
"Because my shift will get wet washing my arrowsade, and it will not hide anything."
He clenched his jaw to contain the demented laugh that rose in his throat.
"I'm well aware of that, Izzy."
When the water splashed behind him, he puffed out a heavy breath and tried to distract himself from the scene he imagined taking place. Her thin linen chemise soaked and clinging to her body as she washed her arrowsade, the bar of soap he'd given her clenched in her hand, her hair rolled up and tied back in that mysterious way women had of securing it, although soft silky strands had already started to escape the knot and tumble down the sides of her face. He bit back a groan. Or maybe she'd choose to bathe first, and was using the soap on herself, running her hands across her skin, pushing the lather over all those places he wanted to lick and kiss, her breasts lifting, her waist twisting and bending. He was rock hard thinking about it. Hell, he'd been rock hard all day, and that part of him, with a mind of its own, was jutting upward obscenely against the soft wool of his plaid, thick and long, and desperate for the soft clutch of Isabel's body. This time he did groan, loudly.
"What was that?"
she yelled from behind him.
"'Tis not,"
he said, and wrapped his hand over his plaid and around his cock, desperate to relieve the ache. It wouldn't take much. He hadn't touched another woman since he'd decided he wanted to marry Isabel. For 4 long years, his hand had been his only intimate companion. He'd tried to woo her during that time, but war, Ewan's disappearance, and that thing between them, whatever it was, had gotten in the way. If she still rejected him after their time together here, he didn't know what he would do.
"Care?"
"Aye,"
he ground out.
"How will I know when it's done?"
His mind was so clouded with need, he couldn't discern her meaning.
"When what's done?"
"My arrowsade. How will I know when it's clean?"
"I dunna know, Izzy. Just guess. Make sure you've squeezed soap through all of the material and then rinse it well."
"All right."
More splashing, and he gripped his fist harder around his cock before letting go and forcing his hands away. Nay, he couldn't disrespect her in that way. He rose quickly and looked for something he could do, anything to distract himself. He would find Jeevla and repack his supply bag. He was about to whistle for the stallion when Isabel let out a high-pitched screech and he spun toward her, his warrior rising in an instant as his mind honed in on how to keep her safe.
"Isabel!"
he yelled, drawing his sword and leaping down the embankment. His eyes darted around as he ran along the rocky shore toward her, but he couldn't see any attackers. She clutched her soaked arrowsade in front of her.
"Turn around!"
she screamed, and took several steps backward, the water rising above her knees.
"And do not step on your shirt, or I'll have to wash that too. And then what will I wear?"
He slowed and glanced down. The shirt he had given her lay at his feet, still dry, but definitely in need of cleaning after the day they'd had traipsing through the woods. He almost picked it up and threw it at her to teach her a lesson. She obviously wasn't under attack or in any kind of trouble. He sheathed his sword and stared at her, hands on his hips and his brow furrowed. After several deep, hard breaths, he loosened his jaw enough to speak.
"You screamed,"
he said, trying not to notice the exposed curve of her hip on one side and the length of her thigh on the other.
"You turned around,"
she said accusingly.
"I didn't turn around until after you screamed."
"Well, you stood up, and I thought you were going to turn around."
"Why would I do that? I gave you my word. Does my promise mean nothing to you?"
"Nay."
She chewed her lip guiltily.
My nerves overwhelmed me."
He huffed out a frustrated breath and rolled his eyes heavenward, partly asking the Almighty for patience, but also to avoid looking at Isabel directly. He was a powerful, determined laird. He could trust himself to keep his eyes up. But did she truly not trust him? There was an easy way to find out, and if Isabel agreed to do as he asked, it would tell him so much about the future of their relationship. He dropped his gaze back down and looked her directly in the eyes.
"Have you rinsed out your dress?"
"Aye."
"Then toss it to me, so you can have your bath while I squeeze out the water."
Her jaw gaped.
"I canna do that. Have you lost your mind?"
"Nay."
He held out his hand to her.
"Your dress, Isabel."
He could see in her face the moment she decided to do as he asked. Her chin lifted slightly. Those rosebud red lips pursed almost in defiance, and her shoulders pulled back. He almost punched the air in triumph. Isabel wanted him to see her like this, practically naked, otherwise she would never consider it. No one tells Isabel McKinnon, soon to be McAllister, what to do. She balled up her wet dress and lobbed it straight at his chest. He took his gaze from hers for only a second as he caught the dress. When he looked back, he tried to do the right thing, to anchor himself on her eyes and not look down, but she'd spun away from him and was stepping deeper into the water. And without her gaze to lock onto, he faltered. His eyes dropped from the bright halo of her hair piled on top of her head, slid down the length of her back, her waist tucked in at the bottom, and came to rest on the rounded globes of her backside, high and tight and curved like an apple he wanted to bite. His knees weakened. The wet chemise clung to her skin, dipped into the cleft of her arse, and moulded over the tops of her legs, bringing to mind all the fantasies he'd had over the years about wrapping them around him. He took an involuntary step toward her, like a predator scenting its prey, only to have her dive beneath the water. Her head appeared a moment later, her hair down and slicked back. He watched avidly as she worked her fingers through the strands and lifted her chemise over her head. She caught his gaze as she reached for the soap on a nearby rock, and then turned away from him and rose out of the creek up to her waist to wash her linen shift. Her hair, darkened and sleek from the water, hung down her naked back.
"I thought you were going to squeeze out my dress," she asked.
"I am."
"Liar. You're watching me."
He shook out the sodden material and wrung it with his hands. Water poured out onto the rocks at his feet.
"There."
She glanced over her shoulder.
"You're still watching."
"You ne'er asked me to turn around."
When her only response was the sound of water splashing as she spun back and rinsed out her chemise, he couldn't help the exultant smile that creased his face. She dipped under again up to her shoulders and then faced him. He quickly schooled his features. "Here," she said, and flung her chemise at him. He caught it easily. She dunked under again and appeared farther out into the creek, with the soap still in her hand. He couldn't see beneath the water, but he assumed she was washing herself. He clenched his jaw as his imagination went wild, especially when her eyes landed on him, roaming his bare chest and stomach. And lower. There was no hiding his body's response beneath his plaid, and he decided he didn't want to. He liked having her eyes on him. Hopefully, her interest in his body was as keen as his interest was in hers. They were both vulnerable here, and he wanted her to know how much he desired her. For good measure, he flexed a little harder as he squeezed out her chemise, bulging his arms and shoulders, popping out his chest and clenching his stomach. 'Twas a lucky happenstance he'd given her his shirt to put on.
"Is it cold in there?"
he asked, as she lathered up the soap and rubbed it into her hair. If he saw her naked, he would even things up by showing her his body as well, preferably before he took his own dip in the cool water to rinse off the day's dirt and sweat. Isabel was curious about everything. He was certain she would be curious about that part of him as well. He would show her his full potential. She dunked under the water to rinse her hair, and he laid her clothes flat on the rocks to dry. When he straightened, she'd swum closer.
"Are you coming out now?"
he asked.
Maybe. Turn around.
He shook his head, and then released his sword, his sporran, and loosened his plaid. Her eyes widened with surprise, but also with excitement as his plaid dipped low.
"You need to dry off,"
he said. He grasped the edge of the rectangular-shaped material and stretched it out in front of him, as naked now as she was.
"Come, Isabel. I cannot take much more of you frolicking in the water."
I'm not frolicking.
He shrugged and let the silence stretch between them. The pressure mounted for her to do as he'd asked. Finally she spoke.
Lift the plaid higher so you canna see me. And this time, no peeking.
"Are you sure?"
he asked, one eyebrow quirking. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed.
I'm sure.
He raised the plaid until he could no longer see her face. The bottom edge hit the tops of his knees, and he wondered if she was hoping it would go higher. Then he heard splashing, and when she rose from the water and started walking toward him, her face came into view. He adjusted the plaid as she moved closer, so as not to expose her body. He would not break her trust in this, but he would watch her. When she saw his eyes on her face, she hesitated, and panic flitted there briefly.
"I cannot see anything, Isabel. Keep coming."
She rushed the last few steps. Before she could grab the plaid, he wrapped his arms around her shoulders, covering her all the way down to her knees, and pulled her tight into his embrace. She fit perfectly against him, tucked beneath his chin.
I'm getting your plaid wet,
she protested, sounding breathless. He smiled against her hair.
"I do not mind. It will be wet after I bathe too."
He wanted to kiss her. Nay, he wanted to do a hell of a lot more than that. Her pelvis rocked against him, maybe unconsciously, but he knew what it was, even if she didn't. An invitation. His stones jerked in response, tight and hard against the base of his cock, swelling so taut he gritted his teeth against the ache. Without thinking, he slid his palm down her spine and over her arse to grip the back of her thigh before he stopped himself.
"Izzy,"
he ground out, more a grunt than an actual word.
Aye,
she croaked.
"Should I take that swim now?"
Seconds passed that seemed like hours. Time seemed to stop between them. Finally, she said,
Aye.
He let out a frustrated breath, and then closed his eyes, trying to find some calm in the middle of the storm. When he opened them, he released her leg and cupped her jaw with both hands. He stared at her, and then lowered his head and kissed her. Hard. Letting go was a test of his resolve, especially when she rose up on her tiptoes and pushed against his lips. He pulled away abruptly, his heart pounding. He could see she wanted more, and when she dropped her eyes to his mouth, he quickly stepped past her and strode to the water. One hand gripped his cock and stones to relieve the ache. He didn't look back, but he knew without a doubt that her gaze traced his backside, like his had traced hers.
"Dry off, Isabel," he said over his shoulder. "I may be a while. I wouldn't want you to get a chill while I cool off." "You want to do what?"
Kerr asked as he wheeled toward Isabel, his eyebrows raised so high he wondered if they would ever come down. Around them the birds chirped loudly to one another, and he could almost imagine they were as perturbed as he was. Although he didn't know why he was surprised. He'd known it was coming. She took another step along the trail, the leaves crunching beneath her shoes, before seeing he'd stopped and turning to face him. Jeevler stopped as well and swung his head around to watch them.
"You said you would teach me everything Gregor taught you," she said. "Well, a lot of your time spent with him was learning sword-play and other forms of combat."
"I have ne'er played with a sword in my life, nor have my brothers. We learned how to use weapons to kill other men with weapons. Is that what you want, Isabel?"
"If that's what it comes to, aye."
She took a step toward him, and he almost grabbed her by the folds of his shirt, looking so damn provocative on her, despite how big it was, and dragged her all the way in for a kiss. Except his arms were full of her wet plaid and chemise, and he feared if he started kissing her, he wouldn't be able to stop, and neither would she. Lord help him, how was he going to get through the night?
"I want to know how all the different weapons work, and how to defend myself if I need to, like Maggie and Amber. And I want to know about war and strategy, and the best ways to take a castle or defend it."
"You want to lead?"
She stilled, and her eyes darted to his.
"And why not? Because I'm a woman."
He sighed. He'd always known it would come to this.
"Nay, because you dinna have a castle to defend, or a clan to lead. Gavin does, and now Deirdre along with him."
She gasped, and he could see the hurt in her eyes, but he pushed on.
"And when Gavin dies, then Ewan will have a castle. You are not the heir, Isabel."
"I know that."
"Do you? Because unless you plan to get rid of your loved ones, you need to find another castle to defend, another clan to lead."
He stepped closer.
"My castle, Lizzie. My clan. Say the word, love, and we can be married."
He shifted her wet clothes to one arm and grasped her hand.
"We can do it right now. Hand fast one another right here, and then we can have a church ceremony with Father Lundy and our families when we return."
He moved even closer, and her gaze rose to his. He dropped his voice seductively.
"Think of everything I could teach you about bed play. We could have a wedding night tonight. You like to learn new things. I have no doubt you'd become an expert at it in no time, and you wouldn't have to worry about sleeping in my dirty shirt."
Her cheeks flushed, and her fingers tightened on his, but after a moment she took a step back, then another, as if she still didn't trust herself standing so close. When she released his hand and turned around to continue along the path back to the cabin, he suppressed a sigh and caught up. He'd made progress with her the last few days. Great progress. She just needed time to come to a proper conclusion, one that ended with them in their marriage bed and leading his clan together.
"What if Eirik had turned out to be a bad man?"
she continued, as if he hadn't just asked her to marry him, again.
I wouldn't have been able to fight him off.
He snorted. You're not the only one. Eirik is like Gregor, a force of nature, but even bigger.
Well, you can beat Gregor. I'm sure you could beat Eirik too. You would think of something.
Warmth exploded in his chest as pleasure coursed through his veins. 'Twas the greatest boon, knowing that she thought him capable of such feats. That boded well for her assessment of him as a husband.
I would protect you to the death, sweetling. If Eirik did get the better of me, it would nae be an easy fight. Besides, I think Sive would turn on Eirik if he e'er put a foot wrong with you.
She smiled.
My great defender. Maybe I'll keep an eye out for an abandoned wolf pup like her and raise it as my own.
I do not think there are any other wolves like her.
She made a sound of agreement in the back of her throat, and they continued, walking in silence back to the cabin. He could see she was tired, and he considered asking if she wanted to ride Jeevla, but he liked having her next to him. The sun was low in the sky, and the air had begun to cool. In her arms she carried a basket of greens, fruit, and herbs they'd foraged for in the woods earlier. He'd shown her where to look for them, which plants were edible and which ones were not, and he'd made a special point of testing her over and over again on the plants that would kill you if you made a mistake and put them in your stew. In addition, they'd made a crude bow and arrow that she'd practiced with, but when it came time to use it on a rabbit they spotted, she'd put the bow down. Instead, she'd started investigating ways to build a trap. He could have shown her how, but in this she didn't want or need his help. Of course, he doubted she'd be able to kill the rabbit once she caught it.
Are you tired, love?
He asked when she sighed.
Aye, 'tis a pleasant kind of tired, though. Tramping through the woods always leaves me feeling this way, happy and content, yet feeling like once I stop, I will na rise again until morning, and my head is full of everything you've taught me today.
She reached across and slipped her hand into his, linking their fingers.
Thank you.
His heart swelled in his chest.
You're welcome.
She grinned up at him.
And tomorrow, after our lesson, I'll be even more tired, I'm sure.
You have no idea. You will hurt in places you ne'er even knew you could hurt. At the end of the day, you'll be glad to slip into the cold stream, although you may not be able to get out again.
She looked at him sideways, and he had to repress a grin. Maybe if he pushed her hard enough, she wouldn't want to keep training. God knows, Gregor had pushed him and his brothers beyond their limit countless times. He suspected that once Isabel had a basic understanding of things, she would delegate tasks that were better handled by other people, like sword fighting. 'Twas part of being a good leader.
Maybe we shouldn't start with swordplay then,
she said, sounding a little leery.
You can teach me some of what Amber knows, how to defend myself if I'm attacked.
I can do that, but remember that most of what Amber knows depends on her aggressor being surprised. The techniques I'll teach you aren't to be used to fight a bigger opponent. You do not have the strength or knowledge for that. They're to give you time to run away.
Run away?
Aye. Take Eirik, for example. If he had come after you, there's naught you could have done to save yourself. He's too strong and too skilled. He could easily continue with one hand. But if you did something he didn't expect and broke his hold on you, maybe imparted a little pain, like when Amber twisted my stones, or if you were to bash in his nose with the back of your head, then you might have time to get away.
Her eyes lit up.
The first one? That sounds like a great move. I want to know how to do that.
Of course you do,
he said with a sigh.
But if you want to learn the technique as an excuse to fondle my privates, you do not have to go to so much trouble. You may fondle them at will, after you handfast me.
Care,
she reprimanded, but he thought he detected a hint of laughter beneath the rebuke. Excitement, too.
What? You dinna want to fondle them, or you dinna want to handfast me.
She shot him an exasperated look, and then pulled her hand free, making him regret his joke. He almost grabbed her hand back and apologized, but another part of him wanted to see where this conversation would lead. She ran her fingers through her drying hair, lifting it away from her face and behind her shoulder. It was an unconscious movement, but from his experience, when women tried to spark his interest, they often played with their hair. It encouraged him to see Isabel do the same.
"I dinna know yet what I want,"
she said quietly, keeping her eyes straight ahead. "Which means she might want me." Hope burst like a bubble in his heart, and he almost danced a wee jig. Although he was pretty sure if he did, his chances with Isabel would diminish. It would be best if she didn't see him dance like that until after they were married. Ahead of them, the trail dwindled to an end. He slowed, placing a hand on Isabel's arm and whistling softly to Givla. The stallion stopped without making a sound. Isabel glanced up at him inquiringly, and he put a finger to his lips. He crept forward through the trees, still hidden, and settled in to watch the cabin and surrounding glen to make sure no one had arrived while they were gone. Isabel crawled up beside him.
"What's wrong?"
she whispered.
"Nothing that I know of, but we need to be certain."
She settled on the forest floor beside him, and he tried not to be distracted by her fresh scent and the way her hair shone in the dying rays of the sun, or the way her legs were exposed above her knees when his shirt rode up on her. He returned his attention to the glen, looking for any sign of disturbance at the cabin or the lean-to, scanning for any movement or a glint of steel. He listened, too, sensing for disturbances in the forest, including sounds that should be there but weren't. When he was certain it was safe, he said,
"We can go."
He helped Isabel up and whistled for Givla. Approaching the cabin felt almost like coming home, and he imagined he was a farmer, not a laird, and Isabel was his wife, not another clan's lady. Reaching out, he took her hand, palm to palm. She squeezed back, and the only thing that could have made the moment any better was if she had a baby balanced on her hip, and he held the hand of another child, and maybe a third child riding Givla. He hoped what he saw in his mind's eye was a vision of their future. When they reached the cabin, he hesitated for a second before he laid her wet clothes on the railing, took the basket from her hands and put it down, and then opened the door wide. She raised her brow at him. He took both of her hands in his.
"Can I carry you over the threshold, lass?"
Understanding bloomed in her eyes, and her cheeks reddened. She knew what he was asking. Would she handfast him, right here, right now? Say the words, and then allow him to carry her into the cabin, over the threshold, and to their marriage bed. She dropped her gaze from his and peered into the cabin. Her eyes landed on the mattress covered in Care's extra plaid. Slowly, she returned her gaze to him.
"You didn't listen before. I said I wasn't certain yet."
"All right. When will you be certain?"
She sighed and met his eyes.
"I dunna know, Care. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe never."
Releasing his hands, she picked up the basket she'd been carrying and entered the cabin on her own. He scraped his fingers through his beard in frustration. It had been worth asking her again, if for no other reason than to keep his intentions in the forefront of her mind. Still, the rejection hurt, and he knew deep down that he shouldn't have pushed.
"Care."
He glanced over and saw Isabel standing at the door, hands on her hips. She didn't look mad exactly, but definitely determined.
"Aye,"
he answered warily.
"Other than the days Ewan was found, and Gavin and Deirdre were married, this has been the best day of my life. Please, Do not ruin it by pressing me for something I'm not yet ready to give.
Then she spun around and went back into the cabin, softly closing the door behind her. He grinned and then danced that little jig. When he finished, he said loudly, so she could hear,
"And tomorrow will be even better. I'll knock you into the dirt with the flat of my sword more times than you can count. Your wish is my command, Lady Mackinnon."
Chapter 17. Isabel was lost in one of those secret dreams about Care that seemed so real. The heat of his body pressed to the length of hers was scorching. The scent of him, musky, male and enticing, drifted up her nose and across her senses like nectar to a honey-bee. She burrowed in deeper, her arms pulling that big, muscled body closer, her legs opening to him, so he pressed hard against her centre. Her cheek rested on a firm chest covered with a sprinkling of hair, and she nuzzled into it. He shifted closer, angling his shoulder, and she found the tiny nub of his nipple. Greedily, she sucked on it. Care's low groan filled her ears, and the vibration that rumbled through his warm chest and into her body woke her. Slowly, she opened her eyes and found herself staring at the notch in his throat, and she realized she wasn't dreaming this time. Heart racing, she raised her head, expecting to see his dark gaze upon her filled with wicked amusement, but his eyes were still closed in sleep. Even so, his breaths had quickened, and his cock lay hard against the front of her hip. God's blood! He was huge down there, too. His bare thigh had somehow become wedged between hers, and need crashed through her body. She clenched her jaw, trying to contain it, but it raged uncontrollably. Unable to help herself, she rocked her pelvis against the bulging muscles in his leg. Heat and heaviness spread in her loins, and then arced like lightning through her belly to the tips of her breasts and lips, making her gasp. Dropping her eyes, she quietly panted as she stared at the expanse of his chest. So big, so tanned. She wanted to rub her cheek along his skin like a cat. Her teeth grazing, nipping occasionally, her throat filled with the sound of purring. Even in sleep, his pectorals bowed outward with a little valley down the centre, and she wanted her breasts pressed there with nothing in between them. She wanted that coarse hair to tease her own hardened nubs. Without stopping to think, she found the tie of his shirt, which she was wearing, and pulled it loose, so the too big neckline fell off her shoulders and exposed her small, sensitive breasts. The lightest of touches from her own fingers made her breath catch. She couldn't imagine the pleasure from Care's fingers drifting over them, from his mouth sucking on them. And she wanted to know, desperately. She rocked against him again, her whole body undulating, and he responded, the beast at her hip growing even bigger, harder. His arm wrapped around her back and pulled her closer, and the sensitive tips of her breasts brushed through the hair on his chest. She cried out, sharp and needy, and he woke immediately. She felt it in the sudden stillness of his body, heard it in the changed rhythm of his breathing. Impatiently, she stroked her hands up and over his shoulders, cupped the back of his neck, and pulled his mouth down to hers. Their lips touched, and he let out a growl that sent shivers down her spine and to the tips of her nose and toes. She rubbed against him as he filled her mouth, their tongues tangling and sucking. He teased the sensitive cavern in a carnal dance, in and out, rubbing and licking, teeth grinding and nibbling. When he pulled back for air, she was too filled with fire to stop. She trailed hot, wet kisses down his throat and laved her tongue into the dips of his clavicle, completely lost to the sensuality of the moment. His breath shuddered from his lungs. He cupped her head and tilted up her chin.
"Isabel,"
he asked roughly, his eyes heavy-lidded and dark with arousal. A flush tinged his cheeks, and his mouth was swollen. She answered by nipping his bottom lip before drawing it into her mouth and sucking on it. His hands fisted in her hair as he thrust his pelvis forward, his cock pushing upward on the inside of her hip. Holding her tight and at his mercy, he angled his head and delved back inside her mouth, taking over, commanding her until all she could do was open up to him and accept all that carnal power. Surrender to it. She writhed against him as he kissed her like a man possessed, wanting more, wanting everything, and she whimpered with need and physical pleasure. Her leg wrapped around his hip, and her heel pressed into his muscled backside, trying to get closer, to rub all her soft dips and curves against his brawny strength. Releasing her hair, he slid one hand down her body to palm her exposed breast. She groaned at the contact, her head falling back and eyes closing. Arching her spine, she pressed the hard, sensitive nub at the centre tightly against his palm. The rough calluses drove her mad.
"God's blood, Isabel! You're awake, aye?"
His voice was gruff, demanding. A brief laugh puffed up from her lungs. "Aye."
"Thank Christ,"
he growled, and then rolled her onto her back and settled heavily between her legs. She let out a surprised gasp and moaned at the weight and pressure of him right where she needed it. She wrapped her arms around his back, her legs around his hips, engulfed him with her body. It felt like coming home. Lowering his head, he took her nipple into his mouth and swirled it with his tongue. Then he stretched his jaw wide and took the soft mound deep inside. Her eyes rolled back as he sucked on it. Then he cupped her other breast and squeezed the nipple. She cried out and bucked her hips. She couldn't think, only ride the waves of pleasure crashing through her. He pressed down with his pelvis, rotating his hips in a slow, steady circle. She squirmed against him, panting as the heat and pressure built in her loins. "Care! Oh, God! Aye, right there! Do not stop! Whatever you do, do not stop!" Fisting her hands in his hair, like he'd done to her, she tried to tug his head upward for another kiss. But after releasing her breast from his mouth, he stopped. She glanced up and saw that he was staring at her breasts. A moment of uncertainty squirmed in her belly. Does he like them? They were small and teardrop-shaped, with round, distended nipples. He'd rejected her once before because of their size, or that's how it felt at the time. Was he thinking the same now? The memories came crashing back, and the lust that had ridden her moments before fled. Her cheeks flushed, but for different reasons this time, and she tried to sit up. It was impossible, of course. His weight trapped her beneath him, but she kept trying, releasing her legs from around his hips and shoving on his chest. He glanced up, startled, and a concerned expression quickly replaced his heavy-eyed arousal. He pushed off her immediately, sitting up on his knees. She scooted to the top of the bed, still facing him, and wrapped the shirt she wore across her chest and over her knees.
"What's wrong?"
He grasped her foot in his hand as if to anchor her in place, to keep her close to him.
"Did I frighten you?"
"Nay, I'm not afraid."
She tilted her chin up, and knew she was giving him her haughty look, but it was an instinctive movement.
"Then what is it? You're upset about something. Talk to me, Isabel."
"I'm not upset."
Liar.
"Then why are you giving me that look?"
he asked.
"You do that when—"
He trailed off, and a line appeared between his eyes. She didn't want to know what he was thinking, except she did, desperately.
"When what?"
she asked, shrinking a little inside at the scorn she heard in her voice. He crawled closer to her on his knees, a determined look on his face, and trailed his fingers down her face.
"When you feel vulnerable."
"That's ridiculous."
"Nay, you do it with me often. You use it to rule, too, to remind people of your authority when you're displeased about something. But with me—"
"With you, what?"
This time her voice cracked a little, and tears pricked behind her eyes. He'd moved closer again and caged her within his arms, his palms pressed to the wall on either side of her shoulders. She had no escape, nowhere to hide.
You do it when you're scared about something.
He said the words slowly, as if he was putting the pieces together.
And when you feel rejected.
She glared at him and pushed against his chest again, but this time he refused to move. Well, you weren't rejecting me, so your theory is wrong. If I had allowed us to continue, you would ne'er have stopped. He didn't answer at first. He just stared at her. She forced herself to remain still, her eyes focused somewhere over his shoulder.
That's not true love,
he finally said.
No matter how hard it would have been for me, for us, I would have stopped. I want us handfasted before we join our bodies together. There is no escaping that outcome for us.
He gently cupped her cheek with one hand and turned her head slightly so she looked at him.
But you're right. I hadn't rejected you. So why did you think I had?
Everything inside her froze, and then her heart began to race. She had thought that, felt it in her heart, her body. She dropped her gaze to her knees, which were pulled tightly against her chest. Her fingers squeezed around the material of his shirt. "You were looking at my breasts," she said softly.
I remember.
His voice had roughened a little, and she glanced up again. Desire was etched in every line of his face, and those dark, hooded eyes seemed even darker, more intense. "Did you like them?" His brows raised, and an overwhelming desire to escape welled within her. Why did I ask that? "I'm skinny, Laird McAllister," she blurted out angrily. "My legs, my hips, my chest. 'Tis naught I can do about my breasts being small."
Is that what this is about, Izzy?
He sounded incredulous, and she squirmed in her skin. She tried to duck beneath his arm, but he refused to let her go, and when she continued to fight him, he slid forward to sit on her feet. Slipping his hands into her hair, like he had when they were kissing, he held her still and forced her chin up so he could see the truth in her expression, and she could see the truth in his. He shook his head in wonder.
The most beautiful lass in all the Highlands, Isabel McKinnon. My Izzy, afraid I'll see her naked and find her wanting.
He brushed his thumbs across her cheeks.
You wee idiot. That couldn't be further from the truth. I find everything about you, everything you do, appealing, even when you're trying to dunk me in manure. You're not individual bits and pieces, Isabel. You're a whole woman, and I want you in your entirety.
Those damn tears pricked the backs of her eyes again. You didn't always think that.
What do you mean?
When I was younger, you said cruel things. A stricken look crossed his face.
Tell me. I knew something was wedged between us. This is it, aye? What foolish, addle-pated thing did I say?
She sighed and dropped her head forward until her brow rested on his chest. He loosened his hands around the strands and used his fingers to stroke her scalp. It soothed her. It doesn't matter. I was 15. I'm sure my perspective now would be different.
'Tis true, but the feelings are still there between us. Is this when you tried to kiss me at Gavin's wedding to Crystal? I'm sorry if I was cruel. I do not remember much of it. I was deep in my cups with the lads. Gavin was the first of us to marry, and we all felt he was making a mistake.
She snorted. It was a mistake, but if he hadn't made it, he wouldn't have Ewan, or Deirdre.
Aye, 'tis also true, and well worth Gavin's years of torment. But I still want to know what I did, lass. Please. She forced her mouth to open, and her tongue to work. It would be good to say the words, to exorcise the memory from her mind.
You laughed at me, pushed me away. You told me to come find you when I'd grown a bosom, which I never did, and then you went off with a very well-endowed widow.
He groaned. I'm sorry. I should have handled it better. In fairness, I was a grown man, and you were still a lass. If I had been receptive to your advances, That would have made me the kind of man my brothers and I have put down.
His muscles tensed beneath her forehead.
A man like my father.
She looked up at him. Those dark eyes had hardened, and his jaw had clenched.
I may have overreacted because of that, he continued. I'm sorry I hurt you, Isabel. I can only imagine I must have been discomfited.
She nodded, sympathy for him welling in her breast.
I can see that now. I know you aren't a cruel man, Care, and you love bairns of all ages.
Including you at that age.
Aye. And I adored you. But I didn't feel like a child at 15. Most of the lasses I knew were already flirting with the lads. Some were kissing them. Some were doing more than that. One girl in the village had even married at that age.
And probably had a bairn 6 months later.
She shrugged.
Maybe. I canna remember. The point is...
She struggled to put her thoughts into words, to describe the strength of her feelings back then, and the gaping wound that had ripped through her young body when he'd turned and walked down that hall with another woman.
I had such certainty back then, and...
And you knew that I was meant to be yours, as surely as I know now that you are meant to be mine. Me pushing you away, laughing at you, was the greatest of betrayals.
She closed her eyes and nodded.
It hurt me.
He pulled her into his embrace.
I'm sorry, love.
She rested her cheek against his chest, feeling spent, yet also lighter somehow at the same time. Maybe she would say yes the next time Care asked her to marry him. Or maybe she would ask him. Aye, that sounds like me.
Is he?
Mm-hmm, she murmured, feeling like she could stay exactly where she was forever.
Can we speak about your breasts now?
Her eyes popped open, and she yanked back her head so she could see his face.
What?
Well, you asked me a question, and then you never let me answer.
What question?
If I liked them.
Liked what? But she knew what he meant, and heat scorched her cheeks. Now would be a good time for a horde of Englishmen to attack.
Your breasts. I do like them. Very much. I can describe them to you from memory if you like. The velvet feel of them, the sweet honey taste, the hard round nubs at the end that almost made me lose my seed like a lad. But I'd do a better job if I could see them again.
She pushed on his chest, hard, and he laughed as he tipped back all the way. He gripped her waist and pulled her with him, so she sat with her legs splayed over his waist, staring down at him. The shirt she wore gaped open. His eyes drifted down to her breasts, and his laughter turned into a sigh. She fought the urge to cover up, but at the same time she wanted him to look at her, to feast his eyes on her body. It filled her with nervous excitement, like a lass about to ride a horse for the first time. She was exposed to him, open to him, and he was right. She felt so vulnerable. But she also felt like she'd mounted that horse and was galloping across an open field, screaming with exhilaration. She searched his face for clues as to what he was thinking, feeling. His cheeks and lips were tinged red, and his eyes were dark and intent, the lids at half-mast, and his pupils slightly dilated. A vein pulsed quickly in his neck, and she slid her hand up his chest and laid her finger on it. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on the feel of his blood pounding through his veins. For her. When he released her waist and brushed over her nipple, she sucked in a startled breath, more a moan, really, and opened her eyes to watch his thumb circle the nub in a steady, intoxicating rhythm. The rough calluses scraped across her sensitive skin and sent little forks of lightning down between her legs and to her swollen lips.
In case you had any doubt, he said huskily, the sight of your breasts, so small yet still so soft and plump, with those hard, round nipples pointing out at me, makes me want to throw away all my good intentions and bury myself here.
He gripped her hip and pushed up with his pelvis, his cock rubbing against her, causing her breath to escape on a shuddering sigh.
You make me lose myself, Isabel.
He grasped her hands, entwining their fingers so they were palm to palm, and brought them down to rest on his chest. His gaze was aroused, yet determined, and she had a moment of disquiet. She let her eyelids drift shut, knowing where he was going next, and wanting to delay it. This was care, after all.
Isabel, look at me.
She shook her head. The blissful fog she'd been floating in was almost gone.
Look at me.
He'd commanded her, but beneath the words was an entreaty that spoke to a neediness within her. She opened her eyes and found herself lost in the dark intensity of his gaze. He really had such a powerful, striking face. She could stare at it for hours.
We cannot do this.
He pushed up with his hips again, and her lips parted on a groan.
Until we do this.
He squeezed her hands.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand, Laird McAllister, and I'm not happy about it.
His eyes jumped to hers.
Why not?
Last night, I asked you to stop pressuring me about marriage, but you ne'er listened. Again. You do what you want, and to hell with what I want. You're moving too fast. I feel like you're trying to trap me.
Not only him. She felt trapped by her own needs as well. His brow rose incredulously.
I woke up, Isabel, and you were kissing me. More than that, I was practically inside you.
Did you want me to stop?
He chuffed out a frustrated breath.
Of course not.
Then if I wake up beside you again, I'll do it again, if I want.
He squeezed her hands.
Only if you say the words, sweetling. Not before. Tell me you intend to marry me, Isabel. Commit to me, please.
It felt like an ultimatum, and her jaw clenched.
You're not listening. Besides, I haven't heard you commit to me yet.
Surprise flashed in his eyes.
You're right.
He sat up quickly, and she let out a startled squeak. He pressed her hands tightly between their bodies, causing her breath to catch in her chest. She did not want this now, but God's blood, a part of her wanted to hear the words. What will he say? How will he commit to me? He lifted her hand and kissed her palm, the softness of his lips against her skin, making her shiver.
I want to marry you, Isabel McKinnon. I want to join our lives and our clans together.
He kissed her other palm.
I want to have children together, to lead our people together. Isabel, I want you. I commit my life to you.
He released her and slid his hands into her hair.
Please, dearling, say you'll marry me.
She hesitated, that softer side of her wanting so badly to do as he asked, to be his, to shelter against him, and lead beside him, to finally know how it felt to have that big body inside of hers. God knows she'd wanted that for years. But another part of her felt backed into a corner, like he was controlling her, again. And most importantly, not once in all those heartfelt words had he told her he loved her. A hollow ache formed in her stomach. "Nay," she said quickly, and swung her leg over his body. She stood and hastily retied the neck of his shirt over her body. He stared at her, a baffled, frustrated look on his face.
Isabel.
She fled to the table and stood behind the chair, her hands resting on the back of it.
I think we should return.
Return?
Aye. I want to go home. Gavin will be worried.
He stared at her, not moving a muscle, in that predatory way that made her feel so uncomfortable. Finally, he scraped his fingers through his beard and placed his feet into the shoes that sat on the floor next to hers. His plaid was a rumpled mess, and it jutted upward over his loins. She lowered her eyes, feeling awkward, like he was a stranger, and not the man she'd known all her life and had happily slept beside the last few nights. He rose, grasped his sword that leaned against the side of the bed, and walked heavily across the floor. The scrape of the bar sliding across the wood reverberated through the cabin, and the door squeaked open. Bright morning sunlight poured through the opening. She squinted when she looked over.
"Get ready. I'll be back shortly, and I'll take you home."
He sounded distant, and her heart sank. Her care was gone, and that other side of him, the dark side that scared the wits out of her with the raging anger buried deep within his eyes, had taken his place. The door slammed shut behind him, and she slumped against the table. A sob caught her by surprise, and she clapped her hand over her mouth. She'd been so happy. Why did he have to keep pushing her? She slumped into her chair and rested her head in her hands. Had she finally crossed some line? Would Care leave her and stay away for good this time? She didn't want that either. Panic twisted her stomach, and she tried to squash it down. She wasn't ready to say yes, especially not like that. But what was the alternative? She rose from the table and paced back and forth in the small room, 4 steps across, 4 steps back. Her jaw clenched, and her panic slowly dissipated as a growing anger took hold of her. He'd told her what he wanted. Their clans joined as one, to lead together and have children together, but nothing about his feelings for her. Had she been deluding herself all these years? She thought back on the first time he'd asked her to marry him, in the wind, on the top turret at her castle. He'd shown more emotion then, but she couldn't remember him telling her how he felt then either. She stopped and slipped on her shoes, her anger at a fever pitch. This felt better. This was what they had between them, a storm of thunder and fire. She would demand he tell her his true feelings. She would demand to know if he loved her. She would not marry someone who didn't think she was the sun, moon, and stars all rolled into one. She would be his only choice, as he would be hers. Reaching out, she grasped the handle and yanked the door open. It crashed against the inside wall with a loud bang. She didn't bother to cover herself with the extra plaid, and she sure as hell didn't take the time to put on her arrasade. She crossed the threshold and had taken only a few steps away from the cabin when a strong arm wrapped around her from behind and a hand clamped over her mouth, muffling her scream. Not for a second did she think it was Care, and terror exploded in her stomach. The man wasn't quite tall enough or broad enough or muscled enough, although he was certainly powerful enough to contain her struggles as she thrashed her body and kicked her feet, rendering her helpless. This was what Care had meant. A big, strong man could easily overwhelm and restrain her. She'd have but one chance to surprise him, and then she'd run for Care like the hounds of hell were on her heels. But what could she do? Care had said to inflict pain, but she couldn't reach around to twist his stones, and he held her head so tightly she couldn't jerk back with it and smash his nose. She darted her eyes in every direction, looking for some way to escape. She couldn't see the man, but she noticed something was wrong with his arm. It was twisted and scarred, and his hand and fingers were misshapen. The wounds, healed but still pink, crisscrossed his skin like the gashes on a chopping block. She'd seen scars like these before, on the town miller. His hand had been crushed in a terrible accident years ago. These wounds looked relatively recent.
"Well, well, who do we have here?"
the man said into her ear, his tone triumphant.
"As I looked upon thee, I saw a great Highland beauty. It seems I've caught not just a lass, but a lady. Tell me, dearest, where is your laird?"
Isabel dug her nails into the man's pink scars, tearing and scraping at the still tender flesh. He cried out in pain, and his arms loosened. Without hesitation, she smashed the back of her head into his face and heard a sickening, crunching sound. He stumbled, and she leapt ahead, racing across the clearing toward the trail she'd taken yesterday with Care.
Bloody whore! I'm going to kill you!
The man screamed behind her.
Get her!
Care!
She yelled.
Care!
Men appeared from out of the woods, 3 of them, and converged on her. She shrieked and darted toward the lean-to. She was as fast or faster than most of the men she knew. She could outrun the warriors in the forest and hopefully find Care. She was almost there, passing the lean-to that stood at the edge of the clearing, when someone grabbed her arm and yanked her back. Chapter 18. Care shoved Isabel behind him, his claymore held in an upright position in front of him, and stepped back into the lean-to, squeezing her against the pile of wood inside. Her body heaved and shook against his spine, and when she wrapped her arms around him, he quickly removed them.
Wait!
He ordered, his tone sharp. He returned both hands to his sword hilt and balanced his weight on the balls of his feet. He was fully in warrior mode now, and had men to slay. 3 of them coming from the woods, possibly more, plus the man at the cabin who'd put his hands on Isabel. The timing of the first kill was critical to sustain the least amount of damage to himself, keep his lass safe, and take them all out. Let them come to him. 3, 2, 1. He stepped forward, thrusting his sword through the first man who tore around the corner of the lean-to. A killing blow. When he pulled back his sword, blood splattered across his bare chest and arms. He lunged forward onto his left foot and arced his blade sideways, almost taking off the second warrior's head. He died instantly, blood spurting up from the wound. The third warrior was upon him almost before Care had time to react, and he dropped to the ground and rolled as the man swung his sword. Care rose fluidly and struck back, the blades clashing as the men fought. Once, twice, 3 times. His enemy was fast and skilled with his weapon, but he wasn't strong enough against a warrior as powerful as Care, and on the 4th blow, Care knocked him off balance, and he fell into the lean-to beside Isabel. She screeched and climbed the pile as Care stabbed the man through the stomach and dragged his blade sideways. His intestines spilled out in a bloody mess.
Behind you!
Isabel yelled. Care darted sideways and heard the whistle of the other blade as it swung past his ear. Close, too close. These were elite warriors, not huntsmen or simple travellers. He rose as a log flew past his shoulder from behind and hit the 4th warrior in the face. The man stumbled back, and Care shot forward and speared him through the heart. The last warrior fell to his knees and clutched his chest, his mouth open, his eyes wide with shock and horror. Care shoved him back with his boot, clearing the space in case more men came at him. When none appeared, he moved cautiously to the edge. Releasing one hand from his huge sword, he smashed his elbow into the wall beside him, creating a jagged crack in the board just big enough to see through. He scanned the cabin and surrounding trees. The glade appeared empty. But if a sniper were in the branches, he wouldn't show himself until it was too late. His gaze fell on a bushy tree on the other side of the clearing. The angle was perfect for the glen and the cabin, but not good for the lean-to, where Care and Isabel were hunkered down. If Care were the sniper, and his focus was the cabin, that's where he would hide. They hadn't expected Isabel to escape. He turned and scanned the bodies before choosing the smallest warrior, who lay crumpled on the ground by the woodpile. Care tucked up the man's plaid to cover the bloodstains on his shirt, and then rolled him onto his side.
"Dinna look,"
he said to Isabel as he straightened.
Why? What are you going to—
Lowering his sword, he carefully pierced the tip through the dead man's neck, so it entered and exited below the ears. Isabel gasped and slapped her hand over her mouth. With a grunt, Care hefted the body until the warrior appeared to be standing upright. Muscles straining, he moved carefully to the front of the lean-to again, and then looked through the jagged hole. Slowly, he pushed the body out of the lean-to until the sniper, if there was one, could see it but not the blade. Either the archer would shoot, thinking the body was an enemy and reveal his position, or he would climb down from the tree, believing his friends had won. Or he wouldn't react at all, and Care would have failed to protect Isabel. Not an option. Every second seemed like an hour, and eventually Care's arms began to shake. He whistled, a little desperate now, as if calling for the other man. Finally, he saw the leaves tremble, and he stared intently, looking for an arrow tip, anything to pinpoint the sniper's exact position. He'd only get one shot with his dagger, but at that distance he wouldn't be able to hit his enemy anyway. How can I draw him out? When no one appeared, he brought the body back in, carefully swinging his sword around, so it looked like the man turned and entered the lean-to. He couldn't keep propping the dead man up and depleting his strength. He may have to fight again. When the puppet was out of sight, Care tilted his broadsword, and the body slid off the point and hit the ground with a thud. Behind him he heard Isabel gag.
"'Twas necessary,"
he said curtly, still eyeing the tree through the hole he'd made.
"Why did you do that? Is someone else out there?"
she asked.
"Aye."
"Who? I hate it when you get like this, Care. Tell me what's—"
"I want you to scream,"
he said as curtly as before, his focus on the tree.
"Loudly, like you're being assaulted."
When she didn't respond, he pointed his sword behind him in her direction and said,
"If you want to stay alive, Isabel, do as I say, now!"
She screamed, and cried, and screamed again.
"No! Get off me, please!"
Movement in the trees. A man stepped into the clearing with his bow raised in their direction. He walked toward the lean-to cautiously.
"Keep it up,"
he said to Isabel, and then after she screamed and pleaded some more, he forced a loud laugh like he was Isabel's assailant having fun with her. It turned his stomach. The archer lowered his bow slightly. Good lad. A little farther. Care had just unsheathed his dagger when another archer stepped from the tree line, his bow raised.
"Bloody hell!"
Care cursed under his breath.
"What is it?"
Isabel whispered from close behind him.
"More men. Keep doing what you're doing. It's drawing them out."
She continued to cry and beg, and he laughed a few more times and whistled. The second archer almost ran across the clearing toward them. It didn't take long for him to overtake the first archer and drop his bow completely. Care wasn't worried about him. He could take him out easily. But the original archer was another story. The man looked angry and frustrated, and he spoke sharply to the second archer, who ignored him. He knew they could be walking into a trap. Pausing, he raised his bow a few more inches, then began walking in a sideways arc, so he could see into the lean-to while he was still far enough away to kill someone from a distance. Care needed a shield, fast. The man could probably release 2 shots in the time it took Care to reach him, after he'd killed the other archer. And he was out of time. He put the dagger between his teeth again, pointed his claymore straight ahead and braced his feet.
"Stay low and keep back,"
he whispered around the blade to Isabel.
"Be careful,"
she whispered back, and laid her hand lightly along his spine. Moments later, the careless archer hurried around the corner with an excited leer on his face that Care was more than happy to wipe off. He thrust hard into the man's chest, so his claymore went all the way through, before lifting the body off the ground, one hand on his sword hilt, the other fisted around the man's neck to keep him upright, and then, shielded by the body, ran straight at the other archer. Arrows thudded into the dead man's back in quick succession. 1, 2, and then a third one flew by, grazing his scalp. But Care was close enough now, and with a loud grunt he heaved the body forward, sword still protruding from the man's back. The body hit the archer hard, and knocked him backward, the tip of the claymore embedding in his thigh. The second archer screamed, but Care was on him in seconds, his dagger in hand, and he drew it across the man's throat from ear to ear. Warm blood gushed from the wound and over his hand. Standing, he yanked his sword from both bodies and glanced around the clearing, his breath sawing through his lungs. No one emerged to continue the battle. In his bones, Care knew the fight was done. But for how long? 6 highly trained warriors had attacked them. They were here for a reason, and it wasn't a good one.
Care!
Isabel cried out. He looked over his shoulder. She was as white as the linen of his shirt she still wore, but she was safe.
Are you hurt?
She asked.
Nay, all is well, lass.
He scanned the clearing again to make sure, and then walked toward the lean-to, a little wobbly as usual in the aftermath of battle. His boots squished with each step, and when he looked down, he saw blood covering every inch of his body. None of it was his. Isabel had never seen him fight before, never been so close to the gore of battle before. Would she see him differently now? For the better or for the worse? She was standing in front of the woodpile, her head lowered and her hand tugging on something at her side.
I canna get it out,
she said, sounding on the verge of tears. It was a miracle she wasn't a sobbing heap on the ground. She'd kept it together admirably, and had been an asset during their fight. Memory rose of how she'd thrown that log into the fourth warrior's face, and pride surged in his chest. That was his lass, and she would soon be his wife. He'd make sure of it. No one will take her away from me.
Care, I canna get it out, and I do not want to tear your shirt.
Her eyes kept jumping around her to the dead bodies on the ground before darting back to her side.
Get what out?
He slowly drew near, finding it harder to put one foot in front of the other, his legs as heavy as boulders.
What are you pulling on?
The arrow. It went through the material, and it stuck in the wood.
He came to a halt, his eyes widening in shock as horror smashed through him. She pulled her hands away, and he saw the feather end of the arrow poking out right next to her waist, so close to her body it had pierced the linen of his shirt. A single drop of blood, a scratch at most, marred the white material. That arrow, meant for him, had almost killed her. His knees buckled beneath him, and he crashed to the ground. Her head jerked up.
Care!
She yanked frantically at the material, trying to get to him. Finally it ripped, and she raced to his side and onto her knees. Grabbing his shoulders, she rubbed her hands over them, and then down his chest. Blood smeared all over her as well.
Where are you hurt? Oh, dear God, Care, where are you hurt?
He grasped her arms and tried to reassure her, but he couldn't catch his breath to speak. His heart raced so fast it pounded in his temples and caused flashes of black in his vision. In trying to save her, I almost killed her.
Get up, Care! Get up!
She yelled, slipping her arm around him and trying to lift him.
I'll take you back to the cabin. You can tell me what to do there. You must have some special herbs in your pack.
Nay, I canna rise,
he puffed out.
I dinna think I'll e'er rise again. Not after that.
He meant it facetiously, and was referring to the arrow hitting so close to her side. But she burst into tears and threw her arms around him, sobbing.
What can I do? Tell me what to do. You canna die on me, not yet. We have our whole lives ahead of us.
You mean that?
He asked, cupping her head and pulling it back so he could see her face.
You want to be with me?
Yes, of course I do.
Then say the words.
He grasped her hands and held them between their bodies.
There is nothing I want more than to hear you commit to me right now. Say the words, Sissy, please. Especially since...
Since what? You are not dying. Do you hear me, Ker McAllister? I will not let you die.
She glared at him so hard her face turned pink.
You canna stop it, dearling. No one can. But when I do die, I want to know that you're my wife.
She nodded fiercely, tears streaming down her face and her chest heaving. He knew that he was tricking her, even though he hadn't said anything untrue. But at this point, after the way things had ended between them at the cabin earlier, he felt like he had no choice. He was a desperate man, and desperate men did desperate things. She squeezed his hands.
I am yours, Ker McAllister, for now and forever. I commit my life to you, my body and heart to you. There will never be anyone but you. We are one before God, husband and wife."
"Husband and wife," he repeated, and then dug his hands into her hair and kissed her. Soft, excited presses of his lips to hers, and then deeper and harder, more carnal, as he slanted his mouth across hers and took control. His strength came back tenfold, and he dragged her across his lap. She gasped, her sobs turning into pants as the heat flared between them. He scooped her up in his arms, one arm behind her back, the other under her knees, rose with her, and then strode purposefully toward the cabin. Finally. All he could think about was her pledge to be with him, and only him, always and forever. He'd done as Gavin had wanted, as he wanted, and now Isabel was his, and he was driven by his need to join their bodies and consummate their marriage.
"What are you doing?"
she gasped.
"I'm taking you to bed, Isabel."
She struggled to get down, and he tightened his hold.
"Have you lost your bloody mind? We were just attacked."
She stabbed him in the chest with her finger.
"And how can you suddenly walk?"
"Inspiration, dear wife. Your kisses revived me. Your pledge of devotion invigorated me."
"So you lied to me? You weren't dying?"
"I ne'er said I was dying. I said I couldna stand after seeing where that arrow had landed. My words were all true. 6 men couldna take me down, but one arrow too close to your heart cuts my knees out from under me like a swing of Eiric's giant axe." Her eyes bore into him.
"You will ne'er get me into the marriage bed if you dinna put me down this instant."
He knew that tone, and he knew that Isabel could hold a grudge better than anyone. His steps faltered, and he came to a stop in front of the porch. Slowly he put her down, keeping his arms around her waist.
"We are handfasted, Isabel. You said the words.
"I thought you were dying."
You said you wanted us to spend our lives together, that there would be no one else for you but me."
"I thought you were dying."
"So it was all lies."
"What? No, I didn't say that."
"Then what are you saying, wife?"
She grasped his hands, pulled them away from her, and then stepped back.
"You're covered in blood. We've been attacked, and Jeevla is nowhere to be found, and you want to tup me?"
"I would ne'er just tup you. Well, mayhap sometimes, but you would like it."
"Care. This is serious."
He squeezed her hands.
"Aye, love, I know, but you dinna have to worry. Jeevla is exactly where I left him, in the woods, and our enemy is defeated."
She shook her head, a pinched line forming between her eyes.
"You're not thinking straight. Are you sure you didn't take a blow to the head?"
"I'm sure. More than sure."
He stepped closer to her and dropped his voice coaxingly.
"Make love with me, Isabel."
She stepped closer to him too, but it was to jab her finger in his chest again.
"That man who attacked me called me a great Highland beauty, and he quoted part of the song Gregor's minstrel wrote about me. 'As I looked upon thee, I saw a great Highland beauty.' But the lyrics were wrong. It's not a great Highland beauty. It's the beauty of the Highlands."
"'Tis a good thing I killed him, then. We wouldn't want him singing the wrong words. It may have caught on."
"It did catch on. The last person who sang those lyrics to me, the wrong lyrics, was Brannan Campbell, right before you came storming up to us at the stables."
The hair rose along the back of Care's spine, and he couldn't help looking around the clearing again. Every instinct he had told him they were alone. But what if he was missing something? He squeezed the back of his neck, and pain shot up into his skull. Maybe he had taken a blow to the head. She was right. 'Twas insanity to stay here a second longer than they had to. He grasped her arm and pulled her toward the cabin. For different reasons this time. He wanted her under cover.
"That wasn't Brannan Campbell. I would have recognized him,"
he said.
"I know it wasn't. The man who grabbed me had horrible scars all along his arm and the back of his hand, and his fingers were deformed. It looked like his arm had recently been crushed.
I don't remember that, but he's dead now, so he's not a threat. You threw the log in his face, and I finished him off. They're all dead.
They'd entered the cabin, and Care moved directly to the bowl of water on the table. He rinsed the blood off his hands and splashed it on his face and chest. Then he returned to the porch, tossed it out, and retrieved fresh water from the rain barrel for Isabel. She did the same, scrubbing hard to get it off her hands. He squeezed her shoulder and kissed the top of her head.
You did well. That man may have killed me otherwise.
'Twas untrue, but he wanted her to believe it, to ease any conflict she might have about helping him kill the man. She nodded and buried her face in his chest. Her body shook, and he squeezed his arms around her.
You're safe now. They're dead.
Nay, the word whispered in his head. Move. His instinct was always right. He'd missed something. He kissed the top of her head.
We have to go.
Her dress lay spread out on a chair in front of the fire, and he handed it to her.
Get dressed,
he said, gathered up his plaid and bag, and made sure the fire was cold. He paused at the door and scanned the clearing while he waited for Isabel. When she was ready, he whistled for Jivla. The stallion appeared, and Care quickly attached the pack to the back of the saddle. Isabel reached up to mount him, but he shook his head and grasped her hand.
Not yet. I want to keep him between us and the trees, just in case.
And we need to check the bodies, she said.
His desire to get Isabel to safety warred with his need to look for clues to identify the assailants. He wanted to see those scars on the fourth man as well. It was possible the man had been in the cathedral last spring when Deirdre had brought the roof down on their enemy. One man had escaped the cave-in, the man in charge. Maybe it was the same man. He clicked his tongue to get Jivla moving and pulled Isabel along beside him. When they reached the lean-to, he directed her into the sheltered area and then positioned Jivla in front of him so he could search the bodies of the archers from a relatively protected position. He dumped out their sporrans first and found nothing of interest, but when he checked the seams and hem of the first archer, he felt coins inside. Plenty of coins, the amount of which would buy someone's loyalty or pay them for betrayal. He ripped the seam and dumped the coins into his own sporran.
"Did you find something?"
Isabel asked.
Gold coins. Too many to count. If we needed more proof that these men were not simple brigands, this is it.
"I haven't found anything yet,"
she said. He looked over and saw Isabel crouched on the ground, her face grim, searching the first man who had attacked them. Her hands were bloody again, and her newly clean arrowsade had red smears on it.
Sweetling, you do not have to do that, he protested. I can do it.
So can I. I tore out the lining of his sporran, turned his boots inside out and checked his plaid. Is there anything I'm missing?
If his hair is tied back, make sure nothing is hidden in it. It's an old trick I've used before when my hair was longer.
As soon as he said it, he realized his mistake and groaned. The first attacker's hair was short, but the second attacker, the one he'd almost decapitated, had bushy red hair bound by a thong. She moved toward his head after the slightest of hesitations.
Leave it, Isabel, I'll do it.
She didn't bother to answer him this time. Instead, she released the dead man's hair tie and sifted her hands through the strands. He sighed and returned to the two men he was checking. Neither of them had their hair tied back, but when he checked the first archer's boots, a piece of parchment fell out.
I found something,
he said as he unfolded the page. Writing scrawled across it, brief and to the point, but it was enough to make his heart pound. He breathed in deeply, and then cracked his jaw, his anger simmering below the surface. So they think they can take my land, my clan, my home away from me. He read it twice more to make sure he hadn't missed anything, and then refolded it and put it in his sporran.
"What does it say?"
Isabel asked. standing now by the bodies she'd been checking. She held her hands, smeared with red, away from her clothes.
"It says I've been betrayed."
Truly?
"Nay. It says Clan McAllister, September 1st, and a man's name."
She gasped.
That's only 3 days hence.
He ground his teeth before responding.
"I know.
And who's the man?"
My steward, Fiacre McAllister. He was my father's man. After I killed my da and uncles, I kept him on to help with the transition. Obviously, that was a mistake."
You couldn't have known. You needed someone. You were barely grown, Care. Only 18.
"Nay, 17. I'd had my birthday with Gregor and my brothers before coming home. But it doesn't matter. I should have known. The man's a coward and he's greedy. And he should have...
He should have what?
He could have done more to help my mother. But I forgave him. I forgave them all, because my father was a monster, and to go against him didn't only mean your death. It meant the torture and humiliation of you and everyone you loved."
He grabbed Jeevla's reins and tugged him toward Isabel, intent on the other 2 bodies inside the lean-to, especially the one she said was badly scarred. Was he the head of the snake? The lone man Gavin had seen riding away from the cathedral, the only one still alive? The body closest to him was the man he'd held up with his sword like a puppet, and he dropped the reins and checked him first. His hair was a light reddish colour, and when he turned him over to check his arms, no fresh scars marred the skin, as expected. He turned his sporran inside out and tore out the lining, then checked his shoes and plaid. Nothing useful.
Care,
Isabel said. He looked up to see her crouched over the last man's body. His hair was dark, and Care stepped forward expectantly. She raised wide eyes to his.
He doesn't have any scars either.
His brow furrowed in confusion as his eyes dropped to the dead warrior's unblemished skin.
"But you said the man who attacked you
had horrible scars on his arm."
She finished his sentence for him.
"I dug my nails into them, tore the pink skin and yanked on his mangled fingers. 'Tis how I got away."
Care took a steady breath and then slowly turned his head toward the cabin. He stepped to the hole he'd made in the board earlier and peered into the clearing. Movement caught his attention on the other side of the glen, a shaking bush and falling leaves. He listened and realized the birds had fallen silent. And then warriors stepped out of the trees. Chapter 19. Care grabbed Jeevla's reins, darted toward Isabel, and grabbed her hand.
"Run!"
he whispered, his tone urgent. The lean-to was right beside the tree line, the entrance facing away from the cabin and the approaching warriors. They dashed into the woods, and Care hoped like Hades the enemy hadn't seen them. But that would only buy them a small lead. The other men would find the bodies soon, and if they had a good tracker, they would be on their trail in minutes.
"What did you see?"
Isabel asked, her breath heavy as she raced beside him through the trees.
"More soldiers! The man who attacked you must have run back for reinforcements. I should have checked the bodies immediately."
Inside, he raged at himself, furious that he'd delayed and put Isabel at risk. If she hadn't forced him to listen to her, or if she'd been agreeable to his advances, they'd be caught in the cabin right now.
"How many men?"
Isabel asked.
"I do not know. I think 'tis an army heading toward my clan. Scattered, most likely, to avoid detection. We're right in the thick of it."
He slowed and then leapt into the saddle and pulled Isabel up in front of him. His first instinct was to get to the creek and try to lose the men tracking them. After that, if they followed in the direction of the current, they'd end up at the beach where Eirik said he'd stashed his longship. Hopefully.
"Where are we going? Do you have a plan?"
she asked, her voice tight and worried. He squeezed his arm around her waist.
"We need to get back across the loch. Then I need to get home."
"Not without your allies. Care you cannot attack them on your own."
"I need to be with my clan, Isabel, to defend against these invaders. I need to lead my people. We have spies inside, betrayers. I cannot wait.
And me? She asked. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He only knew one thing.
Safe.
I am safe, with you.
As long as there's breath in my body, aye.
A shrill whistle sounded behind them, and men yelled in the distance, from different directions. Care cursed, and guided Jivla onto the trail they'd walked along yesterday. He let the stallion gallop full out, and they arrived at the creek within minutes. Jivla leapt into the water, and Care directed him against the current, in the opposite direction of the loch, and looked for a way up the other bank that would track the horse's prints. A muddy path appeared, and they climbed it before emerging onto a grassy trail heading north. He scanned the ground as they rode. They needed a place they could veer off the trail again without the warriors in pursuit noticing. When they came across a rocky section, he slowed. In the distance, men yelled to one another, and he fought the urge to rush.
"What are you doing?"
Isabel asked, panic in her voice.
"Shouldn't we be heading back to our boat? 'Tis the other way."
Aye, we will. But first, I want them to think we're heading this way. The fewer men on our heels, the better.
He brought Jivla to a halt near the edge of the trail. A tall, sturdy oak with long branches hung over it. He slid from the saddle and dug into his saddlebag, pulling out 4 small bags with drawstrings.
"What are those for?"
Isabel asked.
To wrap over Jivla's hooves. The material will obscure his tracks.
He crouched and quickly moved around the horse, securing the covers. When he was done, he laid a few stones back in place that his own feet had dislodged, and then mounted again. This time, however, he rose, stood on the horse's back, and pointed to the branch above.
If I lift you, can you climb up, move to the trunk, and make your way down? Follow one of the lower branches as far into the woods as possible.
She nodded, and he helped her up. Jivla stood steady as she bent over to tie her skirt up between her legs. He'd just lifted her when he heard horses splashing in the water down the trail behind them. Isabel wrapped her legs around the trunk.
"Go,"
she said as she pulled herself up.
"I can manage."
A shout filled the air, and he glanced over his shoulder.
They've found our trail.
When he looked back, Isabel had already crawled halfway to the trunk of the tree. He wanted to shout instructions to her, tell her to hide, but she was an intelligent, resourceful woman. She didn't need his guidance. He sat and urged Jivla forward, breaking into a gallop. Ahead, the trail veered to the right. Care leaned forward over the stallion's neck and held on, his knees pressing tightly to the horse's sides.
"Gyar Lem!"
he commanded, directing the stallion to the left rather than following the trail. The horse jumped a good 20 paces into a small grassy clearing, and then raced into the woods. Care found the densest foliage to hide behind and watched, breath held, as 15 enemy warriors passed by. He couldn't tell if the man with the scars was among them. After they disappeared, he removed the bags from Jivla's feet and circled back through the woods to find Isabel. She was still up in the tree, but on a branch thick with leaves that extended far into the woods.
"Do you think that's all of them?"
she asked, as she lowered herself onto the saddle and settled in front of him. She sounded anxious, and for a moment Care considered lying to her. But she deserved to know. And if anyone could handle the truth, it was her.
"Nay, lass,"
he said, as he directed Jivla toward the loch and spurred him into a trot.
"I think we'll come across small pockets of them throughout the forest. Some will know we're here, and will be looking for us. Some won't. They're heading in secret toward my clan. I had hoped more would follow our false trail."
"How can we possibly make it back to our boat with so many of them out there?"
"We will not have to. Eirik told me he left his boat on a beach not far from here. I'm hoping he hasn't moved it. We should be able to make it there without too much trouble." Now he was lying to her. "Whate'er happens, I'll keep you safe, Isabel."
They moved as swiftly and quietly as possible, staying off the game trails. Oftentimes, Care relied on Jivla to let him know when someone was approaching. His stallion would tense, turn his head or swivel his ears. Several times they had to hide as enemy warriors rode past. One of the groups had upwards of 50 men. They hid behind a thick, prickly bush to avoid being seen. Kerr had his sword in hand and his dagger clenched between his teeth, ready to fight. One young soldier stopped to pick some berries and almost lost his life because of it. When it was safe, they continued on, always keeping the creek on their left, but staying away from the bank.
"Are they heading toward the loch too?" she whispered. "Will they have a boat there?"
"Nay, I do not think so. They'd need several big ships to get them across, and that would draw too much attention. They'll ride to the end of the loch, and from there head straight toward Clan McAllister."
"How will they get through your borders?"
"They'll have a way, same as they snuck through Callum's borders last year, and through your borders in the spring."
"And they were defeated both times, and before that, against Darragh and Lachlan. We'll defeat them this time too, Kerr."
"Aye, lass. I promised you a clan to lead by my side. I willna be losing it now, and I willna leave our people at risk."
She squeezed the hand he rested on her waist.
"Nay, we will not."
Isabel could smell the loch and knew they were close to the beach. Thank God. As deathly afraid of the water as she was, she couldn't wait to get on the boat and away from their enemy. She would worry about drowning once they were out of range of any arrows or daggers, like the one Kerr currently held in his fist. She knew they'd be vulnerable once they reached the beach, and she prayed they'd be able to find the boat easily. A fine tremor ran through Givla, and she leaned forward and stroked her hand along his neck, trying to calm him. She understood how he felt. Behind her, Kerr stiffened, and he tugged on the reins, so the stallion veered into a copse of birch trees. "Shh," he whispered to her. "Not again." She closed her eyes and swallowed. Never again would she bemoan the fact that she hadn't been trained to fight. Swords and knives flying at her head in real life wasn't nearly as exciting as it was when she imagined it happening on some great adventure. She heard horses approaching, and then a twig snap. Lifting her lids, she squinted through her lashes toward the trail. Kerr had warned her that if he was forced to fight, she would have to dismount. As much as she wanted to hide away, she needed to see what was happening in case she had to get down in a hurry. 4 burly warriors on sturdy horses were passing their copse about 15 paces away, and she squeezed her lips together to stop a fearful squeak from escaping. If any of them were to glance in their direction, surely they would be seen. The cluster of birch had small gaps between the trees, and while the huge stallion blended into the shadows, it was now midday, and the sun was bright. One of the other horses swiveled its ears and then turned its head toward them. It let out a nicker. Unlike Kerr, its rider ignored the warning. Happily, Givla did not respond. Kerr had been focused and abrupt since they'd been on the run, and while his attitude and demeanour, his intensity, had irked and even scared her in the past, in the face of real danger she found it comforting. She knew that this man, her almost husband, although she planned to argue that fact when the time was right, would keep her alive. The fact that he'd tricked her into handfasting him, under questionable circumstances, could be sorted out when they were safe. The last rider was almost past them when a bird trilled above their heads. Kerr tensed even further when the grim-looking warrior glanced up at the sound. After a moment he dropped his gaze down again. But then realization hit, and he spun his head back toward them, eyes wide. Kerr's dagger quickly lodged itself into his forehead, knocking the man backward. Before he even hit the ground, another dagger pierced the rider in front of him in the side of the neck. That man let out a strangled yelp as he fell, blood squirting out from the wound and alerting the 2 men ahead of him to the danger. Kerr's third dagger missed by inches as his next target spun around. Isabel found herself dislodged from Givla without even a warning. She landed on her feet and took several unsteady steps back, as the stallion leapt past her through the trees. Care was leaning forward, his claymore raised in one hand and his body poised for battle. His huge sword was a perfect fit for such a massive warrior. He charged toward the two remaining soldiers. One of the horses reared back and almost dislodged its rider. When the horse came back down, Care thrust upward with his sword and pierced through the man's body before he had a chance to regain his balance. The last warrior turned and spurred his horse away from the fight. Care leaned over and pulled his still vibrating dagger from the tree it had landed in moments ago and flung it at the retreating soldier. The blade hit the man squarely in the back, and the last of their enemy fell. The sudden silence was deafening, and Isabel stared at the scene of blood and carnage in shock. Like before, once the conflict had started, the men had died at Care's hand in moments, all four of them. She took a deep breath, and then another, wanting to stay strong for him, to show the same kind of clarity and resolve as he had shown. He knew what had to be done to keep her safe, and he was doing it. And she wanted to be worthy of him. Aye, this man, this laird and warrior, had only one thing in mind: to protect her, to protect his clan, and to protect his friends and family. And he succeeded, every single time. He was deadly, yet magnificent. How did I not see this before?
Isabel, come,
he said curtly, his sword hilt already poking up from behind his shoulder.
We have to keep moving.
He retrieved his daggers from the first two men who had died, wiped them on a patch of grass, and then resheathed them along each arm. She tried to step forward, but her knees had weakened, and she didn't think she could walk. Her chin wobbled at her helplessness, and she hugged the tree for support. God's blood! She was back to feeling useless, when yesterday she'd felt invincible. He didn't say a word as he rode back to her, lifted her into place, and then cantered Jeevla to the last man killed, so he could draw his dagger and sheathe it at his waist.
"'Twas necessary to kill him,"
he said gruffly, as if forcing out the words.
"He would have brought more men down upon us, aye."
She nodded, and then had to swallow before speaking.
"Is that the end of it?"
He directed Jeevla off the trail again and kept going before answering.
"I do not know. I suspect there will be men on the beach waiting for us. We'll need to lay low and watch for a while. Try to spot where Eirik might have hidden the boat, and then—"
"And then what?"
she croaked, but she knew what he was going to say.
"Kill as many men as I can, so we can get to the boat unencumbered. Once I decide 'tis time to go, we'll need to move quickly."
She nodded, feeling a heaviness come over her. Or maybe she just stopped trying to fight it. She slumped against him, and his arm tightened around her waist.
"You will not be harmed, Isabel. Ever."
He said it fiercely, like a savage warrior of old, and she knew it to be true. But if something happened, and he did die here today, she would rather die with him than go with the men responsible.
"Care."
She said his name softly, not wanting to alert the enemy, but also because she felt vulnerable, physically and emotionally. But this time she allowed herself to stay with the feelings instead of pushing them down.
"Aye."
"You ne'er doubted me?"
"Of course not. About what?"
Her heart squeezed. He didn't even need to think about it, or know what exactly they were talking about. His actions had shown his true estimation of her, and revealed his true estimation to her.
"That the man had scars on his arm and hand. You ne'er doubted I'd seen them, even though he wasn't one of the dead men at the lean-to. Or that I could get down from that tree without being seen. You left me to crawl out of sight in time and stay out of sight without falling, believing I could do it."
"Aye."
He sounded a little confused, as if he didn't understand why she was even bringing it up, and that made her heart squeeze a little more.
"It means a great deal to me. Thank you."
This time her voice was even softer.
"Always, Isabel.
He stopped and slipped off Jeevla. Then he gave her his hand to help her down. She could see the loch through the break in the trees ahead, and she followed his lead, creeping forward carefully. At the edge of the bluff, he lay on his belly. She did too, and peered through the foliage. The creek they'd been following flowed out into the loch about 20 paces to their left. To her surprise, she couldn't see any men on the beach, and relief flowed through her. Now they just had to find the boat. She turned to him, a wide, excited smile on her face, but he was peering at the sandy beach with a pensive expression. Her smile dipped, and she looked back, trying to understand what he was seeing, or wasn't seeing.
"Did you expect to find men here?"
she whispered. He half shrugged.
Not exactly. The smart thing for them to do would be to stay hidden and draw us out. And if the man who grabbed you is who I think he is, he has proven himself more than smart over the last few years, also shrewd and careful. We cannot underestimate him.
He curled his fingers into circles, and then stacked his hands together like a telescope. With one eye closed, he looked through the tunnel at the beach.
I dinna see him, but he's there. It's where I would be if I were him. He will have assumed we have a boat, and he sent men out to look for it.
He pointed to the side of the beach that stretched out on the other side of the creek from them.
My guess is he started searching at the opposite end from where we are. He thinks we came from the south, which we would have done if we'd landed here instead of where we did. Luck may be on our side this time.
"Which means we're going over there."
She pointed her thumb in the opposite direction. He nodded.
I reconceive we're coming from the north. I think he will have stashed the boat at the end of the beach on this side for a quicker escape. 'Tis more strategic.
"And what you would have done?"
Aye."
He crawled backward, and then rose to a crouch and continued searching the trees, returning periodically to peek over the edge at the beach. Isabel searched too, but other than seeing the actual boat, she didn't know what she was looking for. She wasn't sure she was helping at all. Jeevla followed them sedately, content to munch on whatever patch of grass he found. Isabel suspected he didn't feel at all useless, not like she did. When they reached the end of the beach, and there was nowhere else to look, Care rubbed the back of his neck in frustration.
It must be on the other side of the creek.
She looked deeper into the woods.
"Why couldn't he have hidden it farther in?"
It's a small longship, is he? Made for crossing the North Sea. It will be heavy. He wouldn't have pulled it farther than he had to.
"How far would you have pulled it?"
she asked. His brow puckered a little, but he looked to the beach, and then walked a few paces inland from where they were standing, and then a few more.
Up to about here, I guess.
"Eirik is bigger than you. Stronger than you too, I'd wager."
He winced a little, and she rushed ahead, reassuring him.
"Only a wee bit. But how much farther than you do you think he could have pulled the boat?"
His eyes grew thoughtful, and he nodded. He stepped farther into the woods, and then kept going. When he stopped, he stood about 20 paces away.
Is he?
He called her name softly. She hurried forward. He was staring at a fallen tree and a clump of branches. He reached down and pulled away an armful of twigs and leaves. Underneath, a flat, carved piece of wood stuck out.
"What is that?"
she asked. He rubbed his palm over the wood and then traced the sanded edges with his fingers. A small, satisfied smile curved his lips.
A rudder.
Then he turned to her and kissed her, brief and hard on the lips.
And I wouldn't have found it without you.
Chapter 20.
"How are we going to get it back to him?"
Isabel asked, as she dragged a huge branch off the longship. Care looked up from the dragonhead he'd been studying at the bow of the ship, and found himself hard-pressed not to smile. For a moment he forgot the danger they were in, and just stared at her. She had dirt smeared on her face, a tear in her arrowsade, and dead leaves caught in her hair, which was a tangled mess. She'd never looked more beautiful to him. If only the lasses who'd been vying for his attention all these years had known the way to his heart wasn't through fine clothes, coquettish looks, and pretty curled locks. Nay, he'd trade those any day for a lass with a keen wit, an impertinent tongue, and a desire to see him covered in manure.
"I'm not sure,"
he responded, and then rubbed his chest to ease a twinge of guilt that had lodged there.
"I'll have someone return it once we're back. Hopefully Eirik won't have come looking for it in the meantime and found it stolen."
He grabbed the gunwale, heaved the vessel onto its keel with a grunt, and then let out a soft whistle as he admired its craftsmanship. The man was an explorer, a warrior, and a master shipbuilder. A mast with a sail wrapped around it was secured down the centre of the hull. 4 oars were tucked down beside it. He pulled 2 loose and fitted them through the oar ports for later. He inspected the heavy mast, which was on a hinge and could be easily mounted upright again if needed. He wondered about detaching it entirely to lighten the boat, but it looked like he would need special tools. Besides, it was one thing to steal a man's ship, another to take it apart. Eirik might never forgive him.
"Can you leave him some money for it?"
Isabel asked, as she removed some debris that had fallen into the boat. He'd been pondering that very question. He had more than enough money and jewels on him to cover the cost, but he suspected if Eirik were here, the Norseman would refuse to take it. Good thing he wasn't here.
"I will. A lot of it. And I'll leave a note, too."
He reached into his sporran and pulled out a sack of gold, a goodly price for the boat. He didn't know if Eirik could read, so instead he took out something else and added it to the purse, a curled lock of white blonde hair secured with a blue ribbon. If his brothers had known he carried a part of Isabel with him, he would never have heard the end of it. He dropped the coin purse to the ground and laid a few twigs over it. Eirik would find it.
"How are we going to move it?"
Isabel asked, and he looked up to see her eyeing the boat worriedly. And no wonder. The longship was about 3 times the size of the skiff they'd rowed across, and solidly built. It would have to be to make it safely across the North Sea. He lowered it back to the forest floor, moved to Jivla, and fished a long rope out of his pack.
"Jivla is going to pull. I will push, and you will guide it as best you can. There's a path, of sorts, from where Eirik first pulled the ship up. Rocks have been cleared and stumps removed. The hardest part will be getting it over the lip at the edge and onto the beach, but once we're there, the sand will make it easier."
If we aren't under attack. He was sure that as soon as they appeared on the beach, a cry would go up. They would need speed to get to the water as quickly as possible. That was their only escape. 2 of the enemy's archers were down. He hoped they didn't have more. He turned the rope into a harness and secured it around Jivla's chest and back. Isabel watched him closely. Her fingers moved unconsciously as he looped and pulled the heavy cord. Then he ran the length of it back to the boat and attached it to a metal ring on the prow. They were ready, and his gut felt as knotted as the rope he'd just tied.
"Which side do you want me on?"
Isabel asked, as she tucked her skirts up between her legs again. He couldn't answer. His jaws felt soldered together. What if he was making a mistake? Maybe he should hide here with her for a few days until the soldiers had passed. It would be too late for his clan by then, but he would know for sure that Isabel was safe. She looked at him closely.
"You're worried?"
"Aye. If something should happen to you."
"It willna. You said I would nae be harmed. I believe you."
He groaned and shoved his hands through his hair.
"But what if I'm wrong?"
She stepped toward him and leaned against his body, toes to toes, chest to chest, and wrapped her arms around his back. Turning her head, she rested her cheek above his heart. He sighed and wrapped his arms around her too.
"It's a chance we have to take. If I am to lead your people, You canna sacrifice them for me. 'Tis the other way around. You either leave me here to fend for myself and go save them, or we go together. I'll not have it any other way.
She raised her head and held his gaze.
I will be worthy of them, Care.
His throat was so tight he couldn't speak. If the enemy didn't know she was with him, he might consider leaving her. But they did know, and they would search until they found her. He nodded, and then leaned down and kissed her. She pressed her hand on the nape of his neck and cleaved to him. A shout sounded in the distance, and he braced himself. It was now or never. Care broke off the kiss and hurried to the stern. He raised the ship with a great heave and placed his hands on either side of the dragon's tail that rose at the back.
Keep the ship level if you can. I'll stop Jeevla at the edge of the woods and then push the boat over the bluff. I need to control the descent to the beach so I do not damage the hull.
I'll do my best,
she said, gripping the gunwale and bracing her feet. He whistled, and Jeevla leaned into the harness. Care pushed with all his might, and the boat shifted forward. He dug his feet in, taking one step, then another, until he was practically running. Ahead of him, Jeevla pulled, encouraged by Care's whistles to keep moving. Isabel ran beside the boat, hands on the gunwale as she manoeuvred their path as best she could, a look of concentration on her face. When Jeevla neared the tree line, Care whistled sharply for him to stop. He did, his sides heaving and his haunches quivering. Care kept pushing, using the momentum to turn the boat slightly and shove it up beside his horse.
"Hold it steady,"
he said to Isabel, and then crawled forward to the edge of the bluff. He looked out and spotted 3 warriors crossing the creek. They'd be on them in minutes. He considered going on the offensive and killing them first, but then 2 more men crossed behind them, heading in their direction. He cursed under his breath and looked back to the beach. The water was about 60 paces away, and the drop down to the sand wasn't that far. Isabel could easily jump down on Jeevla. He crawled back and rose beside her, letting the boat rest against his thigh.
"I want you on Jeevla while I lower the boat. When I give the signal, jump down with him and run straight to the water. The rope will pull taut, and he'll slow, but I'll be pushing from behind like before. You'll have to lead him into the loch, but don't expose yourself by sitting up high. Stay as low as possible on his neck."
You'll be exposed,
she croaked.
"Aye, but I'll be moving too fast to hit."
It was a lie, and he could see in her eyes that she knew it. He squeezed her hands.
"Isabel, whate'er you do not shy away from the water. He'll sense your hesitancy and slow down. If he slows, the boat may tip, and we'll ne'er get moving again in time. Keep going straight out to sea. He can swim with you in the saddle. Do not turn around. Do not even look back. I can get to you once we're far enough out."
And if you canna?
"Then close your eyes, dearling, and hold on to his mane. Jeevla is a strong, fast swimmer. I have no doubt he'll get you to the other side safely."
Tears swam in her eyes and trickled down her cheeks. He wiped them with his thumbs, kissed her, and then whispered against her lips,
"We'll live to share our marriage bed, Izzy. I promise you."
Isabel sat high up on Jeevla's shoulders, in front of the harness, and held the rope so it didn't get tangled. Her breath rushed in and out of her lungs, and her heart pounded. She couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. Beside her, Care had nudged Irik's boat as close to the edge of the bluff as possible, and stood with his hands on either side of the dragon tail. His concentration was fierce, and every muscle clenched as he prepared to lower the ship to the beach and get them to safety. His sword poked up behind his head, and a breeze from the water blew his thick, dark hair around his face and shoulders. He looked like a magnificent warrior of old. This was how she would picture him, always.
"Remember,"
he said, his voice rough.
"Stay low, ride as fast as you can into the loch, and keep going. Aim for the other side, Izzy, and do not look back."
She turned forward, closed her eyes briefly, and nodded. Then she stared at the land across the loch. That was where Care wanted her to go. That was her destination. With a grunt, he shifted the boat forward, breaking through the tree line. She looked down at him. She couldn't help herself, and stared at the massive warrior. Her warrior. In a few beats of her heart, he pushed the boat halfway over the bluff, and then lowered the prow smoothly to the sand. The muscles in his shoulders, chest, and arms bulged, and his strong face was etched into a strained grimace. He took a breath and pushed forward again, cutting a line in the sand with the keel. When he reached the edge of the bluff, he shoved the boat forward as far as he could, heaved it up into the air, and then jumped down onto the sand below and caught it against his shoulder. With another grunt, he lowered it all the way down. A yell sounded from across the beach as they were seen, followed by more yelling and sharp whistles. Then men began appearing from different places in the woods, running toward them, their plaids flapping behind them and their weapons raised.
"Go, Izzy, go!"
Care shouted. He began pushing the boat toward the water, letting out his own sharp whistle that pierced her ears and sent Jeevla leaping into motion. She held on tight as the stallion arced over the bluff and landed on the beach beside his master. The boat glided easier this time, and Care was already practically running with it through the sand. Hope burst through her heart. "We're going to make it." Jeevla raced past, and she let go of the rope. It stretched out behind them and then tightened. The jolt almost knocked her off his back, and she had to reseat herself. Behind her, Care whistled at Jeevla to keep pulling. The stallion heaved forward in the harness, and they picked up speed again.
"Get low, Izzy!"
Care yelled at her, and she leaned forward on the horse's neck, keeping pressure on the reins so he stayed on the shortest route to the water. They were about halfway there when she looked back and gasped. Men had streamed onto the beach behind them, all the way along. Too many to fight, maybe 30 of them, some on horses, some on foot, and they were closing in fast. But what scared her the most were 5 men on foot directly behind Care, with their swords out and murderous expressions on their faces. And they were gaining on him. "Behind you!" she screamed, but he didn't stop or turn around. He kept pushing the boat and whistling at Jeevla to keep going. The enemy drew closer to him with every step. Just when she thought it was too late, he lunged forward, shoved the boat as far ahead as he could, and dropped to the sand and rolled. He came up with his daggers in both hands, slicing through the stomach of the man who had tried to jump on top of him, and stabbing his other dagger into the next man's throat. Both warriors fell, and Care hurled the dagger he'd used to kill the first man into another man's chest, stopping him in his tracks. The 2 men following slowed, and Care turned and chased after the boat. She wanted to wait for him, but he yelled, "Faster!" She looked back to the loch and urged Jeevla to keep going. They were almost there. His hooves pounded into wet sand. Finally, and she rejoiced inside. Care would catch up. They would make it. Then something flew past Jeevla's head, and he shied away from it, breaking his rhythm and darting sideways. She almost fell off a second time. The only thing that saved her was that she'd been hanging on so tightly around his neck, and one of her legs had gotten caught in the harness.
"Arrows!"
Care yelled behind her.
"Stay down!"
Terror for him welled within her. She glanced back again. He was pushing on the boat's stern and completely exposed. His feet had just hit the wet sand when another arrow flew through Jeevla's tail. The stallion screamed and reared on his hind legs, and this time she couldn't hold on. She fell back and hung upside down for a moment before her leg wrenched free and she tumbled to the wet sand. Care was there immediately, pulling her clear of Jeevla's hooves. He dragged her behind the boat, which had tipped onto its side, facing them. More arrows landed near them on the beach, making the sand spit. One hit the dragonhead with a loud thunk.
"Don't move!"
he roared at her as he drew his sword. Jeevla was rearing and kicking. still attached to the boat and jerking it around in his panic. Care brought his sword down on the rope, and the stallion leapt free, racing away from them along the water's edge.
"I think he's hit,"
Isabel cried. She crouched at the water's edge behind the gunwale. Gentle waves lapped at her skirt. They were so close. Care looked over the edge, and then ducked down again as another arrow flew through the air where his head had been. He came up immediately with his dagger in his hand and flung it on the same path back toward the archer with a mighty grunt. Isabel peeked up and saw the dagger fly. It passed men with swords, on foot and on horses, until it hit the archer in the shoulder. The man staggered back, his dark hair hanging down on one side of his head, the other side bare. He grabbed the knife hilt with both hands and pulled it out, before dropping the knife and pressing his hand to the wound. Even from this distance, Isabel could see his arm didn't look right. "Is that the man who grabbed me at the cabin?" She couldn't be sure, as Care shoved her down again and then jumped over the boat. She heard swords clashing and men groaning before Care appeared at the boat's prow and yelled, "Move!" He grabbed the dragon by the neck and heaved the vessel toward the water. She scrambled back, her skirts getting soaked as the water rose, and he disappeared again, swords ringing in the air as the battle continued. She heard sobbing, and realized it was coming from her. She tried to stop, but it felt like her heart was breaking, and her stomach was trying to force itself into her throat. Care was on the other side, roaring and grunting. She knew it was him. She knew it. She looked over again and saw men scattered around the boat, dead and dying. Care, his shirt ripped up the back and hanging from him in rags, was pulling a sword out of another man who had fallen. But more warriors were closing in. "There's too many of them." He was cut and bleeding, battered and bruised. When he raised a hand to push his hair out of his face, she saw a tremor run through his muscles along his spine, and he was favouring one side. How many battles had he fought today? How far had he pushed that bloody boat? He tore his shirt off with a loud rip and dropped it to the sand. The same shirt she'd worn yesterday and last night, loving the smell of it, the feel of it, of him against her skin. It couldn't end like this. She crawled to the pointed bow, wedged her shoulder under the gunwale, and pushed with all her might toward the water. The boat barely shifted, until a wave lapped underneath and lifted it. The vessel glided forward and stopped. Then the next wave came, and the next, and before she knew it, she was kneeling in water up to her waist. The boat was partially submerged. She would have to flip it onto its keel. She pushed to her feet, grabbed the gunwale, and tried to force it up, but it was too heavy with the water that was already inside. Lifting her head, she searched for Care, and froze. He had both hands on his huge double-edged sword, swinging in an arc at the enemy, keeping them back for only a moment before they surged forward again, getting closer every time and pushing him another step toward the water. He roared and put on a burst of speed, slicing and stabbing into bodies. The mob fell back, but some of them had crept to the side and were edging around him. He stepped back, trying to stop them, but then the ones in front pressed forward. He towered over them all, his arms longer, his legs longer, his back and shoulders massive, but even he couldn't defeat so many men. She desperately wanted to cry out to him, but she feared she would distract him. She wanted to run to him, to help him, but she knew he would protect her and not himself. She tried again to right the ship, but ended up slipping and crashing into the gunwale. Pain thudded through her arm and chin, but it was dulled, muffled through heartache and sorrow, through fear that this mighty Highlander was going to die because of her. If she hadn't left the castle, if she hadn't insisted on staying once they were here, if she had married him 2 years ago when she knew he wanted her to. A big man darted past Care and tried to get to her. Care released his sword with one hand and flung his last dagger, hitting him in the back, But now 3 more men were right on top of him. He kicked and punched, knocking 2 of them back, but the 3rd man landed a heavy blow to his stomach, and Care staggered, tripped over the body of the man he'd just killed, and went down. The attacker lifted his sword and brought it down triumphantly, but Care rolled, grabbed the dagger from the other man's back, and stabbed it into his stomach. He rolled again, onto his knees, but a sword arced down toward his neck. She screamed, and saw a flash of white, a blur of teeth. The man with the sword fell back, as Sieve launched herself at his throat with a ferocious snarl. Blood jetted up, drenching the huge, savage wolf, and the men at the front of the attack yelled in terror. Some tried to run, others stabbed at her with their swords, but she was fast and deadly, and tore through the enemy. Then Isabel heard pounding hooves, and a thundering voice yelling in another tongue, a war cry. She looked over, and saw Eirik, his long dark hair streaming out behind him, and that giant axe held aloft in his hand, riding Jeevla toward them along the wet sand like Lucifer after a sinner.
"Care!"
she sobbed.
"It's Eirik!"
Care had pulled himself up again and resumed the battle, both hands on his sword, carving into the enemy with renewed vigour. Their attackers fell back under the new assault, some scattering like rats, as Eirik on Jeevla dove into the fray, hacking and slicing with speed and accuracy. The last few men turned and raced toward the trees, Sieve snapping at their hamstrings. Isabel watched them run, her chest heaving as she sobbed. On the bluff, she saw the archer Care had hit with his dagger, sitting slumped over on a great white charger. And there were more men on the bluff. What were they waiting for?
"Is it over?"
she cried.
"Are they leaving?"
Care turned and ran through the water toward her, his eyes never leaving hers, a shattered expression on his face. He was covered in blood, and this time she knew some of it was his. He scooped her up into his arms, her feet dangling, and squeezed her so tight she could barely breathe. He dropped his head into the crook of her neck and shuddered, his breath sawing in and out of his lungs in strangled gasps. She hugged him back as hard as he hugged her, her arms crushing his shoulders and the nape of his neck, and she cried like her world was ending, which it almost had. He fell to his knees, still holding her, the water swirling around their waists. Slowly, his breathing eased. "Never again, Isabel," he croaked. "Do you hear me? You will never be in danger like that again." Something hit the back of Care's head and jingled. She glanced down and saw the bag of gold he'd left in the woods for Eirik sinking through the water to the sand below. Care scooped it up and peered back at Eirik. "You steal my boat and leave me gold?" the huge Norseman asked from the water's edge, hands on his hips and a disgusted look on his face. Jeevla stood behind him, and Sieve sat on her haunches at his side. Her head reached his waist. "Min asker cannot be bought. She is priceless." He held up what looked like long, curled blonde hair. Her hair, tied in a blue ribbon. "For this, however, I will give you a ride across the loch." And then he laughed heartily. Sieve bounded toward them into the water and dunked under the surface. She jumped up with a splash and an excited bark. Darting close, she nipped at Isabel's sleeve, nuzzled her ear, and then licked Care's face. Care dug his hand into her scruff and playfully shook her head, before he yanked her close and kissed the side of her nose. The wolf jumped away, swimming deeper into the loch. When she returned, she rose to her feet and shook her fur, getting water everywhere. Isabel laughed and hugged Care, but the laughter soon turned into another sob, and she pressed her hand to her mouth. "Enough, Isabel." Care gave her one last tight squeeze before standing with her and setting her back a step. He quickly splashed water over his face, chest, and arms until the blood was rinsed away. She could see the actual cuts on him, and there were many, although most were not deep. When he saw the concerned expression on her face, he kissed her briefly and said,
"Do not worry, love. I've had worse."
He turned to the boat and pulled it upright, the water sloshing around inside. Eirik splashed into the loch and grabbed the gunwale.
"Never before has there been so much water in Min Asker, not even when I crossed the sea from Normandy. Let's dump it before they regroup," Kerr said. "They must be waiting for reinforcements. There are bands of them scattered throughout the woods. Yeah, we saw them. We would have been here sooner, but they were in our way."
Kerr cleared his throat.
"Thank God you came when you did."
"I thanked them all," Eirik said.
"Freya, in particular. She urged us on."
They lifted the boat and turned it over so the water dumped out. One of the oars fell, and Isabel pulled it toward her before they righted the vessel. Shouting sounded from the bluff, and when she saw the white charger jump onto the sand, she gripped Kerr's arm. But only a few men followed the horse away from the bluff, and the man reined in his mount. Eirik glanced over his shoulder.
"They are afraid of Siv, yeah? And they should be. She is a fierce warrior, but it will not last forever."
Siv charged to the edge of the wet sand and spread her feet in an aggressive stance. Her tail pointed stiffly behind her, and her head slightly lowered. She growled ferociously. Isabel hoped the sound would carry.
"Can we go now?"
she asked nervously.
"Aye."
Kerr lifted her by the waist, and she let out a surprised yelp. He put her in the boat, and then whistled sharply for Jivla. The stallion's ears pricked up, and he sloshed forward through the water. He still wore his harness, and the extra rope was folded on his back. Kerr fastened it to the dragon's tail. Then he pressed his cheek to Jivla's and murmured soft, soothing words. The stallion blew out a sigh and leaned into him. The sight made Isabel tear up again. After a moment, Kerr climbed into the boat with his saddlebag, followed by Siv, who curled up in the stern. Isabel handed him a set of oars, which he quickly slid into the ports, before doing the same for a second set that she assumed Eirik would use. Another whistle sounded behind them, and this time more men appeared and started running down the beach toward them, their weapons raised.
"Move to this end with Siv, Kerr Dottir,"
Eirik said to Isabel, sounding as calm as he had when he was cooking rabbits. She clambered over the benches, 3 in total, her sodden skirts slowing her down as Eirik pushed the ship into the water and then jumped over the gunwale from the side. Her stomach clenched as the boat rocked, and she closed her eyes. By the time she had settled down in the aft with Siv, Eirik and Kerr had found a quick, steady rhythm. They rowed so fast that the wind blew against her wet hair and clothes, and she shivered from the cold. When she felt brave enough to look behind them, she was afraid she'd see arrows flying through the air. But they were out of range, and the enemy had stopped their pursuit about halfway to the water and stood staggered on the beach, dwindling in size with every pull of the oars. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe, and soon they'd be back at her castle, and Kerr could ride out with the force of his allies at his side. After what they had been through, he would realize he couldn't fight this enemy alone. He would never want to leave her side again. Chapter 21.
"How did you find the sack of gold I left you?"
Kerr asked Eirik quietly from the bench behind him. They were about halfway across the loch, angling southwest with no other boats in sight. Isabel had settled against Siv, and while she wasn't sleeping, she looked done in, and he didn't want to rouse her. Putting down his oars, Eirik turned in his seat and faced him. Kerr continued to paddle slowly, so they stayed ahead of Jivla, who swam strongly behind the boat. He, on the other hand, was tired. He needed to conserve his strength for the long, hard days ahead of him.
"Siv found it and brought it to me,"
Eirik said, rolling his shoulders and then stretching his arms to the sky. Care shot him a quizzical look.
But you weren't coming from that direction. After that, she chased some of the men into the woods when you were busy with Isabel. She must have smelled it. You put an actual piece of her in with the gold. Do you want it back?
He reached into his pocket for the lock of Izzy's hair.
Nay, you keep it, and anything else that is mine. Anything. If you hadn't arrived when you did, I would be dead, and they would have her.
A shudder ran through him as he said it. Eirik leaned forward and squeezed his arm, and then said solemnly,
I would ask for your firstborn, but with my luck, the child would end up looking like you rather than Isabel. Aye, 'tis true,
Care said with a snort, and Eirik sat back laughing. Isabel glanced over at them, looking lovely despite her bedraggled appearance. She was covered in one of Eirik's furs, which would keep the cold out, but lying against a wet wolf in wet clothes couldn't be comfortable. He needed to speak to her, and when he thought about what he had to do, how he had to let her go, a heaviness fell upon him. He sighed, put down the oars, and opened his sporran.
I have my mother's jewels with me, passed down from her grandmother. I had intended to give them to Isabel when the time was right, but—
Eirik squeezed Care's hand shut over the opening.
Thor stones! Close your bloody bag!
Then he picked up his oars and continued to paddle forward.
You will not take anything?
Care asked.
Nay. You're certain?
Eirik shot him a dark look, and Care finally closed his sporran. He let it drop between his legs and raised his hand to scrub through his beard.
I need one more thing from you.
Eirik raised his brow.
If this one more thing is what I think it is, she will not be happy. And if she is unhappy, Siv will be unhappy. And I love my wolf.
Care couldn't help smiling.
But you'll do it. Yeah, of course. I would ask the same for my wife.
Care let out a sigh of relief, and then reached across and clasped the Norseman's arm.
Thank you. I cannot stand to see her in any more danger. Do you know where her castle is? Yeah. My foster brothers and foster father should still be there. I'll write a note for you to give to them.
He pulled his saddlebag toward him and opened it. After searching through it, he found a piece of parchment, and in a separate case, a small quill with a stoppered bottle of ink. He laid the ink on the bench beside him, dipped his quill, and started writing. After a few minutes, Eirik asked, How will you stop Isabel from getting off the boat when we land? She is a determined woman. She will not listen to you when you tell her to stay with me. Care signed the letter, laid it aside, and repacked his quill.
I'll swim.
On Eirik's quizzical look, he lowered his voice and continued.
She's afraid of the water. If I jump in and swim to shore with Jivla, she cannot follow me.
His friend raised his brow.
Your wife will not be happy, and from what I hear, she is vengeful. She will make you pay for this choice.
He said it with such relish that Care couldn't help smiling.
She isna my wife. Not really. I tricked her into hand-fasting me, and the marriage wasn't consummated. But you're right. She will take it upon herself to show me my folly. Yeah, as I said, your wife.
Care huffed out a breath, halfway between a laugh and a sigh. He didn't know exactly what Isabel would do, but he had no doubt about what he had to do. Pointing toward a distant spot on the opposite shore, he said,
Do you see the point where the land juts into the loch? Row in that direction. There's a beach before the promontory, with a trail that will lead to Clan McAllister. I'll jump out as you row past. It will not be too far a swim. Everything will get wet, Eirik said. I'm already wet, and everything will dry. All right, but you should tell her first, yeah? I do not want her angry with me for the rest of the trip.
Care looked over and saw that she was alert and watching them, and she had a suspicious frown on her face, which was better than the blank, almost stunned expression she'd worn before. Still, he groaned silently.
"I'll tell her now."
"What are you two whispering about o'er there?"
she asked. Kerr folded the parchment and handed it to Eirik. Then he crawled past him toward Isabel. The Norseman moved to Kerr's empty seat and picked up the oars. Isabel's eyes widened as the boat rocked, and she gripped the gunwale above her, as if that would stop the movement. When he sat down, and the boat stilled, she released a pent-up breath.
"You look pensive,"
she said. He hesitated, and then slid off the bench and squeezed in beside her, nudging them over. Siv grunted and gave him an annoyed look. With a flick of her tail in his face, she hopped over the benches in the other direction. The boat rocked again, as Kerr repositioned himself. Isabel closed her eyes this time, and a white line formed around her pinched mouth. When Kerr grasped her hand, she squeezed it so hard he thought he might be bruised. So worth it.
"I know this longship is well built and sturdier than the smaller one we rowed across on the way there,"
she said, sounding a little breathless.
"but it moves so smoothly through the water. I almost feel as if I'm in the water, if that makes sense."
"It does," he said, "especially as you're sitting on the hull, so you're actually below the surface."
"'Tis very disconcerting."
"Aye. Do you want to sit on the bench?"
he asked. She shook her head.
"I think it would be worse to see the water roll around me, and I do not want the boat to rock any more."
"Then come here, love. Lean against me. I'll be your anchor."
He put his arm around her, and she snuggled into his chest. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes.
"We are fortunate to be alive, Isabel. When I think how close—"
"Shh, Kerr. We're safe, and together."
"But we shouldn't be. This whole thing is my fault."
"Nay, 'tis my fault. I'm the one who set out to trick you, to get you on that boat. And then once we were on the other side, I refused to go back. I caused this. Me."
"Nay, sweetling. You were only reacting to all the things I've done to you over the years. You were right about everything. I didn't see it at first, but I was no different than my father." She gasped and fisted her hand in his damp shirt.
"Do not say that. You are nothing like your father."
"Perhaps I didn't kill anyone, but I manipulated situations to keep suitors away from you, like you said. And I controlled and intimidated people with my physical presence and my words. I was happy other men were afraid of me."
Isabel sighed.
"If we are telling truths, then so was I."
His brow rose.
"Truly?"
"Aye. It allowed me a certain amount of freedom. I didn't have a steady stream of suitors vying for my attention, and I didn't have any pressure to make a decision. Everyone left us to sort it out ourselves, which meant I had a lot of time to do whatever I wanted."
He grasped her hands.
"But dinna you see? That's where everyone went wrong. They shouldn't have assumed anything about you, and you shouldn't have felt any pressure, by me or anyone else. You're a strong, intelligent woman, and you have the right to control your own destiny, exactly as your mother wanted. I tried to take that away from you, and look where we ended up."
"On a rickety boat, with a bloodthirsty wolf and a mad outlander."
"I heard that,"
Eirik said. Kerr huffed out a laugh. Isabel too. But then he sobered.
"If another woman had done to me what I did to you, I would have been upset, to say the least. If they had rowed me across a lake against my will, and then tricked me into handfasting them, I would have hated them."
"Even if it had been me?"
"Nay, never."
He raised his hands and trailed his fingers down her face.
"Isabel, everything I've done, I did thinking it was the best for us. But I understand now how misguided that was, how controlling. And I'm so sorry, love. There is no us. There ne'er was."
She inhaled sharply and pulled away from him, a confused and hurt frown forming on her brow. He scrubbed a hand over his face.
"I'm messing this up. I'm sorry, again. What I'm trying to say is, I will not hold you to the hand fasting. No one needs to know about it. Ever. You are free."
A sick feeling twisted inside Isabel. She didn't feel happy or free, or in charge of her own destiny. Instead, she felt a rising sense of panic, and her mind was spinning so fast and out of control she could barely concentrate on anything Care was saying. Something cold pressed into her palm, breaking through to her, and she looked down to see a gold ring.
"'Twas my mother's," he said. "Not from my father, but from her grandmother, whom she adored."
He turned the ring over, and she gasped at the beauty of the large amethyst, a rich purple colour, perfectly shaped and unblemished. Surrounding it were tiny crystals and freshwater pearls.
"I want you to have it. Not as a promise, but so that when next I see you, if you're wearing this ring, I'll know that you welcome my attention. If you're not wearing it, you needn't say anything to me at all. I'll leave, I promise you, and I'll ne'er speak of it again."
He closed her fingers over the ring.
"You're free, Isabel. You decide what's best for you. You do not owe me or anyone else anything."
She looked up at him, feeling gutted. He was letting her go, just like that, when all she wanted was for him to hold her. And what did he mean, "when next I see you"? He gently cupped her cheeks, his gaze roaming her face as if to remember this exact moment. Then he lowered his head and kissed her, a simple press of their lips together. He didn't push, he didn't increase the heat between them, or slide his tongue inside her mouth. Nay, it wasn't that kind of kiss. This kiss cherished her, revered her, but it was also a kiss of partings, and when she realized that, she pulled back from his embrace, not in rejection, but in fear. He was not leaving her. Nay. He slid his palm to the nape of her neck and held her still.
"I love you, Isabel McKinnon. I always have, and I always will. And if you choose to wear my ring, I swear I'll be a better man than I have been, and a better husband to you in the future."
Then he kissed her one last time. She closed her eyes, stunned, and unable to make her tongue work. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her throat had thickened with emotion. He loves me. But then he released her. Moving quickly, he leaned over the edge and unfastened Jeevla's lead from around the dragon's tail. "Care!" she croaked, reaching out to him as he stepped away. He held onto the lead and directed Jeevla to the front of the boat. Eirik lifted the oars as he went by and let the boat drift. Then he nudged Sieve with his foot, who bounded over the seats to plop down beside Isabel and nuzzle her with her nose. The boat still rocked, but this time Isabel kept her eyes open and on Care. She slid forward onto her knees, her hands gripping the seat in front of her. She tried not to look at the empty expanse of water around them. "What are you doing?" If they were anywhere but on a boat surrounded by water, she would grab his arm and demand he tell her what was going on. They were still hours away from her land and their allies. "Please come here!" She'd intended it to be an order, but it came out pleading. When he picked up his saddlebag and threw it over his shoulders, panic beat in her chest and propelled her forward. She crawled over the benches toward him, desperately trying to not see the water all around them. Eirik steadied her as she went by, and then moved to the opposite end of the ship next to Sieve. "Care!" she said again, straddling the last bench and clenching his shirt. He wasn't wearing his boots or socks, and was busy stuffing his plaid into his saddlebag. Her panic increased. What is he planning? But deep down she knew, and her hand trembled. The ring fell from her fingers and landed with a clang on the bottom of the boat. She leaned down for it. It was his mother's, but it rolled away, and she had to let go of him to reach it. When she grabbed it, she shoved it onto her thumb, a tight fit, so she wouldn't drop it again. She wanted him to see it there, and know that she had made a decision. She was choosing him. And where he went, she went. The boat dipped suddenly, and she let out a startled yelp. She tried to grab onto him again, but he'd stepped onto the keel and was lowering himself into the water. She grasped his arm, still wrapped over the gunwale, her fingers stiff as talons.
"No," she squeaked. "You're not going without me, especially without your brothers and Gregor by your side. You'll be killed."
My allies will come, Isabel. You and Eric will tell Gavin what has happened. They'll arrive only a day or two behind me.
"But that might be too late."
Leaving my people without their laird for even one more day will be too late. I need to protect them, Isabel.
"I need to protect them too. I'm their lady. 'Tis my right."
Not after what happened. Isabel, I let you put my clan.
"Our clan."
First, because I was selfish enough to want you as my lady, leading beside me no matter what. I put them before you, and you almost died. Do you know what those men might have done to you? How you might have been treated? I couldn't save you. I was as good as dead. Eirik saved you, not me. Sieve saved you.
"Eirik is not my husband. You are."
Nay, I'm not. I tricked you.
"I do care."
I do.
He grasped her hand in his, as gently as he could, and kissed it.
Tell your brother and the others what has happened, and tell them to hurry.
He released her hand and pushed away from the side of the boat. She stretched out her arm, tried to grab him back, but he was out of reach.
"Care!"
she screamed.
"Come back!"
But he turned away from her and started swimming toward the shore, Jeevla's lead gripped in his teeth.
Come, Lady Isabel,
Eirik said behind her, his voice gentle.
Please, sit down.
But she ignored him, edging closer to the gunwale, the lapping of the water against the hull sounding to her ears like the loudest hammer in the smithy. He couldn't leave her. He was her husband. Her place was at his side, and with their clan. And he loves me. Finally, he'd said the words.
"Care Angus, Finian McAllister!"
she yelled, letting go of the gunwale and rising near the edge. Her words were loud and strong, and her fear and panic faded. He turned his head and looked at her, his stroke faltering when he saw her on the gunwale, her chin raised, her shoulders back.
"You forget yourself, husband. You do not decide what is best for me. I decide."
Then she jumped off the boat. Care launched himself toward Isabel before she even hit the water, the blood surging in his veins and pushing him faster, harder than ever before. But the distance between them was too great, and she plunged beneath the black waves. Fear squeezed his chest and shoved upward into his throat, choking him. Where was she? He should have known she would jump, known she would go with him no matter what. Isabel always went after what she wanted. But how could he have anticipated this? She was deathly afraid of deep water. She broke the surface and dragged in a great gulp of air.
"Care!"
she screamed, her arms flailing and her breath sputtering.
I'm coming, Isabel! Hold on!
But she dipped under again. She always did, no matter how hard she tried to stay afloat. He dove down and saw her sinking, her arrowsade tangled around her and stopping her from kicking her legs. He grasped her hand and tugged her up, wrapping an arm around her waist and swimming for the surface. They broke through together, and Isabel heaved air into her lungs, then coughed and spewed out water. She clung tightly to Care's neck, her head on his shoulder, her legs around his waist. Sieve had jumped in too, but she stayed back. Eirik drew the boat closer. He reached an oar out to them.
"Hold on to this,"
he said, keeping the blade steady. Care hooked his elbow over the paddle and rested there, working to get his heart rate under control. He caught Eirik's eye, who shrugged.
"It is as I said. She is not happy to be left behind. Do you want me to take her back and tie her down?"
Nay,
Isabel protested, and then started coughing again.
I'm going with you.
Care ground his teeth together. She would jump in again if he tried to leave her. But what would happen to the Norseman if he arrived at McKinnon Land with Isabel trussed up? They would have his head. He couldn't ask his friend to do that. He shoved his wet hair back and looked over his shoulder. Givla was still swimming for shore, but the stallion could easily veer off course. Or the rope could get caught between his legs. He couldn't wait much longer. He had to decide now.
"God's blood, Isabel! You could have drowned."
Aye.
"Aye. That's all you have to say about it. I had to let go of Givla's lead. He isna safe out there on his own."
He released the oar, and they sank back into the water. She let out a fearful gasp.
"Do you plan to swim to shore?"
he asked, as he stroked through the water with one arm until he reached the boat's prow. It was a rhetorical question, and she didn't respond other than to look guilty. Good. He grasped onto the ring at the front and called out to Eirik.
"Can you row ahead of the stallion so I can secure him?" "Yeah, but wait. Sieve has your pack."
The Norseman hauled the wolf back into the boat, with Care's saddlebag in her jaws. Eirik tossed the bag to the bow, and it caught on the gunwale. Care reached up and slipped it over his shoulder. He hadn't even realized it had floated away. Sitting back down, Eirik picked up the oars and headed toward Givla. Isabel squeezed Care tighter when they moved, and something cold and hard pressed into the side of his neck. He looked down, but all he could see was her fist. He lifted his hand to investigate, and when he felt his mother's ring on her thumb, his ring, happiness burst through him, which was opposite to how he wanted to feel right now. She'd put herself in danger. Again. He wanted to nurse that anger. He tried to tamp the joy down, but it still smouldered like an ember in his gut. Maybe she put the ring on so it wouldn't fall off. Maybe she planned to remove it once they landed. Or maybe she would keep it on for the rest of her life, which could have ended a few minutes ago and might still end any time between now and when he killed the men who were trying to kill them. His anger returned full force. Good. Maybe he should consider Eirik's offer to tie her up and return her to Gavin. They passed the stallion, and he spoke gentle words to the horse so as not to spook him. When they were a little ahead of him, Care let go, and Eirik backed off with the boat.
"Do you see the lead?"
Care asked him.
"Yeah, it is trailing behind him on the far side."
Care moved over, and then grasped Isabel's arm and tried to move her around him, but she hung on tight.
"Get behind me, Izzy. Hold on to my shoulders, not my neck."
She shifted reluctantly. He could feel the vein in her wrist thrumming onto his thumb when he held her arm, hear her panicked gasps, and feel the quick puffs against his wet neck when she tucked in close to him. He spoke soft, slow words to calm her, like he had to Givla.
"No sudden moves,"
he said, as Givla approached them. He grasped the lead near the stallion's head, and then gathered it up. The horse blew out a breath when he neared, and Care gently rubbed his cheek.
"I want you to move over into the saddle," he said. "You're going to ride him like you would on land, but hold on to his mane, not the reins, so you do not pull his head. If you feel like you're going to float away, squeeze your legs against his sides. We'll be ashore in no time."
"I willna be too heavy?"
she asked, and he noticed her teeth had started to chatter.
"Nay, the water will take much of your weight. Pull your skirts up so they do not trap your legs."
He floated next to the stallion, kicking to stay abreast with him, and rested a comforting hand on his withers.
"I'm ready,"
Isabel said, and then slid her leg and arm over Givla's back, grasped his mane and let go of Care. Care drifted away, wanting to give the stallion more space. Isabel had a moment of panic, and he calmly said,
"Hold his mane and grip with your legs. If something happens, I will dive under and drag you up again."
She nodded jerkily. He raised his gaze and met Irik's. The Norseman was standing in his boat watching them, Sieve on the bench beside him. He inclined his head in farewell.
"You are a good man, Cairn McAllister. I will tell your brothers and Gregor MacLeod what has happened here, and give them your note. I cannot thank you enough, friend. Godspeed. Ja, until we meet again."
He raised his hand in farewell, and Cairn did the same. Eirik sat down and grabbed the oars. He turned the ship and began rowing away, picking up speed. Sieve moved to the stern and watched them. Then she tilted back her head and howled. Givla's ears twitched, and he jerked his head at the sound. Isabel squeaked and gripped his mane harder.
"You're all right,"
Cairn said.
"Both of you."
Then he put the lead in his mouth and struck out for shore. Chapter 22. Isabel shook out Cairn's almost dry plaid and carefully laid it on top of another plaid that she'd spread on the floor of the cave. She kneeled down, pleased with the softness of the makeshift bed, and then flattened out any ripples in the material. She wanted everything to be as close to perfect as possible for Cairn's return. A small fire, encased in a ring of rocks, burned in the centre of the cave, and she glanced around the enclosure, looking for something else to do. She'd already cleaned up the area as best she could, and laid out her arrowsade beside the fire to finish drying, as well as Cairn's saddlebag, his sporran, and everything that had been inside them, including a hairbrush, which she would take advantage of later. Outside, a horse nickered in greeting, and she rushed to the cave's entrance. Fortunately, the sky was clear and the moon bright, and she easily made out Givla a few feet away, loosely tied to a tree outside the cave. Cairn's large figure approached, carrying an impossibly big load of wood. The sight made her shiver, and that soft place between her legs swelled and tightened with need. She couldn't wait for him to come inside. During their swim to shore, she'd been too frightened to think about anything except drowning, but after that had come long hours riding Givla, in which all she could think about was seducing her husband, especially when his big body had been pressed tightly behind her in the saddle. Although the sight of him jogging through the forest beside the stallion in his thin white shirt that fell midway down his thighs had been just as arousing and inspiring. She'd had so many ideas she didn't know where to start. She quickly loosened the tie of her white linen shift so the neck fell open, and then fluffed out her tangled hair, hoping that the light from the fire would shine through the thin material and reveal a sight too tempting for him to resist. She intended to become Lady McAllister in more than name tonight. He glanced up, and when he stumbled upon seeing her, she dipped her head to hide her smile. "Are you well?" she asked.
"Aye,"
he said huskily.
"I tripped on a rock. It's been a long day."
She stepped back as he drew near, dropping her lashes enough to be seductive. "Come in, then. I've made our bed. You can lie down and I'll rub your brow." He stopped abruptly and turned to her, one eyebrow rising.
"I've known you since you were 2 months old, Isabel McKinnon, and I've ne'er heard such a tone from you, or ever imagined you'd utter such words."
She pouted, trying to make it look pretty. His other eyebrow rose.
"Or make a face like that."
Her eyes narrowed, and her hands flew to her hips. He grinned.
"That's more like it."
Then he dumped the extra wood by the fire. "Should I just take my shift off, then?" she asked, pleased to see his head jerk up and his grin disappear. She started to gather the material in her hands, raising the hem inch by inch, biting her lip to stop her satisfied smirk when his shirt quickly tended out in front of him.
"Nay."
"Are you sure, husband dear?"
She raised it over her knees and kept pulling. His skin had flushed, and his eyes, fixed on her bare flesh, glittered in the firelight.
Isabel, wait, please.
She pulled the material up another few inches, her thighs almost fully revealed now, and teased him with the darker depths hidden beneath. Just when it seemed as if she would pull the shift all the way up, she turned to their bed, put an extra swing in her hips as she walked toward it, and sat on the plaid.
"I'll wait, but only if you bring me the hairbrush and come sit with me."
Care exhaled a long, pent-up breath and rubbed his hands over his face.
I do not think that's a good idea. We're both tired, and we canna wash before bed.
"We were swimming earlier today."
And since then I've run through the forest, gathered up 2 loads of firewood and been on a horse. You have too.
Her eyes fell on the full flask hanging from his belt. They'd finished the ale on the trail when they'd eaten their meal of cheese and apples, and since then he'd found water and filled it up. She'd wager he'd washed himself too. 'Twas in his nature. She rose to her knees, lifted her hem again, and then ripped off a piece of linen from the bottom. She held out her arm toward him.
"I'll wash for you then, dearling. Please, pass me the water."
His Adam's apple bobbed. He tried to speak, but his voice cracked. He cleared it and then said,
You do not have to do that.
"I want to, and then I can wash you."
Isabel,
he said, sounding pained. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling and muttered something beneath his breath before saying,
I'm hungry. We haven't had much to eat today.
She barely held back her grin.
"You can eat me."
His gaze came crashing down, and he seemed to grow bigger, more intense, if that were possible. She used to be afraid of him when he got like this, but now she liked it. All that intensity and attention turned on her, and when he'd been fighting for their lives, she'd welcomed the extra fierceness.
I do not think you know what that means,
he growled.
"I do not think you want me to know what that means,"
she countered.
Have you done it before?
She laid the cloth down and sat back on her hip.
"Come over here and I'll tell you. I promise to stay on my side of the bed, for now."
He took a predatory step toward her, and she shivered, the muscles clenching down low in her belly. Aye, she liked him like this a lot.
"And do not forget to bring me the brush."
He picked it up and then trudged toward her. It wasn't that he didn't want her. That much was obvious, temptingly so. But he was fighting something within himself, a conflict he hadn't had this morning when they'd almost tucked back at the cottage. What has changed? No doubt it had something to do with her almost getting killed, or maybe her near drowning, or the danger they were riding into at his clan. But none of that mattered. She would always win this battle, because she had a secret weapon. He loved her. He'd said the words, and he couldn't take them back.
What are you smiling like that for?
He asked, as he released his belt and pulled his sword and scabbard over his head. He laid them beside the plaid, and then sat on the farthest edge, before tossing her the brush.
"Like what?"
she asked as she caught it, curious to know what she'd been projecting.
You looked smug.
Smug? She didn't like the sound of that.
Aye, but also excited and happy.
That was better. She started working the bristles through her tangles.
"I am excited and happy, and perhaps also a wee bit smug."
She dropped her gaze to his cock, making such a large, long bulge under his shirt. She was tempted to crawl over there, lift up his shirt and put her lips over it, but when she raised her gaze to his, he looked even more determined to keep his distance. He drew up his feet and locked his arms around his knees.
Isabel, I do not think we should do this tonight.
He'd said it firmly, a steel in his voice he rarely used with her, and it gave her pause.
"Why not?"
she asked, truly wanting to know.
"You wanted to this morning."
He sighed again.
Aye, but things have changed since then. Things have happened that have made me doubt.
Is this because you think you didn't save me at the beach? Because you did. First, you didn't know if you would have been killed, or what would have happened before Sieve and Eirik arrived. Second, the only reason Sieve and Eirik came for us was because of the bond you created with Eirik. You did that by knowing whom to trust and being someone Eirik could trust. He respects you, Care. I heard what he said before he left. He thinks you're a good man, as do I. I couldn't be more proud to call you my husband.
He stared at her, unblinking, and when a tiny tremor moved through his lower lip, he firmed his mouth.
Thank you,
he said, sounding hoarse.
I hadn't looked at it like that, but that wasn't what I was going to say.
Oh, well, what do you doubt then? Is it me?
A sick feeling invaded her stomach, and she dropped her hands from her hair.
Is it because I'm impetuous at times? Do you no longer love me?
Nay, Izzy, it's not that. It's...
He pressed his lips together and then inhaled, as if he was trying to figure out what to say and how to say it.
Your life almost changed today, irrevocably. At the very least, you would have been taken prisoner, held captive, and then returned to Gavin. At the very worst, God's blood, I didn't even want to think about the worst that could have befallen you.
But it didn't.
She reached out and squeezed his hand.
I'm here, Care, right beside you, safe.
Aye, by the grace of God.
Dunna you want to celebrate our aliveness?
She yearned to close the distance between them, but she knew this was important to him. He had to get the words out, or they'd continue to eat away at him.
Of course I do, desperately.
He hesitated, and then moved closer toward her on the plaid.
I had two thoughts running through my head this morning, when we were fighting for our lives. How much I love you, and how you've barely stepped into the woman I know you're meant to be. I couldn't allow you to be taken from the world so young.
Her throat tightened.
I couldn't be taken from you so young.
Nay, you're bigger than me, Izzy. You light up the world. My family.
I don't care about your family.
You should.
He released her hand to shove his fingers through his hair, tugging sharply on the ends.
When we leave here tomorrow, we'll ride all day and arrive at the farm of a woman named Una McAllister. Una lives on the edge of McAllister land with her twin lads, who are my brothers.
Her eyes widened.
How old are they?
14.
And their names?
Andrew, Andy for short, and Ollie.
He smiled, and the moroseness that had befallen him eased a little.
You'll love them.
She smiled back.
I'm sure I will. I cannot wait to meet them.
But then her happiness faded, as the darkness within him came back.
Una was taken by my father, who was her laird and was supposed to protect her, as payment against her father's debts. Her father had been injured before she was born, and they were very poor.
Isabel's throat tightened, and she pressed her hand against it.
What do you mean, he took her?
He sent his men to their home, dragged her from her parents, and brought her to the castle, where he hurt her, and abused her in every way for months.
Nay,
she cried.
How old was she?
17. A lass I'd known, played with my entire life. A lass my ma tried to protect, until she couldn't even protect herself.
But surely your people...
They did not, Izzy. Not when he took Una. Not when he murdered my mother. Not when he stole from them and abused them. They were frightened and beaten down.
He huffed out a breath before continuing.
I know you've heard some of the stories, but you should know everything. I killed my father, Isabel. I killed my uncles and my cousins. I spared only one family member, my father's youngest brother, Doulis. He had a gentle soul, and I couldn't bring myself to go after him. He'd already been torn to shreds by his family.
She cupped his cheek and drew his head down until their foreheads touched, keeping connected to him, close to him.
You wouldn't have done those things if it hadn't been necessary. To save your people. To save Una.
I saved her life, aye, but not her spirit. Her laddies did that. The things my father did to her damaged her body, but also her soul. By the time I freed her, she was heavily pregnant and had a fresh scar running down one side of her face. He'd tortured her.
He said the last angrily, his hands fisting. Isabel squeezed one of them.
What happened to her?
She refused to return to the village. By then her parents were dead by my father's hand, so the boys were born at the castle. When she was ready, she chose to isolate herself from the world at the farm. It was my mother's farm, and now it belongs to her.
Tears welled in her eyes.
And you still take care of her?
I help out as much as I can, and I do my best with Andy and Ollie, but it will ne'er be enough to make up for what my father, my family, did.
Do the lads know?
They know I'm their brother and their laird, and they know that someone cut their mother and I killed him for it. Soon, I'm sure, they'll know that the man was my father, and theirs.
Isabel sighed heavily, understanding how that knowledge would affect the lads, how angry they would be, maybe at their father, maybe at the world in general. She hoped they wouldn't be angry at Care, and they would accept his help as they worked through their feelings and directed their anger appropriately.
This is the man who bore me, Isabel. This is the blood that runs through my veins. My father liked to break people. He chose his victims carefully. I cannot believe he took Una to hurt her father. That poor soul wasn't relevant to Madame McAllister in any way, and she was a pretty lass, but there were many pretty lasses in the village. Nay, he took her to hurt someone else. My mother, maybe, or me.
Because she was a friend?
Aye, and because my ma often helped her family.
His voice thickened and he cleared his throat.
The point I'm trying to make is...
She waited, but when he didn't continue, she put the brush down, cupped his other cheek, and kneeled right in front of him.
The point is that your father was a terrible man who did terrible things, and so somehow that means deep down you must be as terrible and not good enough to be my husband. Is that about right?
He gripped her hands.
Think about it, Isabel. If someone told me my father was a demon made flesh, I would believe them. He lived to ruin people, to shred their bodies and their souls, and many in his family were the same. What if
you're the same?
Aye, for my blood. What if I ruin our bairns, pollute their bodies with my bad blood? Why would you want to take that chance? Take on the dark legacy of my family by becoming my wife when you are worth so much more? Isabel, you could be a queen. You could rule this country.
I do not want to rule this country. I want to rule our people beside you. I love you, Cairn McAllister, as much as you love me. You're no more polluted by your father's blood than Andy and Ollie are.
He dropped his head, shaking it in denial, but she held on tight.
They didn't grow up with him, he said. They ne'er had to return to that castle year after year, not knowing if this would be the year he would stab me through the gut, or kill my horse, or hurt one of my friends. If this would be the year I couldn't protect my ma from him, only to have him kill her when I wasn't even there.
He sucked in a heavy, strangled breath that broke her heart, and she wrapped her arms around him, tears streaming down her face. His shoulders heaved, and she tightened her grip, desperate to take all that pain away, to mend the heart that surely must have shattered upon finding his mother dead. How could she piece it all back together? If Madame McAllister were alive today, she would not rest until she'd killed him.
Our bairns will be as good and kind and loud and annoying as you are, dearling. They will ne'er experience any of the things you described, because your mother taught you how to love and be loved, and how to care for people and protect people, how to help others, no matter how hard your own life. Their blood will not be tainted, because yours hasn't been tainted.
They stayed like that for a while, and when she sensed the storm had passed, she brushed her fingers through his hair and nuzzled the side of his neck.
If it makes you feel any better, you must know that I will not be dissuaded tonight. Verily, my love, you do not have a choice. I hold all the weapons, and I will only accept your surrender. 'Tis no point in fighting against it.
He huffed out a laugh, and then raised his arms and squeezed them around her body. The bairns will be loud, but with you as their mother, they'll also be crafty and cunning. I'll ne'er have a moment's peace, avoiding their traps and tricks. Not to mention the unwitting suitors our daughters will bamboozle. I'll die in my grave an old man at 40. She snorted.
Our daughters will be too young for suitors when you're 40.
Then she leaned back and picked up the hairbrush.
Turn around.
He raised a brow quizzically, but did as she asked, sitting with his back toward her. She moved closer, still on her knees, and spread her legs so his spine rested against her. Then she raised the brush and gently pulled it through his hair, running her hand down the locks after the brush. Neither of them spoke as she moved around his head, brushing from his brow to the tips of his hair that hung to his shoulders. The rhythm of the movement and the softness of the strands under her hands lulled her, and helped ease the need she had to comfort him, especially when he leaned more heavily against her. She thought he might have fallen asleep, but then he said, My mother used to brush my hair. No one has done it for me since she died.
I will do it for you every night before we go to bed.
Every night?
Aye.
And what if I want to do other things? She smiled and pressed more closely behind him, her lips soft against his ear.
Then you'll have to wait.
All right. But do not tell my brothers. I wouldna hear the end of it. She snorted.
I wager they'd tell their wives, and then find themselves at the end of a brush in no time, and asking for it.
She put the hairbrush down and moved backward on her knees.
Lie down.
He did, slowly, those dark eyes looking up at her, glued to her face. She leaned down and kissed him, a simple, soft press of their mouths, and then she rose, walked to the fire and put another log on top. The wood started to crackle, and the flames whooshed. Turning to him, she grasped her long shift, raised it over her body, and tossed it onto the plaid beside his knees. A loud exhale blew through his lips, and his gaze drifted over her naked body and back up to her face. You look like an angel, Isabel. My angel. He grasped his cock through the material. What you do to me, love. I'm afraid I'll lose my seed just by looking at you. His voice had deepened, sounding more like a growl, and she shivered. She walked toward him slowly, feeling as powerful and womanly as she'd ever felt. His hips rolled upward as she neared, and a groan rumbled from his chest. Reaching down, he grasped his shirt at the backs of his thighs, lifted his arse, and pulled it up.
Nay,
she said, and he hesitated.
I want to do it.
He lowered back down, that huge, muscled body still covered at the front, a present she wanted to unwrap. In this moment, he was so beautiful to her. The dark intensity of his eyes, and the thick, almost black silkiness of his hair, the strong planes of his face and full lips. Anything for you, Issy. I am yours. Her heart stuttered, and she stretched her hand out to him. He raised his arm, and they linked their fingers together, palm to palm. Then she stepped over his thighs, her legs spreading wide, and she stayed that way, her very centre exposed and open to him. It made her heart race, and wetness gather between her legs. She wanted him to look at her, to be aroused by her. He dropped his gaze and she watched, fascinated, as his body changed. A pulse fluttered in his throat, his eyes darkened. A tinge of red spread up his chest and over his neck and cheeks. His lips parted and flushed, looking fuller than before, wetter. His breathing had increased too, and his chest rose and fell quickly, sometimes jerkily, as the muscles in his belly clenched. A forbidden, wicked desire infused every inch of her, and she moved her hand to the front of her stomach and rested it below her breasts. Then she slid her palm down her body. He groaned when her fingers pushed through the curls below, the hair slick from her own arousal, and stroked over the hidden nub, sending a pleasurable jolt through her body that made her gasp and her hips jerk forward. Care gripped her thigh in support. His other hand, still holding hers, squeezed tight.
"God's blood, Isabel,"
he said hoarsely.
"Come down so I can taste you."
She smiled and shook her head, loving this powerful feeling that flared within her. It turned her body languid, yet burned her up from the inside at the same time. She kept pushing downward, her fingers spreading her swollen flesh. Closing her eyes, she sighed, feeling intoxicated as she hovered over her entrance. It pulsed with an ache that begged to be filled. When she opened her eyes, the look on his face as he watched her was pure torture, and she loved it.
"I told you I was hungry, Isabel,"
he growled, and then he tugged her off balance. She fell forward into his hands with a surprised cry. He held her up by the hips, his gaze glued to hers, and that wicked smile she'd shown him moments ago transferred to his face.
"You said that I could eat you."
She balanced her hands on his chest, shocked, but excited too. So excited. Lowering her down until her knees rested beside his ears, those big hands slipped behind her arse and guided her forward. When his mouth opened wide over all that swollen, aching flesh, every thought in her head shattered. "Ah!" she groaned as he devoured her. His tongue, heavy and soft, drew up through her folds to the nub at the top, and when he touched it, rubbed against it, the breath shuddered from her lungs in a desperate squeak, only to have him slide back down and start again. Before long, she'd picked up his rhythm and rocked her hips against him in time with the strokes of his tongue, sliding back as he swept forward, and thrusting forward as he slid back, harder and faster until she felt ready to burst. "Oh, dear God! Dear God!" she chanted, her mind spinning out of control, her body completely at his mercy. He was relentless, holding her in place, using the flat of his tongue up the centre and the tip around the nub. When he actually pushed within her, she lost her mind and began to shake, her pelvis jutting against him as a whimper broke from her throat. Then she screamed, long and hard, as she reached that pinnacle and fractured into 1,000 pieces, jerking and thrashing against him. His fingers dug into the flesh of her hips and thighs as he held her tight, not letting her come down from the peak, driving her upward again. She fisted her hands in his hair, sobbing from the pleasure, from the intensity that was almost too much. She tugged on the strands. "Care, please!" Suddenly, he sat up and raised his knees, so she was wedged between his thighs and abdomen.
"Lift my shirt, Izzy."
Her mind was in a fog, and it took everything she had to comprehend what he was asking. Her body still shook, and that ache, the one he'd driven her up to a second time, had not yet been assuaged.
"My shirt!"
he ordered again, hoarsely, almost desperately, and this time she released his hair and dragged her hands down his body to his waist, grasped the material and pulled it up. He groaned as he shifted his hips and lowered her down. The blunt, round head of his cock pushed through her folds, and she easily slid over the tip. It felt incredible, the growing pressure exactly where she needed it, the feeling of being stretched and filled making her moan.
"Support yourself, Izzy," he groaned. "On your knees, and go slowly, dearling. I do not want you hurt."
She didn't listen, and rocked her hips roughly, until she felt a sudden pinching pain as she slid over him. She gasped and tried to pull away.
Nay, Izzy, do not retreat.
His hand on her waist kept her in place.
Please, I'm barely inside you.
He released his hand and gently brushed the hair back from her face, his eyes, dark and wild, intent on hers.
Your body will accommodate mine.
Then he released his other hand from beneath her and palmed her breast, squeezing her turgid nipple between his thumb and finger. She gasped and slipped down a little farther, her flesh giving way. It did hurt, and she sucked in a breath, but it also felt satisfying, and like she wanted to be connected at the very root of him, joined as closely to him as possible. She wanted to envelop him all the way inside her body. Her head dropped back, and she closed her eyes, circling her pelvis over him until she was all the way down.
I'm all right now. My God, Care, it feels so good.
Her voice came out deeper and rougher as the carnality of the moment intensified. He gripped his shirt and lifted it over his head, using it to wipe his face at the same time. Then he tossed it to the side. She stroked her hands up his chest, driving her fingers through the crisp hair and then over his shoulders. Cupping the back of her head, he nuzzled her neck.
Ne'er in my life have I had so much pleasure, or been so happy as I am right now.
'Twill only get better. Kiss me, Care.
He pulled her forward slowly and fused their mouths together. Closing her eyes, she breathed out, licked her tongue between his lips, and then gently rocked her hips, allowing her body to soften as she took the weight off her knees. The fit was tight as she settled around him, but it no longer pinched, and when he was fully lodged inside her body, she nipped his lip and undulated against him, rubbing the tips of her breasts through all that crisp hair. He responded with a groan and deepened the kiss, his head angling, his tongue hot in her mouth. She couldn't get close enough, and when she lifted her arms around his neck and pulled him tightly against her, he wrapped his arms around her back. They held each other, skin to skin, their bodies thrusting synchronously, their lips melded together. He broke off the kiss and heaved in a gasp of air, one hand dropping to her arse and squeezing.
Izzy, I cannot last much longer.
Lowering his knees a little, he laid her back along his thighs, one hand on her breast, the other squeezing between their bodies.
Does that feel good?
He asked as he circled his thumb over her nub. She almost laughed at the question, but instead a deep moan came unbidden from her throat. She finally breathed out, the single word all that she could manage. The tension in her body had built so quickly that she couldn't keep a thought in her head. His thrusts increased, and he sucked her other breast into the hot cavern of his mouth. First one, then the other, the rhythmic pull against his tongue, matching the rhythm of their bodies down below. Her legs wrapped around his arse, and she dug her heels into him as that rhythm roughened, hardened. She threw her head back, and he grabbed her hips to control her movements. A keening broke from her throat, rending the air, and then she came apart, her body shaking, as powerful waves of pleasure washed over her, stealing her breath. Right on her heels, Care roared and jerked against her.
Isabel!
She wrapped herself around him, loving this man more than she'd ever thought possible. He held her so tightly she could barely breathe, but she didn't care, as he continued to whisper her name, his body rigid, his muscles contracted, before he collapsed backward onto the plaid, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He loosened his hold with a heavy exhale and cupped the back of her head against his chest, still sucking in air, his heart pounding beneath her ear. Finally, he puffed out a slower breath that ruffled her hair. He let his arm at her waist fall to the side, while his fingers gently massaged her scalp.
Lady McAllister,
he huffed.
'Tis possible. You woke the whole of the Highlands with your screaming.
And now he was the one who sounded smug, and she loved it. When she didn't respond, he asked,
"Not to say, my love."
She inhaled a few more times, until she had enough air to speak. Still, she had to do so in bursts.
If I had known what I was missing all these years, Laird McAllister, I would ne'er have tried to dump you in manure.
Chapter 23.
"You ne'er told me if you'd done it before,"
Kerr said to Isabel quietly, as they crouched at the edge of the tree line, observing the farm. They'd been watching for signs of Una and the lads, or anyone else for that matter, for the last 10 minutes. The sun had already dipped over the horizon, but he couldn't hear any noise coming from the cottage, which was unusual for his brothers.
"Done what?"
Isabel asked, matching his whisper.
"What were your words exactly? You can eat me?"
She turned her head to him, and then huffed out a soft laugh.
"Have you been sitting here the whole time, stewing about whether I've been intimate in that way with someone besides you, husband?"
"Nay, not the whole time,"
he sighed.
"I'm sorry, Izzy. You do not have to explain yourself to me."
"I just want you to." She grinned, and made a motion with her hand for him to continue.
"Unless you want to,"
he added, aloud this time. She clamped her hands over her mouth to muffle her laughter. When she had her mirth under control, she sighed and whispered,
"You did surprise me. I ne'er imagined doing what we did last night. I thought it would be more along the lines of what we did this morning."
He grunted, as the sight of her spread before him on his plaid floated through his mind. The sky had started to lighten, and he'd wanted to continue on their journey, but he couldn't resist loving her in that way first, or touching her intimately as she sat in front of him on Givla, or taking the extra time to top her properly when they'd stopped to eat. The patch of grass they'd found had been soft, and the ground beneath it smooth.
"You still haven't answered my question,"
he said.
"Dearest, I am well informed about carnal intimacy, most of which I want to try with you for the first time."
"And how have you come to be so informed?"
She shrugged.
"People talk when they think no one is listening."
"And you're always listening."
"Aye."
Feeling settled now on that issue at least, and interested in exploring later what else she'd heard, he returned his attention to the cottage. Where are Una, Andy, and Orley? Smoke came from the chimney, and the windows were open, but he couldn't hear any voices or laughter. Unease began to bubble through his gut.
"You're worried?"
Isabel whispered.
"A little."
"Is it possible the man from the beach beat us here?"
"Anything is possible, but 'tis unlikely. Why come here and not go to the castle or to the village first? We know he's placed spies and traitors there."
"To get to your brothers in Una, maybe?"
"Aye, but this is not the place to take power. 'Tis not strategic for him to come here."
"Then why did we come? Other than to see your family, of course."
"I need people I can trust, and the lads are excellent marksmen, as good as any of my foster brothers. They've been trying to best each other for years."
He rubbed a hand over his jaw, wondering how to bring up the next reason.
"And there's one more thing."
She swiveled her head toward him, obviously having heard something in his voice she didn't like. He glanced over and saw her eyes had narrowed on him.
"Nay,"
she said.
"I will not stay here."
"Isabel, 'tis too dangerous for you to go with me. You could—"
"Nay. If there is a battle, I will do as you say. But until then, I will strategize with you and help unite our clan. My presence is a boon to you, husband. A reminder of the alliance between Clan McAllister, Clan McKinnon, and the others, as well as a reminder that you are a powerful laird worthy of a lass like me."
She said the last in a queenly fashion, and he had to agree. It heartened him that Isabel knew her worth. But better than that, she knew how other people perceived her worth, and she was smart enough to make it work for her, and for them. She had evolved from a trickster lass into a formidable woman, a queen among queens, and his wife. Still,
We do not know yet who is behind this conspiracy. It could be anyone. Gregor and the rest of us have been racking our brains trying to figure it out, but we have few leads. Is the man on the beach the same man who planned the attack at the cathedral and rode away after Deirdre brought the roof down on them? My gut is telling me yes, but does it end there? Or is someone else holding the reins?
You mean like the Campbells? Did you speak to Brannan Campbell after he threatened me at the stable? Could he be part of it?
We did, and yes, I think he is part of it, especially now that we can tie him to the man on the beach. Thanks to you. We brought an artist in to record his face, and we'll be tracing his steps in Edinburgh last winter, but that will take time. He says he didn't return to the Highlands until last month. If that's true, then he canna be the man who led the attack on your clan last spring.
Why was he in Edinburgh?
she asked, and then she gasped in horror.
Do you think the Crown's involved?
He weighed her question.
Nay, I do not think so. These attacks, the drive behind them to keep going after so many failures, feels personal to me.
Against you and Clan McAllister?
Aye, or maybe against Gregor.
Why you or Gregor? Why not Gavin? Or one of your other brothers?
Because they've all been attacked. The attacks failed, and the conspirator moved on to attack someone else. If it was personal toward one of them, why not attack them again? And why leave Gregor and me until the end? Nay, this has to do with the attack on Gregor, led by my father all those years ago, that ended up with me and my brothers fostered to him.
She looked back to the farm, and he could almost see her brilliant mind working behind all that soft, silky blonde hair. After a moment she said,
Well, it canna be your father.
Not unless he's come back from the dead. I stabbed him through the heart and then burned his body.
Could it be anyone else in your family? We know of at least one traitor in the clan.
He pressed his lips together. The shame he felt over killing his family mixed with the grim knowledge that he'd had to do it, and intense relief that Isabel had still wanted him, loved him, despite knowing that truth. He picked up her hand and squeezed it. Thank God he hadn't had to give her up.
No one is left alive except my Uncle Doulis, Andy and Ollie, that I know of. The others attacked in waves over several days. My uncles, my cousins, several high-ranking warriors in the clan, and the men they commanded.
How did you survive?
Gregor had trained me well. He knew my father would try to kill me, and he'd prepared me for it. He'd also placed several key people within the castle to help me when the time came.
Kerr recalled the sudden onslaught of violence that day, and the relief when he discovered he wasn't alone, but also the grief upon finding his mother, gutted, in the middle of the great hall, left there for the dogs to gnaw upon, while the warriors supped around her. He cleared his throat.
My mother was a huge help, too.
Her brow rose.
Your mother? I thought your father killed her before you came home.
He did. Hours before. What I meant was her kindness to the clan over the years, a clan she was not born into. Rallied them to my side. Warriors, farmers, villagers. She'd made an impact on people. And while they'd been too afraid to fight for her when she was alive, her death at my father's hands, and then his death at my hands, propelled them into action, and they stood with me shoulder to shoulder against the others. We razed the devils to the ground, and pledged peace, aid, and prosperity.
Tears welled in her eyes, and she cupped his cheek with her hand.
That's what we'll remind them of, and this usurper, whoever he or they are, will not be able to get his hands around their throats.
He turned his head and kissed her palm.
Tell me again.
Tell you what?
She asked, but she was smiling, and he knew that she knew what he wanted.
Tell me you love me, wife. I want to hear it at least 5 times a day, for all the hardships you've put me through the last 4 years."
Her eyes dropped to his mouth, and she leaned toward him. "I love you," she said, just before their lips touched. A snicker, a double snicker, broke out behind them, and Care sprang up and twisted around at the same time as he pushed Isabel against his back and drew his sword. Then 2 balls of fury streaked through the trees toward them, yelling Highland war cries. Care raced to meet them, noting how they broke rank and attacked him separately rather than together. The wee idiots! He growled with dissatisfaction. Their greatest advantage was to act as a team, and instead they were trying to beat each other to him. No time like the present to show them their mistake. He chose the attacker in the lead, hitting his blade with such force it spun the assailant around, and then Care booted him in the arse. The lad fell forward into his brother, and his blade flew from his hand. Care caught it, a weapon he'd bestowed upon Andy for his 13th birthday, as the lads tumbled to the ground together. Behind him he heard a door slam. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Una standing on the cabin's porch. "Andy! Ollie!" she cried.
"They're here, Una!"
Care yelled back.
"Ma, Care's brought a lass with him,"
Ollie said from beneath his brother.
"and he was kissing her,"
Andy added, mashing his brother's face into the ground as he stood.
"Care's here?" "Aye,"
the lads said together. "Well, come in, all of you, before it's dark." Care heard the door shut again, and he assumed Una had re-entered the cottage. Right now he had to keep his eyes on his brothers. They were still likely to attack. He sheathed his sword and forced a scowl.
"You broke rank again. Your greatest strength against an enemy is your togetherness. If you had attacked at the same time, using the positions I showed you, I would have had a difficult time choosing whom to fight. Use that hesitancy against your enemy and attack together. Always."
"We were going to trick you,"
Ollie said, rising now too.
"but Andy was supposed to fall back and let me dart in." "Nay, 'twas me who was supposed to dart in,"
Andy said.
"Then it wouldn't have been a trick."
Care couldn't help grinning. The boy's argument brought back memories of arguments he and his foster brothers had all had with Callum when they were lads, especially Lachlan. Now Care would stick to any plan Callum made, even if it killed him. His brother had a mind like one of Isabel's brilliant traps. Suddenly the lads stopped arguing, their words petering out as if they'd lost their breath. Their gazes shifted from him to a point on his right, and Care didn't need to look to know that Isabel had moved out from behind him and stood there. He took advantage of their distraction, and this time he attacked first, tossing Andy's sword aside and using his long reach and greater height and weight to tackle the lads to the forest floor. They yelled and fought back. When they both got their feet up on Care's chest and shoved, he let them topple him over backward. Another good lesson in working as a team. They jumped on top, and he wrestled with them, letting them win, which was getting harder to do every time. He reckoned they would be as big as him when they were fully grown. Looking up past their young, fierce, identical faces, he saw both Isabel and Jeevla had moved closer, and were staring down at them. The sight made him laugh. The twins easily pinned him after that, and cheered triumphantly. They jumped up and broke into a victory dance that resembled a cross between a Highland fling, a sword dance, and a headless chicken running around the farmyard. Care rose too, and grabbed Isabel around the waist. He spun her in a circle, making her laugh, and then he leaned in and claimed the kiss he'd been denied. When he pulled back, he looked over and saw his brothers watching them, their faces screwed up into identical masks of disgust and fascination.
"Lads, this is Isabel, my wife, and now your sister. She is Gavin's sister too, by blood, of course, and I've been pining for her for 4 long years. But finally, last night—"
Isabel elbowed him in the gut, and he laughed, but also winced. His wife had sharp elbows. and she knew how to use them.
Izzy, this is Ollie and Andy.
Good day to you, Andy and Ollie,
she said.
I think we're going to be great friends. Do you want to know why? Why?
They asked in unison, looking sceptical.
Because I like to build traps. Traps to catch people in, like your brother.
Their faces brightened with interest, and she stepped toward them, linked her arms through theirs, and led them to the cottage.
The last one was a hole I dug in the ground that I filled with manure. He almost fell in. I was originally building it for Gavin, but Care can be annoying, don't you think? He deserved it more. Also, I am friends with a giant wolf named Sieve, and I know an even bigger and fiercer warrior than Care. Maybe one day I'll introduce you to him.
Care sighed, knowing he deserved it. They'd completely forgotten about him and left him to pick up the mess. Both lads had abandoned their specially made swords on the ground, and he had to hunt around for their scabbards. When he came back, it was to see his wife and his brothers almost at the cottage door with Jeevler at their heels. Now that hurt.
Jeevler!
He yelled.
Not you too!
Isabel scooped up the lamb stew from her bowl, trying not to eat like one of Farmer Busby's hogs, but hunger gnawed at her, and the meal was delicious. Using her spoon, she plopped a chunk of meat and onion on her bread and took a big bite.
Mmm,
she moaned, closing her eyes as she savoured her food. When she finished, she took another bite, and then glanced across at Una, who sat on the other side of the table beside Care. They couldn't have looked more different. Una being slight and fair-skinned with freckles, red hair and pale blue eyes, and Care resembling a dark, avenging angel. My angel. And, of course, Una's scar, which Care had warned her about. The white, jagged line ran down the left side of her face, from the corner of her eye to her chin. The sight brought tears to Isabel's eyes, not for how it looked, but because she couldn't imagine how frightened and in how much pain Una must have been when Madame McAllister had carved it there. Taking another bite, she deliberately redirected her thoughts to Ollie and Andy, who sat on either side of her, crowding in because they had no sense of personal space, perhaps because they were twins and always together. They looked nothing like their mother. Instead, they resembled Care, but with chestnut-brown hair and hazel eyes. She wondered if her children with Care would look similar, but maybe with her blue-green eyes. She swallowed and took a sip of her ale.
Una, this may be the best stew I've e'er tasted.
Thank you, the woman said a little shyly. She'd barely touched her meal, and had an air of nervousness about her that made Isabel even more determined to win her over. She'd also glanced several times at the door, as if she wanted to escape.
Care taught me how to make rabbit stew. It was good too. But this...
She took another bite.
Mmm.
Mine was as good,
Care protested, as he shoveled another spoonful into his mouth.
I didn't say it wasn't good, but we've had 2 full days of eating apples, berries, and cheese. Verily, roasted squirrel would have tasted divine at this point.
She laughed, and Una gave her a strange smile.
Ma makes the best roast squirrel,
Ollie said.
Aye, she roasts it in a pan with honey,
Andy added. Isabel's cheeks heated as she glanced across at Una.
Oh, that sounds delicious. I dinna think I've e'er had squirrel. 'Twas my mother's recipe,
Una said softly.
She used to make it for me before, when I lived at home. I had a knack for catching squirrels, and sometimes 'twas all we had.
Regret and shame swirled through Isabel like a growing storm. Her appetite disappeared, and she laid down her spoon, feeling like an overprivileged fool. She'd grown up eating whatever she wanted, not to mention she called a castle her home, and until yesterday she'd never known any real danger. Compared to many Highland women, she'd led a charmed life. Now she was married to a powerful laird who made her squeal and sigh in the dark, while Una had suffered at the hands of a devil and raised her sons alone, away from her clan, afraid and ashamed. Una leaned across the table and squeezed her hand. "Please eat, my lady. I am not offended. I have been more than blessed these past 14 years. Your husband has made sure of that." Isabel nodded and picked up her spoon, but she'd lost her enjoyment of the meal. "I will eat, Una, as long as you call me Isabel, or Izzy if you prefer. 'Tis what Care often calls me. We're family now. I wouldn't have it any other way." Dimples appeared in Una's cheeks as she smiled. "I would be honoured, Izzy." Care winked at her approvingly, and she felt as if she'd redeemed herself somewhat. "Would anyone like more to drink?" Una picked up the pitcher and refilled Care's cup. She glanced at the door again as she did it. Had Care noticed? "Aye, please." She held up her cup, trying to quell an uneasiness that began to simmer in her stomach. "I've met your brother several times," Una said as she poured the ale. "I look forward to meeting him again at the wedding." Everything had happened so quickly that Isabel hadn't even thought about having a priest marry them. "We'll have it when the danger is past, and my family and Care's family are both here." "Danger!" the boys exclaimed together, their heads whipping up. Isabel glanced at Care, wondering if she'd revealed too much. He'd said he wanted to enlist the boys' help, but maybe he'd wanted to speak to Una about it first. "Does this have to do with the assaults on your foster brothers?" Una asked, worry etched onto her face. Care nodded and pushed his food to the side.
"Izzy and I were attacked and almost killed yesterday by an enemy force. Fortunately, we intercepted a note and gold coins intended for a spy at Clan McAllister. The note indicated another assault is planned in 2 days' time at the castle."
Una gasped, and the twins shouted out in protest. "But that may have changed," Isabel added reassuringly. "Perhaps he called it off, now that he knows we know."
"Or he pushed up the timeline," Care said. "The man is getting more desperate with every loss."
Una palmed her forehead and groaned. "That explains it." Care's gaze swung to her sharply.
"Explains what?"
She peered up at him, a distressed look on her face. "Your uncle Doulis."
"What about him? Tell me, Una."
"We've been corresponding for years, mostly him to me. Writing isn't as easy for me as it is for the lads, but I've enjoyed receiving his letters over the years. Doulis and I were friends before he left for Edinburgh."
Care's brow rose. "Close friends?"
"Not like that," she answered. "But I was sad when he left, even though I understood. He asked me to go with him, but I couldn't leave my family, not with my da being so ill. Did you know that your mother gave Doulis money and helped him escape your father?"
"Nay, but I suspected. I'm glad she helped him. What has you worried now?"
Isabel glanced at the door, that uneasy feeling still with her, and suddenly things fell into place. A coldness swept through her as she realized why Una's gaze kept returning there. She hadn't felt trapped. She'd been expecting someone. "He's coming here tonight, isn't he?" Una and Care looked at her, and then understanding dawned on Care's face. He jumped up and strode to the door, drawing his sword. When Jeevla whinnied outside, she jumped up from the bench. "It's too late!" A knock sounded. 3 short raps and 2 long. Care halted, and then he picked up the twins' swords in their scabbards and tossed them to Ollie and Andy.
"Guard your ma and Izzy, and remember what I taught you."
Ollie tipped the table over, and the dishes and food crashed to the floor. He pushed his mother down behind it. Grabbing Isabel's arm, Andy pulled her back too, but she fought him and stayed where she was. "Care, Brannan Campbell said he'd been in Edinburgh. And your uncle."
"I know, Izzy."
The door burst open, and a slight, red-headed man surged in, his sword out. His gaze landed on Care, and something passed between them. Then another man, almost as big and dark as Care, shoved past him.
"Una!"
he yelled. Care pressed the point of his sword to the man's chest, stopping him. He froze and raised his gaze to Care's. His eyes widened fearfully and his cheeks blanched.
"Uncle Doulis,"
Care said evenly, as the red-headed man shut and barred the door behind him.
"Why are you here?"
Doulis blinked and slowly let out his breath.
"Care, 'tis you. For a moment I thought you were Mara back from the dead. I wasn't expecting you. It has been many years."
He glanced around the room. His eyes landed on Isabel and the twins, on the overturned table, the broken dishes, and spilled food and drink on the floor.
"I heard a thump and dishes breaking. I was worried." "Worried about what, Uncle?" "About Una and her boys, that I'd brought danger to her door, again." "What do you mean, again?" Care asked. "When I left last time, your father must have known that I'd asked her to go with me, that I cared for her."
Understanding surged within Isabel.
"'Twas because of you," she gasped. "He took her to hurt you, not Care or his mother."
Grief etched into Doulis's face.
He croaked. "I should have known he would do it."
His gaze returned to the overturned table.
"Una, if you're there, please know again how sorry I am."
Isabel waited, and then a moment later Una straightened from her hiding spot.
"Ma, no!"
Orley exclaimed.
"'Tis all right, son," she said.
"Doulis was a good friend of mine before I birthed you and your brother. He's a good man." The tears streamed down Doulis's face now, and he dashed them away.
"Not so good. I should ne'er have left. I should have killed him."
He looked at Care.
"Like you did. Still a lad. And you did what I could not."
Then he bowed his head and kneeled.
"Laird McAllister, I pledge fealty to you and Clan McAllister. I am your servant, to be used as you wish for evermore. I have come to tell you of a plot against you." "And your men outside?" Care asked. Isabel's brow rose. How did he know there were men outside? She double-checked the windows. Aye, they were shuttered, to keep out the cool night air. Had the other man somehow conveyed the information to Care? Doulis lifted his head. "They're my friends, my guildmates, not my men. 10 of us, all loyal to one another. A group I fell in with when I first arrived in Edinburgh. We've been active every year in performing the folk plays during the Feast of Corpus Christi. And you brought them with you when your clan is on the brink of war, and you're in the middle of it?" Care asked. "Nay, I couldn't have stopped them. They came of their own accord when they saw I was leaving. They knew something was wrong and that I was in danger." Care lowered his sword, grasped his elbow and helped him stand. "Tell me everything, Uncle. I've been approached by a man who wants me to take over Clan McAllister. I pretended to agree, because I knew if I didn't, they would kill me. The plan is to get rid of you and put me in your place. In a year or so, I would be next, and they would take over." He grasped Care's arm. "We need to act together. I am supposed to meet the man in the village tomorrow night. I had hoped to find you at the castle beforehand and decide what to do. This is even better." Behind Doulis, the red-headed man moved his fingers. Isabel watched, fascinated, as Care nodded almost imperceptibly. Was it some kind of code between them? And who was this man? "When did he approach you?" Care asked. "In the spring. He came into my workshop in Edinburgh. At first I thought he looked familiar, with dark hair and light eyes, but I couldn't place him. I knew better than to contradict him. He was dangerous, despite his easy-going facade. His name? He wouldn't tell me, but at one point I heard someone refer to him as Bran or Brendan or something similar." "Brannan," she said, and Care nodded. Aye, that could be it. He reminded me of your father, playing games with words, testing me, friendly one moment, and then deadly the next. I went along with him, but I sent you a letter as soon as I could.
He turned to the man behind him.
Malcolm, tell him what you know.
Malcolm stepped forward. He bowed his head to Care.
Laird, everything Doulis has said is true. I sent the missives 2 days before we left Edinburgh, not only to Clan McAllister, but to all the lairds in your alliance.
Doulis looked surprised.
Good thinking, Malcolm. He did that on his own. He's the smartest apprentice I've e'er had.
Care nodded.
I'm sure he is. 'Tis good my brothers know. They will proceed with caution. And Callum, in particular, will be thinking 5 steps ahead.
He sheathed his sword in the scabbard that hung down his back.
Ollie, Andy, help clean up the mess. We need to plan.
Do your mates want some ale? Isabel asked. You must be parched after your journey.
Aye, thank you, lass.
Maybe some food, too.
She looked at Una.
I can help.
Una nodded and picked up the pitcher from the floor.
Of course.
She hurried to the counter and started preparing. Doulis stepped closer and bowed his head to her.
My lady, I am Doulis McAllister.
He looked from her to Care and then back again.
Are you?
Aye, Care said, laying a hand on the small of her back.
Doulis, this is my wife, Isabel.
Doulis beamed.
Of course, and as lovely in person as they claim in the song.
He gently picked up Isabel's hand and turned it to look at the amethyst ring on her thumb. His eyes filled with tears again. Truly, he was a gentle soul with an overflowing heart.
Your mother's ring. She tried to give it to me when I left, but I told her to save it for you, that one day you would give it to a woman you loved as much as you loved her.
Care swallowed and nodded.
And I did.
Then Doulis broke into song with a deep, lush tenor, the song penned about her, the one she usually hated. But this time she lost herself in the wonderful richness of his voice, and when he came to those all-important lyrics, she listened carefully, wanting so desperately for him to sing them correctly. As I looked upon thee, I saw the beauty of the Highlands. She relaxed and smiled up at Care, glad for him and for Una, for all of them, that Doulis could be trusted.
There's another way in,
Doulis said, waving Care over to sit on the log beside him. They'd built a fire in the yard, and Doulis and his men were eating and drinking the food and ale that Una, Isabel, and the lads had handed out. Doulis's mates were a friendly bunch, witty and entertaining. When he introduced Care and Isabel to them, they broke out into a theatrical version of Izzy's song. Care wagered that if she hadn't been laughing so hard, she would have pummelled them for it. From what he could gather, they were artists and craftsmen, and even actors and bards in their spare time. Some sang, others played instruments and wrote song lyrics, a perfect fit for the artistry in Doulis's soul that his brother had tried to destroy. Care grinned at the antics, happy and relieved that his uncle had found happiness. He sat on the log and leaned toward Doulis.
You mean a place to climb over the castle wall? I resealed the mortar years ago, so it's smooth and difficult to climb. Nay, I'm not talking about the wall. I'm talking about the tunnels in the castle and under the wall. They were my sanctuary when I was a lad. 'Tis how I escaped so much of Madda's brutality.
Care found himself speechless. What tunnels? Isabel came up behind him and wrapped her arms around his neck.
What are you two talking about?
The bloody tunnels in my castle, he roared, that I knew naught about.
Oh, aye,
she said, nodding her head.
Oh, aye. That's all you have to say.
Well, 'tis a castle. We have them at Castle McKinnon.
Care shook his head.
Unbelievable. Who showed them to you?
he asked Doulis.
Obviously not my father. Nay, I found them myself. I spent much of my childhood alone, hiding in the library. I started searching for them after I found a letter written by my great-great-grandfather that referenced one of them.
His brow furrowed in the firelight.
I hid in there for 4 days once, when Madda first became laird and was on a tear.
He looked across at Una, still pouring ale.
If I'd stayed, maybe I could have saved her.
You canna think that way,
Isabel said, stepping around Care to sit on his lap. He liked how she snuggled into him, free with her affection.
If Una had been saved early on, she wouldn't have had Andy and Ollie, and she would ne'er wish for that.
Doulis sighed.
I had no idea my brother knew I cared for her. She was my first real friend, her heart so open and accepting. I ne'er felt like a misfit around her.
Isabel leaned forward and patted his uncle's knee, but Care's mind was spinning with all the new possibilities.
Where does the tunnel under the wall come out? He asked. Do we need to sneak in at night, or—
We are not sneaking in,
Isabel said firmly.
You are the clan's laird. The people are fortunate to have you, and I am their lady. We will ride through the village with our heads up high and smiles on our faces. You will introduce me as your wife, remind them of our alliance, and that they are safe and prosperous because of you. And then we will invite them to our home for a celebratory feast.
The others' laughter had died down, and when Isabel stopped talking, the crackling fire was the only sound breaking the silence.
We will remind them what it was like to live under the yoke of your father, she continued. The injustice and cruelty they faced on a daily basis. Open communication will win their hearts and minds and bring to light what is hidden in the dark.
And if we're attacked, Izzy? Care asked. What then?
Then you will fight, and you will win. Care Angus Finian McAllister, you are the greatest Highland warrior this land has e'er seen.
A cheer went up from Doulis and his friends.
Make an entrance, they exclaimed. The McAllister laird and his lady, the beauty of the Highlands and the greatest Highland warrior, and we will be your guard.
Andy and Ollie raced over.
Can we come with you, Care? Andy asked. We can fight too. We'll do everything exactly as you taught us. Aye, we can hide in the trees and shoot them with arrows,
Ollie exclaimed. Care wanted to say no and lock the boys up. If he didn't, he knew they would follow him. He wanted to lock Isabel up too, and keep her safe with Una until he returned. Neither was the right choice, though. He needed them. All of them. He looked at his wife, lowering his voice so only she could hear.
Where will we place the sharpshooters?
He knew the answer, but he wanted her to know it too. She stared at him for a moment, the firelight glancing off her hair and throwing highlights and shadows across her face. She looked like a goddess of old, and inside he grunted with approval. Finally, she was his lady, and ruler by his side. She raised her chin ever so slightly and straightened her shoulders in that queenly fashion he loved. And then she spoke with authority.
At our castle.
Aye, Lady McAllister. We'll sneak them in and put them in the rafters of our home.
Isabel wrapped her arm around Una's shaking shoulders. The slight, red-headed woman had tears streaming down her face, and her hands clamped over her mouth, undoubtedly holding in an anguished howl. How could she not? Her lads were going to war. They rode on either side of Doulis, their swords on their hips, a bow across their shoulders, and a quiver of arrows across their backs. Care had given a note to Doulis for Father Lundy, the only other person at the castle he knew he could trust. He'd also told Doulis that the steward, Firka McAllister, was a spy. His uncle needed to incapacitate the traitor before Care and Isabel arrived. Doulis frowned darkly upon hearing that news, and muttered under his breath. Isabel sensed he already had a history with the steward, and not a happy one. Standing beside Malcolm, whom she now knew was a spy placed with Doulis years ago, Care watched them go, a troubled look on his face. The merry men, the name they'd given to Doulis's band of friends, gathered around them, shouting their goodbyes and wishing them good fortune. Care had spoken to Una first about the plan to send the lads to the castle through the secret tunnel in order to set them up as snipers. They were to spot any other archers on the wall or in the crowd, and take them out before they could hurt him or Isabel. As much as it pained her, Una had agreed. She knew that the twins would follow them no matter what, and at least at the castle they would be hidden and kept out of the fray if a battle broke out. But the mission was still dangerous, and Isabel wished that Care had sent Malcolm along with them. Slowly, the three of them faded from sight as the night swallowed them up. A moan broke from Una's mouth, and she turned and fled into the cottage. "Una!" Isabel cried out, and then hurried after her. She hovered at the door, not wanting to intrude, but also desperate to give comfort to this brave, resilient woman who had collapsed, sobbing, on a bed in the corner. A need to comfort her won out, and she rushed to the woman's side and sat with her, rubbing her back as her own tears fell. The last person she'd comforted in this way had been Deirdre, when Gavin had left to battle the MacIntyres and the McCalls, his allies at his side. This battle was different. They were alone, and they didn't know whom to trust. They had to march boldly into the castle with their clan and claim their rightful home, routing out the spies and traitors who would let the enemy in and try to kill their laird and lady. And they would need Una's help. When the sobs died down, Una sat up, wiping her face. "I'm sorry, but the lads are all I have. I cannot bear to see them ride into danger." "I understand. They're still so young, but I suspect it would be hard at any age." "Aye." Isabel grasped Una's hands, her eyes tracing the woman's scar. It cut through her cheek, but it hadn't left her eye disfigured or her mouth twisted. Still, Isabel suspected that in Una's mind it looked worse than it actually did. She'd noticed how she turned the scarred side of her face away from people, and Care had told her that she ne'er left the farm. That needed to change for all their sakes. "Una, come with us tomorrow," she said. "We need your support." The woman gasped. "Nay, I couldna." "Why not?" Because I canna, Lady McAllister. I've ne'er been back to the village." Isabel held her gaze, her heart filled with sympathy for the woman. "I know you were hurt in your past, and that those scars, both inside and out, have never fully healed. But now is your time to embrace the woman you are, a survivor, a mother, a woman capable of owning her own land and running her own life, scars and all. Show everyone what that man did to you, and show them the strength and resilience that enabled you to overcome it. You have accomplished so much. You've raised two wonderful young men. You run your own farm. Stand with us. Help us, please." Una sighed and looked down at her hands. They trembled within Isabel's grasp. "I promise to think about it." Then she leaned forward and hugged Isabel. "You're a kind woman, Lady McAllister, like Care's ma. I'm glad he has you." And then she wiped her cheeks and stood. "But you do not look like a lady in that stained dress, dirt on your brow, and your hair a tangled mess." She moved toward the kettle, filled it, and put it over the fire. Then she opened her wardrobe. "We do not have much time. Care will be in soon. I heard him tell the others he wants to leave before dawn. I'll sleep in the barn. I have a pallet set up in there." Isabel stood up in protest. "You canna give us your bed." "I already have, and he's agreed." She pulled a beautiful plaid out from a box in her wardrobe. "Now come and look at this. 'Twas a gift from Care many years ago. I've ne'er worn it. It will be perfect for you. A plaid fit for a queen." Care sat on the bed as gently as he could, but still it dipped under his weight, and Isabel rolled toward him. Her eyelids fluttered open sleepily, and he silently cursed himself. He'd washed up with the leftover bath-water as quietly as a mouse, and now he'd woken her anyway.
"I'm sorry, love. I didn't mean to wake you,"
he whispered as he lifted the blanket to slip under the covers. He paused when he saw her, as naked as she'd been last night, and he huffed out a breath, his already hardened body turning to granite.
"Dinna be sorry," she said. "I meant to stay awake."
She shifted over to make room for him and opened her arms. He crawled in beside her, so they lay facing each other, chest to chest. The bed was too short for him, and his feet hung over the end, but it ceased to matter when she lifted her top leg, wrapped it over his hip, and then kissed him. Nothing mattered but the feel of her in his arms and the taste of her in his mouth.
"Are you sure, Izzy?"
he asked.
"I know you're tired. It's been a long few days, and tomorrow will be just as long with as little sleep."
"I'm sure. If aught goes wrong tomorrow, and we forego this intimacy tonight, I would regret it for the rest of my life."
He wrapped his arms all the way around her and pulled her close. His instinct was to tell her nothing would go wrong, but he couldn't lie to her, and if he did, she would know it for a lie.
"I feel the same. As quiet as I was washing up, I kept hoping you'd wake."
She smiled against his mouth, and they kissed again. Then she urged him closer, and he rolled over on top of her. She wrapped her other leg around his hip and welcomed him into the cradle of her thighs.
"If I could freeze time, this is where I would want to spend eternity,"
he sighed. She giggled and rocked her hips against him. An invitation.
"Didn't you think you'd be happier if we were a little farther along? Eternity is a long time."
As much as he wanted to press inside her, he slid his shaft up through her wet folds instead, and then let his weight bear down on her nub. He thrust slowly and methodically against her. She sighed.
"God in heaven, that feels good."
Wrapping her arms around his back, she massaged the muscles along his spine, and then dug her nails in as her body shuddered. The carnality of her response made his blood surge, and he fought to maintain his steady rhythm. Cupping her face at the same time as she pulled his head down, their lips melded together, kissing, stroking, sucking. He palmed her breasts, squeezed her nipples. She moaned into his mouth and slid her own hands down to his arse, digging her nails in there too.
"Come inside me, now, Care, please."
"My love."
He wrapped his big hand under her arse and tilted up her hips before nudging into her body and sliding all the way inside her. The heat of her, the soft slickness of her surrounding him, almost made him lose his seed, and he ground his teeth as he concentrated on slowing down. He didn't want to reach the pinnacle without her. But then she broke off their kiss with a whimper and pressed her head back against the bed.
"More, Care, please."
His stones tightened and pulled taut against his body at the need and want in her voice, at the demand. She was close too. He held her in place, pulled out almost all the way, and then surged back in, letting his weight bear her down, his body rub against hers. She groaned, and he did it again and again, until her heels dug into the small of his back and her pelvis pressed upward, completely open to him. His control began to shatter, body jerking, muscles clenching, his breath exploding from his chest in hard gusts. He stroked harder, faster, as short, breathy moans broke from her lips, rising to a squeal before her body clamped down on his in waves.
"Oh, God, Care!"
He thrust one last time, shuddering and shouting her name. Always her name. After the last contraction eased, he collapsed against her, both of them gasping for air. After a few moments, he rolled onto his back and pulled her into the crook of his arm so she rested against his chest.
"Correction,"
he said, his breath still coming in short gusts.
"This right here is where I would freeze time."
She wrapped her arm around his waist and slid her leg over the top of his.
"Aye, this is as near perfection as we could e'er find."
He squeezed her tight, fighting that ever-present, nagging fear for her. How can I ride into danger with her again?
"Una is going to come with us on the morrow,"
she said drowsily. He looked down at her. Truly?
"'Tis not certain, but I think she'll surprise us. Surprise herself, too. She will remind our people of who your father was, and what could happen again if they give in to terror and darkness."
He sighed and kissed the top of her head.
"I've been encouraging her to leave the farm for years, but she's ne'er been willing. People know she's here, of course. I have warriors watching her, and farm hands have come to help her, especially during harvest. But most of the clan have nae seen her in years. 'Twill be good for her to face that fear."
Care idly stroked his fingers along her arm, hoping she would fall back asleep. For him, it was an impossibility. It always was before battle.
"I cannot imagine how she managed on her own, with 2 bairns,"
Isabel said, breaking into a yawn at the end.
"Were ye here often in the early days?"
"Some, but I also had much work to do at the castle, and with the clan. 'Twas a time of turmoil after I killed my father."
He stroked her hair behind her ear.
"She wouldn't take any help from the women either. I offered her the aid of my old Nan, a good woman, but she refused. She raised those boys entirely on her own."
She shook her head, a tiny movement against his chest.
"Do twins run in her family?"
"I dunna know, but they run in my family."
She pushed onto her elbow and stared down at him, looking and sounding wide awake now.
"Your family?"
He nodded.
"I was a twin. Maybe I should have told you that before we consummated our marriage."
"What happened to the other bairn?"
"Stillborn. A wee lad. Much smaller than me, my ma said. 'Twas probably for the best. My father would have turned us against each other. Look what he did to my Uncle Doulis."
"Did she actually see the bairn? Was she certain he died? And who was born first? You or your brother?"
"I dunna know, Izzy, and it doesn't matter now. 'Twas 30 years ago. I've ne'er heard a whisper to contradict what my ma told me."
She sighed and settled back down against him.
"You're right. I thought maybe—"
"Nay, there's naught more to the story."
She nodded and moved her hand over her belly.
"Other than the possibility that I may have not 1 but 2 giants growing in my belly soon."
He groaned.
"Dunna remind me. The idea of you birthing just 1 bairn gives me nightmares."
He pulled her close again and whispered in her ear.
"I cannot stand the thought of losing you, Isabel. Are you sure you will not take pity on me and stay here in the morning?"
She kissed him and then whispered back,
"Not this time, dearling."
A knock sounded on the door, loud and sudden in the silence. Care rolled from the bed and reached for his sword.
"Who's there?" "Malcolm, Laird."
The voice came through the door.
"A man has arrived with a message."
He grabbed his shirt from the back of a chair and tugged it over his head.
"Who, other than your uncle and foster brothers, knows that we're here?"
Isabel asked, her voice rising in alarm. She slid her shift over her head as well.
"I dunna know."
He picked up his plaid and tossed it to her. At the door he knocked, 2 short and 3 long raps. When Malcolm rapped back, using the proper sequence, Care unbarred and opened the door. Isabel crossed the room to stand beside him. Malcolm entered, followed by a man bundled up in a plaid.
"Laird McAllister,"
the man said.
"By God's grace, I found you."
"Father Lundy?"
Isabel asked. The priest turned his gaze to her, and his eyes widened in shock.
"Lady McKinnon, does your brother know you're here?"
Care wrapped his arm around her shoulder.
Isabel and I are married, father. We handfasted one another several days ago. 'Tis Lady McAllister now, and Gavin knows our whereabouts.
The priest let out a happy-sounding gasp and squeezed their hands in each of his.
My most heartfelt congratulations. When order is restored, I would be honoured to marry the two of you in the church, as I did Gavin and the other lairds.
Aye, father, Isabel said. That would be wonderful. But tell me, how did you know where to find us?
The priest's face fell, and when he swayed on his feet, Isabel grasped his arm and led him to a chair at the table. He collapsed onto it. She quickly poured him some water and handed him the cup. He drank deeply, and then put the cup down.
I was running from the castle, hoping to find someone, anyone, in time, and I ran into your brothers Andy and Ollie and your Uncle Doulis. They told me you were here. What's happened?
Care asked, crouching beside his chair.
Father Grant has been murdered, and traitors are within your castle.
His voice broke, but he took a breath and continued.
I hid in the priest hole earlier today, and saw a devil of a man with terrible injuries on one side of his body suffocate a priest, after your steward put drops of poison in his drink.
Isabel gasped and crossed herself.
Why would they do that? Are you sure it was poison?
Aye. The man said 'tis too late for any more poison, Firka. He has to die tonight.
A sob broke from the priest.
Father Grant couldn't move. He was too sick. He wrote to me not long ago and asked me to come. He thought evil had taken hold of the castle.
The priest looked up at Care and grasped his hand.
An army is coming, Laird McAllister. This demon of a man plans to take over your clan.
Chapter 24.
Smile, dearling,
Isabel called out to Care from the saddle of her horse as they rode toward the village. She twitched those perfect lips at him and flashed her sparkling smile, causing his inner warrior to roar back at her ferociously. Danger! A trap awaited, and he was headed straight toward it. A deranged, grinning woman, a grief-stricken priest, and a past trauma victim who looked ready to bolt into the woods at any moment by his side. He'd placed Malcolm, a capable warrior, on point, but covering his rear and to the sides were craftsmen and theatre folk. One of the merry men had given up all pretence of being a guard and had started playing his pipe as he rode, while another was juggling. But Care knew the plan. Excite and engage the villagers so they came up to the castle with them for a celebratory wedding feast. The traitors cannot keep all of Clan McAllister out of my castle. He cracked his jaw and forced his lips back over his teeth in what he thought would pass for a grin, then showed it to Isabel.
Oh, dear God,
she groaned.
You look like every bairn's and their parents' worst nightmare.
If anyone hurts any of the bairns or their parents in my clan, I will be a nightmare. These are my people, Isabel. And this man, this murderer, whatever his name is, thinks he can kill me, kill my family, kill my priest and get away with it.
He roared at the end, and Una let out a frightened squeak, while Father Lundy dabbed tears away with his handkerchief.
Control yourselves,
he said to them firmly.
Una, you chose to come with us. Do your part, or you put your sons in danger. And Father Lundy, hold it together, man, so we can see justice done for your friend and brother.
He whipped his head around, intent on blasting the merry men. But two bairns, a lad and a lass around 8 years old, Ailey and Hamish, were following them, giggling quietly as they watched the juggler, who was playing the fool for them. He turned back and caught Isabel's eye.
Was this your plan all along?
She shrugged.
Well, we do not want the people running to the castle in fear now, do we? The traitors may close and lock the gates on us, and no one will really believe there are guards.
She looked back at the musician and the bairns dancing behind the merry men.
Who better to entice the people than the Pied Piper?
Their laird, perhaps, or their lady.
She reached across the distance between them and squeezed his raised hand. He squeezed back and released a heavy, frustrated sigh.
Who is this man, Isabel? What does he want of me? This is personal. It must be because of my father.
The reasons do not matter, Care. All that matters is gathering our people safely within the castle walls. We do not want them harmed when a frustrated army comes through, expecting to occupy our home.
He peered into the woods, as if the army would suddenly appear. They were exposed and vulnerable, and he had too little information. How many spies were in the castle? How many of his people had been compromised? When was the enemy expected to arrive today? And how many warriors? Hopefully, his brothers would be able to cut them off. Or if they couldn't, they could squeeze the enemy between them and the castle walls, with Care's forces raining arrows down upon them from the battlements. A woman appeared ahead of them, with a lass about Ollie and Andy's age, pushing a cart full of freshly baked bread. They gazed up at the riders, eyes wide with astonishment. The lass, in particular, stared at Isabel, who looked resplendent in the mid-morning sun, despite not having slept more than a few hours last night. They'd been on the road well before dawn, trying to beat the approaching army, and Una had come in early to help with Isabel's new dress and hair. She looked as beautiful as he'd ever seen her. Not only a lady, a queen.
Laird McAllister!
The woman cried, her smile creasing her face.
Good day to you, sir. And a good day to you too, Ailsa.
This time the smile on Care's face was genuine.
Ailsa and Donaldina, may I introduce you to Lady Isabel McAllister, my wife and your new lady.
Oh,
Ailsa exclaimed.
Welcome, my lady, and my heartfelt congratulations on your nuptials.
The young girl beamed when Isabel smiled at her.
Thank you. Will you come with us to the castle to celebrate? The whole clan will be there.
Now? Ailsa asked, looking astonished.
Aye, now,
Isabel laughed. She grasped Care's hand again.
'Tis a gathering to celebrate our union, and that of our two clans, allies and family.
She waved behind her at Una and the merry men.
We have entertainment, the best from Edinburgh, and old friends here to celebrate with us.
Ailsa looked at Una, and then she gasped.
Una?
Una nodded, her smile tremulous. An errant tear slid down her face, and she quickly dashed it away. The woman cried out and rushed forward, her face crumpling with emotion. Una slid from her horse, and the two merged into a tight embrace, laughing and crying.
It's been so long,
Ailsa said, pulling back and cupping her face.
I cannot believe you're here, and looking so well.
Her fingers traced the scar down her cheek.
I'm so sorry I've ne'er been out to your farm. It was so awful what happened to you. And then afterwards you didn't want to see anyone.
I'm sorry. I couldn't. I couldn't.
Nay, do not apologise. And you do not need to explain. You were so hurt by that devil of a man.
Her gaze darted to Care, a worried look on her face, as if she feared she'd said too much. He hated that his people had been so beaten down by his father that they were still afraid even after 15 years.
A devil, if ever there was one, he agreed. I miss my ma dearly.
The fear in her face changed to sympathy, and she reached her hand out to him.
As do I, Laird. She was a good woman. She ne'er deserved such a fate.
I swear to you, and to all the clan, Ailsa, that while there is still breath in my body, I'll fight for you and for all our people.
I know you will, just like your ma. Thank you, Laird McAllister.
And then her face lit up with excitement.
And we would be honoured to come to your wedding feast.
Isabel laughed again.
We want everyone to come, and we'll take all of your bread if you have enough. Please tell your friends, your family, that today is a day of celebration.
I will, she said. She dropped a curtsy to Isabel, and the shy Donaldina copied her. Isabel dipped her head in acknowledgment and winked at the lass. "Will you come with us?" Ailsa asked Una. "My ma would love to see you, and my brother too." Una looked at Care. He nodded.
"We'll make our way to the square, and then leave for the castle after that. Encourage everyone to come."
"Aye, laird," they said, and then hurried off, Donaldina between them. Isabel released a heavy sigh when they were out of earshot. "It's begun." Care nodded.
"I do not know how much time we'll have before the enemy arrives in force."
He signalled to the merry men.
"Go and do as my wife instructed you to do when I wasn't there. Be amusing and entertaining. Tell everyone about the feast. Aye, laird, and you too, Father Lundy. Convince everyone you can to join us on the walk up to the castle."
He looked up at the sky, gauging the time.
"I want to leave by noon."
Care's cheeks hurt from smiling, even though every step Givla took across the open bluff, from the village to the castle that loomed at the end, felt like a death knell. At the same time, he couldn't help checking over his shoulder to make sure the enemy army wasn't coming up behind them. He closed his eyes and said a quick prayer for all of their safety, especially the bairns who were darting excitedly through the crowd, scaring their parents who kept yelling at them to stay away from the cliff. And no wonder. The drop down to the beach below was not one a child or anyone could survive. The entire village, plus people from outlying farms, had joined them, some riding, some walking, and some travelling in wagons because of injury or age. Several people pushed carts full of food and drink for the feast. Isabel had assured him the kitchens would need it for such a big, impromptu celebration. He just hoped they made it to the celebration part of the day alive. A few men had been quietly taken captive at the village and restrained in the church, McAllister warriors who'd appeared alarmed at his presence and had tried to run. They had pleaded with him for mercy, and then confirmed what he'd already known. Other traitors were at the castle and in the village. Warriors, but also regular folk who had been bribed or blackmailed. A similar method to the one his father had used all those years ago when he'd convinced the other clans, including Isabel's father, to attack Gregor MacLeod. Good had come out of those desperate times, and he prayed good would prevail here too. "I've heard about your castle, of course," Isabel said from atop her horse, looking up at the soaring stone fortress on the cliff. "But until you see it in person, you cannot imagine the true beauty and majesty of it." Care reached over and grasped her hand.
"It's piles of rocks, Izzy. That's all. Not until you step inside will it be my home."
She smiled, a real one this time, and then lifted their clasped hands and kissed his knuckles. "The gates are open. That's good, aye?"
"Aye. It means the warriors manning the gates, or most of them, are still loyal. The man from the beach, the one who suffocated Father Grant, doesn't have enough influence yet to have taken over all the key positions. They weren't expecting us."
"And the ones who aren't loyal didn't expect their families and friends to ride up with us,"
Isabel added.
"True."
He studied the battlements and saw warriors lining it. Some of them shouted and waved at them, curious and excited to see all the people heading toward them. Others had started to gather at the gates, and a few were riding or walking toward them.
"Laird McAllister,"
a young woman called up to him from the ground beside Givla. She carried a swaddled bairn in her arms, and worry had painted dark shadows and etched lines around her eyes. A tall, lanky lad tugged on her sleeve as if to pull her away. Care leaned down toward her.
"Brianna Class, what's troubling you?"
"The babe needs medicine, but the steward, Fierka, wouldn't allow the healer to help us any more, unless Billy agreed to put something in the ale at the castle. He works in the kitchens, laird, and he's afraid if he doesn't do it, our sweet Ollie will die. Please help us. Ollie is starting to weaken again."
Kerr's mouth tightened and his face heated with fury, not at the young parents, but at the depravity of the men who had put such a wee life at risk. He inhaled deeply and slowly before he spoke.
Billy, you will not add anything to the ale, do you understand? And if anyone approaches you to do such a thing, you will tell me.
Billy nodded jerkily, his eyes wide and a pulse drumming in his neck.
I have already taken care of Firka, but you both must stay quiet about it until I say so. Agreed?
Aye, Laird, they said together. He peered over his shoulder.
Where's the healer? I do not recall seeing her.
She's at the castle,
Billy said.
Is someone ill?
I dunna know.
Kerr blew out a breath. Another person for him to worry about. He reached toward Briannock.
Please, may I hold Ollie?
Of course, she said, smiling shyly. Warmth filled his chest as he cuddled the tiny bairn close to his heart. Isabel leaned over, peeked at the babe, and then gasped quietly. The lad looked unwell. Kerr, she said urgently, brushing the tips of her fingers over the bairn's forehead.
I know.
He kissed the babe's brow, and then handed him back to his mother.
My foster brother's wife, Amber Mackay, is the finest healer I've e'er met. I'll speak to Lachlan when he arrives, and arrange for you to take Ollie to see her.
Laird Mackay is coming?
Billy asked.
Aye.
And the other lairds?
When Kerr nodded, Billy's eyes brightened with relief.
I've heard stories of what it was like before you led the clan, Laird McAllister. Stories I can barely believe, let alone understand. But these last few months, I've seen how quickly fear has shaped our lives, how we're susceptible to it. I do not want my little lad to grow up feeling that way. I do not want him afraid.
Kerr clamped his hand on Billy's shoulder.
Neither do I, and I promise I'll fight so he doesn't have to.
And please know that you can always come to us,
Isabel added.
Let the others know too.
Billy straightened his shoulders and put a protective arm around his wife.
Aye, Laird,
he said, and then disappeared into the throng. Kerr whistled for Malcolm, who was guarding their rear, and he rode up beside him. He looked like Kerr felt, grim, worried, like they were heading into a trap.
Riders approaching,
Kerr said.
Watch their faces. Read their eyes. They should be excited and happy for us, not worried or fearful. If they're loyal, they'll want to help us set up the feast, to invite everyone in. If they're not, they'll try to dissuade us from coming inside, and give excuses as to why we cannot have our feast today.
And watch whom they look to,
Isabel said.
They'll want support from their fellow conspirators, and will make eye contact.
Aye, Izzy, good point. Their eyes and actions will lead us to the others. Do not kill them unless they attack. It may be they're like Billy, and being forced to make an unbearable choice. We can lock them in the guard-house by the gate, Malcolm said. We do not want them to our rear.
Kerr looked behind him and spotted Father Lundy, deep in conversation with a woman who looked upset. Another member of his clan put into an impossible situation.
I want the portcullis jammed once everyone is in. Under no circumstances do I want it raised for anyone but our allies. I'll ask Father Lundy to do it.
Father Lundy?
Malcolm asked.
Aye, he's done it before at Castle McKinnon.
Laird McAllister!
A rider called out, the voice happy and excited, and one Kerr recognised. He whipped his head around to confirm, and relief flowed through him upon seeing the young blonde-headed McKinnon warrior, a favourite of all the lairds.
Finian, what are you doing here?
Finn would protect Isabel if he could not.
I escorted Father Lundy on his journey. We arrived yesterday.
His eyes widened.
My lady, is our laird here too? Are the other lairds?
His brow creased, and he sought Kerr's gaze.
They will be. Quickly, Finn, what do you know about the castle? Is anything happening that shouldn't be happening?
Finn's brow smoothed out in understanding, and he nodded.
I dropped off the father at the church and made my way to the castle barracks yesterday evening, but my reception was cool. The commander in charge, an older warrior named Craig, said I couldn't stay, but then Gillis heard and stepped in. He was irate. Gillis is in charge while I'm gone, Kerr said. I appointed him 2 years ago. He's not part of my father's old guard. 'Tis good to know he's loyal. What's happening? Is there a plan to overthrow you? Our allies would ne'er stand for it. 'Tis why our enemies have tried so hard the past few years to get rid of them. The man in charge is dangerous and desperate. I'm glad to know you're safe. Only because I didn't sleep in the barracks last night.
Where did you sleep?
Isabel asked. Finn's cheeks flushed, and Isabel raised her brow.
Oh, well, how fortunate you have a lass here.
Finn shifted his attention back to Kerr.
Laird, I do not think Gillis can help you. I looked for him today when I couldn't find Father Lundy. No one has seen him since last night.
Kerr sighed, knowing more good men would be compromised before the day was out. They were almost at the portcullis when 2 other riders approached them. Only one looked happy to see them, and he'd called out to a lass who was walking with a group of villagers. The other rider kept peering back through the gate as if seeking guidance. Traitor number 1. His laird was right in front of him. That's who he should be looking to for guidance.
Follow my lead, Finn. We need to move the villagers in first, and then start taking out the conspirators. Oh, and one more thing. Aye, Laird. Isabel isn't your lady any longer. She's my wife. Laird McAllister, what's happening?
A short, sturdy, middle-aged warrior asked, as Kerr entered underneath the raised portcullis with Malcolm by his side. Isabel rode behind him, guarded by Finn.
He's the one who wouldn't let me stay in the barracks,
Finn whispered as they dismounted. Kerr nodded and turned to the man.
We're having a feast, Craig. A celebration of my marriage to Isabel McKinnon, now McAllister.
Kerr watched the warriors' faces who had gathered around him. To his relief, most of them broke out into cheers and excitedly welcomed Isabel, the same as the villagers. She stayed on her horse. He'd insisted, and waved and smiled from the saddle. One man's expression was pure panic, however, and when he darted toward the guardroom, Kerr signalled Malcolm to follow him without drawing any attention.
But, Laird, the first warrior said, 'tis not enough time to plan a feast. I'm sure Mistress Cook would agree. Perhaps if we planned it for tomorrow, that would give us all time to prepare. Perhaps you're right, Kerr said. Let's look at the scheduled rotations. I want as many men as possible at the feast. We can thin out the guard a little for one day, aye?
He ushered Craig in front of him, and followed the same path Malcolm had taken. When they approached the closed door, he said loudly,
The feast will raise everyone's spirits.
Upon entering the guardhouse, Craig came to an abrupt halt, but Kerr pressed him forward, his dagger out, and kicked the door shut. Malcolm crouched over the other warrior, tying a gag around his mouth. The traitor whirled and gasped, but Kerr gave him no time to yell or draw his weapon before he pressed his dagger to the man's throat.
How many others? Laird, surely I do not know.
Kerr pressed the blade deeper, and a trickle of blood ran down his skin.
Gillis McAllister is dead. A good man and a good warrior, sworn to keep the clan safe in my absence. Unless you can give me something useful, I will slit your throat as easily as you and the other slit his.
Kerr was guessing as to Gillis's fate, but the look on Craig's face confirmed it. Fury and regret tore through Kerr. Gillis had 2 lads, 9 and 10, and a 5-year-old lass. His wife had died in childbirth.
I want names. Who's in charge? I do not know all of them. Firka was the one with the money. I did as he told me to do. And who paid Firka?
The traitor whimpered.
I've only seen him a few times, and I ne'er learned his name, I swear. But Firka said once that he was our true laird, The one our old laird wanted to rule after him. So, he's a McAllister? I do not know. His hair is as dark as yours, but his eyes are light. The last time I saw him, I barely recognised him. He'd been injured in the collapse of the McKinnon Cathedral. 'Tis what I heard. I do not know any more. Please, Fierke is in charge.
Care loosed that deep, dark part of him, let the fury rise into his eyes.
Nay, Craig, he snarled, that's what you do not understand. I am laird here, and I am in charge.
Then he hit the man hard enough that he crumpled to the ground.
Restrain him.
Isabel sat astride her mare and welcomed everyone who came through the gate, led, of course, by her entertaining band of merry men. Doulis's friends crossed to the far end of the bailey, near the keep, and continued with their juggling, music, and other hilarious acts. The castle folk came out too, and shouted inquiries to the villagers. What's going on? What's happening? She heard hers and Care's names bandied about several times, as well as that song, that bloody song she hated, being recited by different groups, until the merry men picked it up and performed a similar version to the one they sang for her last night. At least their version was amusing. When the last person came through the gate, a young man pushing a cart with a frail, elderly woman in it, Isabel knew that despite the existence of several traitors in the clan and people willing to hurt newborn bairns, the majority of the McAllisters were good people. Now it was up to her and Care to dig out the rot.
"That's the last one, my lady,"
Finn said. Father Lundy stepped out from a shed beside the gate, holding a long sword in his arms.
"Do you want me to disable the portcullis now? 'Tis the same mechanism as Castle McKinnon. I'll jam the sword into the chain just before the grill hits the ground. It took a day and a half for them to raise it last time."
I remember. I was covered in mud from a trap I'd been building, and I couldn't get in. Care teased me about it afterward for days. Suddenly I'm feeling the urge to forego our wedding feast and build another trap.
"Is that a yes, my lady?"
the priest asked with a smile.
Aye. For all we know, the army could be making their way around the castle as we speak.
Consternation crossed Father Lundy's face, and he hurried back into the shed. Care and Malcolm had disappeared again, and when a large warrior appeared and strode toward them, a twinge of unease knotted her belly. His smile didn't reach his eyes.
"Finian,"
she warned.
"Aye, my lady. Stay behind me."
He urged his horse in front of hers, as the warrior, much older and heavier than Finn, drew his sword and darted forward. Isabel gasped, her heart in her throat, but before the two warriors clashed, the man dropped to his knees and fell forward. Finn's horse reared, and he backed up, blocking her.
"Arrows!"
She peeked around him and saw the shaft and feathers penetrating from the warrior's back.
"'Tis all right. That's from our side."
Finn's brow raised.
"We have snipers in place." "Of course we do. Who are they?"
"Care's half-brothers, Andy and Ollie, and his uncle is here too."
She stared at the body, feeling a little sick as a pool of blood formed under him. She knew what he'd intended for them, and for Father Lundy and Care as well, but she couldn't help thinking that only moments ago he'd been alive.
"We need to move the body."
She slid off her horse before he could stop her. She didn't want one of the twins to shoot Finn by mistake.
"Isabel,"
Care said firmly, striding toward them.
"Stay there."
Behind him she saw Doulis, and relief swept through her.
"You're well?"
she asked.
"Aye, my lady."
He had blood on his plaid and a bruise on his chin. Care saw the body with the arrow sticking out, and his gaze flew to Isabel.
"I'm uninjured," she said. "One of your brothers took him out before he reached us."
He nodded.
"That would be Ollie. They've taken down several others as well. Did anyone else see it happen?"
She scanned the crowd in the bailey, but they'd moved away from the portcullis, following the merry men.
"None of the villagers," but whomever we're fighting must have. They'll know by now about Andy and Ollie.
Do no worry about them. Their positions are safe. I designed the hides for the snipers myself.
Suddenly, a loud rattle and then a crash sounded behind them. She jumped and turned to see the portcullis lowered almost all the way to the ground. No one could get in or out. Unfortunately, Isabel's mare darted forward into the bailey, startled. She called her back, but the mare kept going.
She's all right. She'll head to the stables.
Kerr crouched in front of the dead man and raised his head.
I dinna recognise him. Finn, drag the body to the guardhouse, and then tell Malcolm to use the key I gave him and lock the door.
Father Lundy came out of the shed beside the gate, cleaning his hands on a cloth. He had a smudge of oil on his nose. Isabel took the cloth from him and wiped it off.
Good work, Father,
Kerr said.
Thank you. I pulled the chain and it's well and truly stuck. No one will be able to get in or out. Well then,
Kerr said,
we've successfully completed the first part of Isabel's plan.
My plan? She asked, a smile tilting her lips.
Aye, and it was a great one. The villagers are safe, the army is locked out, and several traitors are already dead or disarmed. Now what?
He asked her. Isabel stared at Kerr, eyes wide in surprise. She hadn't thought this far ahead. She tried to put herself in the minds of the clan. What do they need? Beyond safety, shelter and food, what are they missing? She closed her eyes and waited for an answer. Finally it appeared, crystal clear in her head, and she nodded. Now we tell them the truth and ask them to choose.
And what are they choosing?
Their future. Kerr grasped Isabel's hand and climbed the stairs that led to the McAllister Keep. He didn't like being so exposed, or exposing Isabel, but he had to reach out to his people, to talk to them, as Isabel had said, about their future. And in order to do that, he had to be vulnerable, which meant trusting his brothers, his uncle, and the many men and women who were loyal to him to keep them safe. They stopped on the 5th step and faced their people. A cheer burst forth from the crowd. The bailey was half full, and the soldiers on the battlements looked inward, also cheering. He had a moment of annoyance, but he knew no one could get into the castle, or, as importantly, get out. He may not know the name of the man leading this attack, but he would wager his life he was still within the walls. And I will find him. He's out there, Isabel said, her thoughts attuned to his. The sun beat down on them, and most of the clan had rolled back their sleeves and loosened the ties of their shifts. No one wore a cloak or had their hood pulled up. The traitor would be easy to spot. And if he does escape, where will he go? She continued. He's a marked man with those injuries, and your castle, your beautiful, majestic, impenetrable castle, is built on a cliff. We'll either run him down, or he'll jump and die from the fall. From what I could see, the coastline is craggy and dangerous.
Aye, 'tis even worse on the other side. Several gorges run deep into the bluff. Defensively, the castle is perfectly positioned.
So he needs someone to let his army in.
Kerr nodded.
Well then, his plan is ruined, isn't it? He'll be desperate and furious by now. He'll show himself soon. He will not be able to stop himself.
Kerr lifted their clasped hands and kissed the back of hers.
I love you, Izzy, and I love the way you think. Promise me you will not go on any night-time jaunts like you did at Clan McKinnon. 'Tis easy to misstep here and fall to your death.
She grinned.
I promise. And I love you too.
The crowd whistled and called for their laird and lady to speak.
You first,
Kerr said. Isabel lifted her chin slightly, in that way he loved, and straightened her shoulders. Now she looked like a queen. She raised her voice.
I'll only speak as long as every one of you promises ne'er to sing that awful song again.
She said it with a grin, and the clan erupted into laughter.
And if you do, Be warned that I am a master trickster, and you will find yourself on the receiving end of one of my pranks. In a few months' time, you'll be less inclined to call me the beauty of the Highlands, and instead will be moaning to your neighbour that I am, in fact, the devil of the Highlands."
More cackles, as well as a few more rounds of the song. She shook her finger at them, and then raised her hand for silence.
"But remember this, I am yours, always, devil or angel, and I am your laird's, always, devil or angel."
"Devil!" Care interjected, to more hilarity.
"And I promise to do whate'er I can to help every single one of you, when I'm not plotting a new trick."
She tilted her head back, laughing, and Care couldn't help bestowing a kiss on her lips. His people cheered again.
"Our alliance, ever strong, is now even stronger," she continued. "You have seen dark times, and your laird, my husband, fought for you when he was barely a man. He avenged the harm done to his clan."
She reached out for Una, who climbed up to the 4th step and took her hand, facing the crowd.
"He avenged his uncle, not much older than himself, also abused and beaten down."
She nodded to Doulas, who climbed the stairs to stand below Una.
"And he avenged his ma."
She raised her eyes to the heavens. When she looked back again, the crowd had quieted, sensing the change in her tone of voice and her demeanour.
"And he still fights for you. Clan McAllister, you heard the portcullis fall. What you didn't hear was the jamming of that gate. Danger approaches from outside these walls, but danger also lurks within the walls of your castle and the walls of your hearts. We will beat the physical dangers among us, but in order to truly win, the clan must beat the fear ingrained within them from so many years of tyranny. We have a chance to start again, all of us together. Please, let go of that fear. Trust your laird and your neighbours, and let's take that chance together."
Frightened murmurs rippled through the crowd. Care raised his hand, and they quieted.
"An army approaches. The army of a man who believes he has the right to lead this clan. The right to see to the well-being of the land, of you and your friends. For now, we are safe inside our walls, and our allies, the MacLeods, McKinnons, McLaynes, Mackays and Mackenzies, are on their way. We have jammed the gate because there are men inside these walls, women too, who would open it and let the invaders enter."
Shouts of dismay erupted from the crowd.
"'Tis true,"
Care said.
"Some would do it because they feel trapped, others for gold. A few because they want things to return to how it was under my father's rule. We have captured many of them."
He placed his hand over his heart.
"But so many others have been turned against you out of fear, for themselves and for their loved ones. Please, come to us. Tell us what you know, what has been demanded of you. Only by shedding light on the atrocities that are happening can we come together as a clan and support one another."
He looked out and saw Billy and Briannock holding Ollie in the crowd.
"And do not judge others too harshly. Some have had to choose between the lives of their children and doing a deed that helps the enemy, or perhaps the exposure of a soul-destroying secret."
He gritted his teeth, thinking about all the ways his clan could have been compromised.
"It is something my father would have done, and it has no place in our society. Please come forward, so we can catch the blackmailers and banish them from our midst, but mostly so we can help you. And if you've already done what they asked, come forward anyway. We need to know the extent of what has been done, or more people will be hurt."
He patted his fingers over his heart.
"Darkness cannot thrive in the light. Hate cannot continue in the face of love, and fear cannot spread when we practice acceptance. Share your troubles, share your burdens, support one another."
The door to the keep opened above him, and he glanced up to see Malcolm and Finn appear with Fiacre restrained between them. They walked down the stairs. The clan gasped as they recognized the prisoner.
Kerr turned back to them. Firka McAllister has been charged with treason, with bribery, and with the murder of Father Grant, among others. He's not the only perpetrator, but he is one of the worst, and he'll be sentenced for these heinous crimes. If he has hurt or threatened you, speak to me or Isabel about it, or reacquaint yourself with Doulis and talk to him, or take spiritual counsel with Father Lundy.
Or with me,
Una blurted out.
You can come to me.
Aye, Isabel said.
Una is a wonderful listener.
Lastly, Kerr said, know that there is a man among us, a dangerous man, whom we need to find. But please, if you see him, do not try to apprehend him. Let the warriors of Clan McAllister, most of them honourable men, do their duty. They want to help.
What does he look like?
Someone shouted from the crowd.
On a day like today, with the sun warming our skin, he will be covered in his cloak. He led the attack last spring against Clan McKinnon, and was caught under the crush of rock that fell from the cathedral. He is badly scarred and disfigured down the left side of his face and body. He will be driven to cover up those scars.
And he is in the castle with us, hiding?
Someone asked.
I believe so.
A scuffle broke out at the back, and someone yelled,
He's here! I see him!
Kerr could see two warriors dragging a hooded figure through the crowd toward the keep. He released Isabel's hand and hurried to the bottom of the stairs. The crowd backed up and cleared a path between them. He was so focused on the man being restrained by the warriors, he ne'er noticed the flash of steel in one of the warriors' hands until it was almost too late. He jumped backward like a cat, landing on the stairs, and the man barely missed slicing through his belly. The man kept coming, his reach long and his dagger sharp, but he collapsed suddenly, and when he fell forward, an arrow stuck out from the back of his neck. Kerr drew his sword, berating himself for not having done so earlier. He stepped quickly to block the stairs, so the Blackhearts couldn't reach Isabel. But the other two had also fallen. The remaining guard had Malcolm's dagger protruding from his throat, and the cloaked man in the middle, the man who'd planned the attacks on Kerr, Gregor, and his foster brothers, had fallen to his knees. Doulis's sword, his hand still wrapped around the pommel, was pushed through his stomach. His hood had fallen back, and Kerr saw his nemesis clearly for the first time. His dark hair was shoulder-length on one side of his head, and his eye blue. On the other side, his scalp was bare and scarred, and the skin on his face looked like it had been scraped off and healed over. His eye on that side was closed, the eyebrow gone, his nose destroyed, and his mouth twisted. If this had been any other man, Kerr would have had great sympathy for him. Blood had started to bubble from his mouth, and his eyes grew dull. He was not long for this world. Grasping the sword hilt over Doulis's hand, he pulled it out. His uncle looked at Kerr, stunned, the colour blanched from his skin and his eyes glassy. Kerr doubted he'd ever killed anyone before.
Sit on the stairs, uncle,
Kerr said.
Catch your breath. Nay, 'tis all right. I just need a moment.
He nodded, and then looked over as the scarred man fell backward. Kerr cursed. He'd hoped to get some answers, but his enemy had breathed his last breath. His head slumped to the side, the scarred half of it exposed. What was his name? His clan had pushed forward for a better look, and Kerr cupped his hands over his mouth.
Back up! 'Tis a grisly scene, and not suitable for bairns. Be assured that the man we sought has been killed by Doulis McAllister.
His clan cheered, bloodthirsty lot, and then did as he asked. He stepped around the bodies, looking at the guards first, but he didn't recognize them. Malcolm hovered behind him. He pointed to the second man, whom he'd killed with his dagger.
He was in Edinburgh. I saw him twice. And the other?
Kerr asked.
I haven't seen him before.
They crouched over the body of the scarred man.
'Tis a terrible injury,
Malcolm said.
Aye, and a just punishment.
Kerr turned the man's head, so the uninjured side of his face looked upward, his blue eyes still open. With the disfigurement on the other side of his face hidden, it was easier to focus on the man's features. Suddenly, Care's breath caught, and a band squeezed around his chest.
"'Tis Brannan Campbell!"
Malcolm exclaimed.
"Nay, it's not possible. I saw Brannan Campbell at Castle Mackinnon less than a week ago. I spoke to him. These scars are months old. Well, maybe there's two of them then. I ne'er forget a face,"
Malcolm said. Care closed his eyes, his heart pounding in his chest.
"Twins. They run in the family." "Whose family?"
Malcolm asked. Doulas stepped closer.
"Ours. Open your eyes, lad. I do not know why I didn't see it before, but this is how the child in me remembers Madam McAllister. Cold, lifeless eyes and a dead face."
Care stared at the body. His brother. Nay, brothers. Twins like he'd been. Like Andy and Orley. How might they have turned out if they'd had his mother's love, Gregor for guidance, and his foster brother's support? Or would they always have turned out this way, wanting what was his? As if the steward had read his mind, Fiacre shouted out,
"'Tis Brian Campbell you're staring at! Your father's rightful heir!"
Care straightened and glanced over at Fiacre, who stood at the bottom of the stairs, still in restraints and held by Finn. He signalled the Mackinnon warrior to bring him closer.
"If he's the rightful heir, why is he named Campbell and not McAllister? He's a bastard, aye. And I would have thought Brannan Campbell was younger than me when we met. Our laird planned to marry their mother, a Campbell lass, cousin to Laird Campbell, as soon as he'd rid the clan of you. He wanted Brian to rule, with Brannan by his side."
Care huffed out a humourless laugh and shook his head.
"My father would have pitted the two of them against each other at the first opportunity. What's the real reason, Fiacre? To join the clans? To build an alliance between Clan McAllister and Clan Campbell?"
Fiacre's eyes narrowed, and he didn't respond.
"Aye, that's it right there. My father wanted a bigger army to go after Gregor MacLeod."
He spun toward Isabel, feeling gutted to know that his father had ruined 2 more lives. And for what? A second chance to defeat the man who had defended himself on his own land? The man who had taken in a lad Madam McAllister had never cared about, and taught him how to be a warrior, a laird, and a good man. He searched the stairs, looking for Isabel. He needed her warmth and light right now, but his wife wasn't there.
"Where's Isabel?"
he asked, striding forward. He spun in a circle, searching for her tall, willowy figure, her crown of white gold hair.
"Where's Isabel?"
he asked again, yelling this time. Everyone was turning around looking for her, but she never came forward. She never slipped her hand into his. Blackness descended upon him.
"Isabel!"
he roared. Chapter 25.
"I have the lad. If you shout out, he'll die, and then you'll die. Do you want your husband to see your blood running onto the grass, Lady McAllister?"
Isabel froze where she stood at the bottom of the stairs. Care and the others had all rushed down in front of her to see the man in the cloak they were dragging through the crowd. Una stood beside her, but her attention was rapt on what was happening, same as everyone else. A sharp, pinching pain poked into her back on the left side. She closed her eyes and tried to quell her fear. How could he have Andy or Orley? Care had said he'd designed the hides so no one could see them, one on each side of the bailey. The knife pushed in farther, and she gasped at the pain. "Please, stop," she whispered.
"Then back up slowly."
She took a hesitant step to the side of the stairs before doing as he asked. Where were they going? She didn't know the castle's layout. She'd never even stepped inside her new home. Her gaze rose high to the other side of the bailey, wondering if one of the lads, Andy, she thought, would see her. Please shoot, please shoot. But maybe Andy was the one he'd taken. Or maybe he hadn't taken either of them.
"Tell me the lad's name," she whispered.
Why?
"I want to know."
Suddenly people were yelling, and the crowd surged away from her. She could hear Kerr cursing, and the sound of his great sword being drawn. She tensed, struggling to go to him, and a hand clamped over her mouth. She tried to remember what Kerr had told her to hit, nose and stones, but her assailant wrapped his arm around her neck, increasing the pressure, and she grew weaker, until blackness swooped down upon her. The jostling woke Isabel, her face and chest slapping against a rough plaid, her arms hanging down toward the ground. She couldn't focus properly, couldn't formulate any thoughts. Maybe because her head was pounding, and each new jostle shoved something hard into her stomach, making her want to vomit. And then it came back to her. Care. Her first instinct was to move, to yell out for him, but something stronger urged her to stay still. She couldn't scream even if she wanted to, because a rough piece of plaid filled her mouth and was tied around her head. In front of her was the back of a man's plaid, and below that his feet slapped against a stone floor. She realized he carried her. The object jabbing into her stomach must be his shoulder. He didn't have Andy or Orley. He'd tricked her and was trying to escape. Suddenly, she heard Kerr roar out her name in the distance.
"Isabel!"
The man cursed and picked up speed. The fury exploded within her, and her muscles surged with strength. This man thought he could steal her from her husband, take her right out from under his nose. Then he shouldn't have left her arms and legs loose. Grasping the edge of his plaid, she yanked it up, grabbed his stones with her other hand, and then twisted as hard as she could. The man screamed and tumbled forward onto the stone floor, taking her with him. Her elbow hit the hard surface as she fell backward, and pain splintered up into her shoulder. She cried out, but the gag in her mouth muffled the sound. Pushing herself up with a groan, she tried to squirm out from under him, but his body lay heavily over her legs, writhing in agony and trapping her in place. He lifted his head, and surprise shot through her. Brannan Campbell.
"I'm going to carve out your eyes for that,"
he grunted, reaching down for his dirk hanging from his waist. He'd just drawn it from the leather sheath when she pulled her leg free and smashed her heel into his nose, shoving him over backward. Isabel turned and ran. A man's scream sounded from inside the keep, and Kerr raced up the stairs and through the heavy wooden doors, Malcolm and Finn at his heels.
"Where is she? Isabel!"
he yelled again as he tore across the great hall toward the stairs that led to the upper levels and the open-air courtyard. The scream sounded like it had come from up there. He heard another outburst, softer this time, and a thump. Somewhere above him, his wife was fighting for her life. He ran as fast as he could, taking the stairs 4 at a time.
"Ollie!"
he yelled. His brother was on the 3rd level in a hideout. He might find her sooner.
"I'm here."
And then a moment later Orley continued.
"I see her, Kerr, but I canna get to her. She's on the other side of the courtyard. Run, Izzy, he's behind you."
"Shoot him!"
Kerr screamed.
"Shoot him!"
And then he heard Isabel yell,
"It's a dead end!"
and his blood ran cold. He knew exactly where she was, and he couldn't get to her in time. Isabel ran down the endless hallways, Brannan Campbell not far behind her with murder in his eyes. She'd glanced back at the last corner, and his face and shirt had been covered in blood that dripped from his nose. His arms pumped ferociously as he ran to catch her, his knife gripped in his fist. She tried to rip the gag from her mouth, but yanking it only tightened the knot, and she couldn't untie it without stopping. So she kept tugging on it, hoping to stretch the material and pull it loose. When she heard Kerr calling for her and Orley, and then Orley calling back, she slowed, trying to figure out how to get to them. The hallway she was in turned into an open-air courtyard, and she sped up. Surely there must be a way down from here. She turned onto the longer side of the courtyard, still running, and looked to the paving stones below, guessing she was about 3 stories up. Then a flash on the other side caught her eye, and she screamed Ollie's name behind the gag.
"I see her, Care,"
Ollie called out.
"but I canna get to her. She's on the other side of the courtyard. Run, Izzy, he's behind you."
Terror filled her, and she put on a burst of speed.
"Shoot him!"
she heard Care scream.
"Shoot him!"
Desperately she yanked on the gag and ripped it over her lip. Elation filled her, but only for a second, as the open hallway ended in a stone wall.
"It's a dead end!"
"Nay, Isabel!"
Ollie yelled, running along with her on the other side.
"There's a hidden door past the pillar. 'Twas the one I came through with Andy and Doulis."
"Izzy, I'm coming!"
Care yelled, but he sounded too far away. From behind her came a roaring laugh.
"You're too late, brother. I'm going to slice her open and throw her down for the dogs to eat, like our dad did to your mother."
She reached the end and passed the pillar, but she didn't see a door or a handle.
"Ollie,"
she cried.
"how do I get in?"
"I dunna know. Keep trying. I'll hold him off."
The twang of an arrow sounded from across the courtyard, and then Brannan cursed behind her. She tried to ignore the sounds of conflict and squash down her worry, for herself and for Ollie, and kept pushing on the stone wall and pulling and turning every protrusion. She heard another twang of an arrow, and then a dull thud and a groan, but the groan didn't come from behind her this time. She dropped her forehead against the wall, knowing it was too late. Ollie had been hit, and she was still trapped, until the stones shifted. Isabel gasped and shoved on the rock. It scraped open into darkness. Crouching down, she stepped through, and then swung the heavy door into place behind her. It clicked shut, and she turned into the darkness and fled. Care came barrelling around the corner and ran straight down the long side of the courtyard. But Isabel wasn't there. Neither was Brannan Campbell. He stopped and peered over the edge, his chest tight and throat aching, but she wasn't dead on the ground below either. "Where is she?"
"Care!"
a voice groaned. He looked up and saw Ollie on the opposite side, lying near the edge. A dagger was lodged in his thigh.
"I'm sorry,"
his brother said.
"I missed. She went through the secret passageway. He followed her moments before you arrived."
The sound of feet pounding behind him filled the air, and he saw Malcolm and Finn tearing around the corner.
"Malcolm, go down the other side. Ollie needs help. Finn, come with me."
He ran to the end and saw the pillar.
"Is this it?"
"Aye,"
Ollie said.
"but 'tis not easy to open."
Care waved Finn over.
"There's a passageway behind this pillar. Isabel went through first, and Brannan Campbell followed her. Twist, pull, and push every stone and knob until you get it open. Then go after her. Aye, Laird." "Ollie!"
Care called out, racing to the wall at the end.
"Where does the tunnel come out?"
"Directly below us. It's a staircase that switches back and forth."
Care pushed on the wall. Another hidden door, but this one was well used. He stepped through to the battlements outside.
"I'm going this way."
The mid-afternoon sun shone brightly after the shadows of the castle. Squinting, he grabbed a rope coiled in the corner and tossed it over the crenellated edge. It unfolded in a graceful fall. He couldn't see either Isabel or Brannan, and tried to quell the sick roiling of his stomach. Just because he couldn't see them didn't mean Brannan had caught her. He gripped the rope, stepped up onto a merlon, and lowered himself over the edge. He'd just wrapped his feet around the rope and begun to slide downward when he heard a grating sound and a startled yelp. Looking down, he saw Isabel tumble out of an opening in the stone wall below. She looked back inside, and then grabbed her skirts in her hands and ran.
"Isabel!"
he called, but she must not have heard him, and kept running. Moments later Brannan appeared, sword in hand, and took after her.
"God's blood!"
Care yelled. He narrowed his stance on the rope and slid down as fast as he could, jumping off before he even hit the bottom. He was as close to Brannan as Brannan was to her, which meant he wasn't close enough. "Brannan!" he yelled, hoping the man would turn around and face him. Both Brannan and Isabel glanced over their shoulders, and he saw the stark terror on Isabel's face and the mad glee in Brannan's face. He didn't care if he died, as long as he killed Isabel first, and she knew it. Her frightened sobs floated on the wind back to him, and he tried to pick up the pace. How could he slow Brannan down? "Brother!" he yelled. "Dinna do this! Take me instead!"
"Nay, care!"
Isabel screamed.
"He'll kill you, and then still kill me."
He had only one dagger left on him. If he threw it, and he missed, he could hit Izzy, kill her himself. But in the distance, another danger loomed. The gorge. Panic ate away at him. The fall would kill her for sure. He was running out of time. He drew his great sword and tossed it ahead of him like a spear. It landed just short of Brannan, and Care let out a heart-rending roar. Brannan laughed delightedly. But Care was lighter now, and the lift allowed him to run faster.
"I'm almost there, Izzy. You have to stop. Do you remember what I said about nighttime jaunts?"
She didn't answer, and when he was about to repeat himself, she yelled back,
"And if I were to keep going?"
"You'd ne'er make it. Dinna do this. Please, there has to be another way. Promise me you'll do what I say when I say it."
She didn't answer, and his stomach clenched as the edge of the gorge drew closer.
"Izzy!"
Isabel's heart was breaking. If she did as he asked, and stopped before she hit the gorge, Brannan would kill her, and then Care would kill Brannan, possibly killing himself. If she jumped, she would most likely die, and then Care would kill Brannan, possibly killing himself. She should jump. Maybe she could make it. But Care had trusted her today when she'd wanted to gather up the villagers and enter the castle with their people rather than sneak in. That had been her plan, and he'd trusted her that it was a good one. He trusted her. If this was their last moment alive together, she wanted him to know that she trusted him too.
"I promise,"
she shouted. He yelled back,
"Get down!"
She didn't slow, just let herself drop. She landed hard, scraping and dragging on the earth, limbs twisting and her sore elbow jamming. And then she rolled. Too fast. She was going too fast. She tried to dig her fingers in, to slow herself down. At the same time, she expected to feel Brannan's sword slice through her body at any moment. But instead, he landed on top of her, skidding over and in front of her. They slid to the edge together, and when they reached it, Brannan tipped over, almost slowly, his eyes closed, and tumbled end over end into the gorge. Sticking out of his back was Care's dagger. She teetered, half on the bluff, half off, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. And then Care's arms were dragging her back, tucking her into his shaking body and crawling to safety. When they were a good 10 paces back from the edge, he finally stopped and squeezed her so tightly she could barely breathe. It was worth it. Who needed air when she could wallow in the scent of the man she loved? Both of them, alive. Finally, her husband stopped shaking, and he let out a long, slow breath.
"Can I take you back to my castle now and lock you in the highest tower?"
She huffed out a laugh.
"Is there a bed in there? And will you be staying with me?"
"I think that can be arranged."
"Good, but do not get your hopes up. I may not be able to move for several weeks."
He pulled away from her slightly so he could look down at her.
"Now you look more like my Izzy, bruised, scraped and dirty, the true beauty of the Highlands."
She patted her head.
"Is my lovely hair ruined? And Una's beautiful plaid?"
"Completely. I should throw it into the gorge."
"Better it than me."
He closed his eyes and squeezed her again.
"Thank you for trusting me."
She turned her face into his skin and kissed the pulse still pounding at the base of his throat.
Thank you for trusting me.
In retrospect, he was doing better than she would have expected. If she had seen him barreling toward the edge of a cliff and out of control, it would have taken her weeks to recover.
I think we should start my self-defense lessons again, and this time we can start with you teaching me how to take a fall.
He groaned.
Good idea. And maybe some sword fighting and dagger lessons as well.
Sword fighting and daggers?
She exclaimed, leaning away from him so she could see his face.
I thought you didn't want to teach me how to use weapons.
That was before someone tried to take you away from me. Again.
You would have been proud of me. I lifted the back of his kilt, grabbed his stones and twisted. He screeched like a newborn bairn.
He didn't say anything at first. Then his shoulders started to shake and he snorted. Air wheezed up from his lungs, and before long he fell over onto his back, laughing uncontrollably, and she was right there with him. When they finally stopped, she stretched out on top of his body, her ear over his heart.
I love you, Laird McAllister.
He kissed the top of her head.
I love you too, Lady McAllister.
How much?
She asked.
More than life itself. If you had gone over that edge, I would have been right behind you.
A sob pushed up from her throat, catching her by surprise, and she turned her face into his chest.
Do you think you can carry me home now, husband?
He sat up and pulled her into his arms.
Aye, Izzy. I'll always carry you home.
Epilogue. Care stared into Gavin's furious eyes and knew that he wouldn't come out of this unscathed. His foster brother, now his brother-in-law, looked ready to kill him rather than welcome him into the family. Gregor, Darach, Lachlan and Callum gathered around them in the library, ready to step in if things got out of hand, but Care could see that they were enjoying themselves and that they agreed with Gavin. They wouldn't intervene until one or both of them was bloody, which didn't suit him, as he was getting married, again, in an hour. No doubt they'd have money on the encounter, the bastards. Gavin leaned forward until they were almost nose to nose and jabbed his finger into Care's chest.
Of all the irresponsible, reckless, addle-pated things to do, Isabel could have been killed.
Care closed his eyes, breathing deeply to keep himself calm. Then he heard Lachlan whisper,
The chest poke. I should have doubled my wager. Even I couldn't have predicted that,
Callum whispered back.
She wasn't killed. I protected her,
Care said, opening his eyes and restraining himself from breaking that damn finger. Barely.
You wouldn't have had to protect her if you hadn't run off with her. I tried to get her to go back, Gavin, I swear. She wouldn't leave. You know, Isabel.
His foster brothers grunted in agreement.
Which is why you shouldn't have left with her in the first place.
They grunted in agreement again.
Even I could have told you that, son,
Gregor added. Care ignored him, and the others too. Squaring his shoulders, he met Gavin's gaze.
Perhaps so, but I do not regret it. We're together now because of it.
Then he poked his finger back into Gavin's chest.
But you shouldn't have taken Deirdre, my cousin, off of McKinnon land last spring. At least I ne'er intended to hand her over to someone else and tear her away from her son.
Ooh, a low blow, Darach whispered, and the others nodded. Gavin's face contorted with guilt.
I brought her back, which you ne'er did, and I gave you one free punch for it. It wasn't free.
He raised his fingers to the bridge of his nose.
You damn well broke it in retaliation, and I'll do it again.
A door slammed shut behind them, making them all jump. The sound of 6 swords being drawn filled the room. Too late. Isabel stood there, her shoulders back and her head held high in a regal fashion. She looked like an avenging queen, and he smirked.
You're in trouble now,
he whispered, and then raised his voice so Isabel could hear.
"Dearling, they ambushed me. All 5 of them. And Gavin is threatening me."
Behind him, Callum snorted, and Gregor muttered something beneath his breath.
"Is he?"
Gavin said, stepping toward her.
"You do not have to marry this donkey. She's already married,"
Kerr protested. Gavin raised his fist to him.
"And I can make her a widow easily enough."
"Oh, for the love of God,"
Isabel said, and then marched toward them.
"Everyone, put your swords away."
The sound of 6 swords being resheathed filled the room. She glared at Gregor, who shrank back a little, and then eyed his other foster brothers one by one. Kerr barely stopped himself from hooting. They were afraid of his wife. He could lord it over them all now, and threaten them with Isabel every time they stepped out of line.
"What were you thinking?"
she asked them.
"They were thinking they could make a little gold,"
Kerr said from behind her, grinning widely.
"They wagered on me and Gavin fighting."
She turned to him, her hands on her hips.
"And what were you thinking?"
His smile dropped. He tried to look wide-eyed and innocent.
"Well, I wasn't thinking. So much as praying that Gavin wouldn't hit me in the face and break my nose again when you and I are getting married in under an hour. So, really, I was thinking of you."
He swept his eyes over her face glowing and her eyes sparkling, her long hair curling down her back. Her dress was made of the finest McAllister wool, and coloured in beautiful reds and greens with a stripe of blue.
"You look lovely, by the way."
He lifted her hand and kissed her fingers.
"My angel."
Her eyes softened as she smiled at him. Then she turned back to the others and held out her palm.
"Give me the money."
Lachlan didn't protest. He just opened his sporran and gave her everything they'd wagered. She wrapped her fist around it, and when she realized she had no pockets in her wedding finery, she stuffed it into Kerr's sporran.
"My husband will hold this for me. Consider it a wedding gift."
Gavin sighed, but Kerr could tell his anger had faded.
"Is he? Are you sure?"
he asked.
"The choice is yours. Always. But is this who you truly want?"
"Aye. Kerr is who I truly want. I wouldn't have it any other way."
She reached out and squeezed his hand. He swore he saw his brothers and Gregor melt at the sentiment like a gaggle of young lasses.
"He's not on your bad side for what he did?"
Gavin asked.
"Nay, brother, and according to Kerr, I do not have a bad side or a good side. Just me, which is one of the reasons I love him."
"But he took you across the loch, knowing you couldn't swim. He stole you."
She leaned into Kerr, a smile on her lips.
"Aye, my Highland thief. 'Twas exactly as I'd planned."
His head whipped toward her.
"You planned?"
he asked. She shrugged, smiled mysteriously, and then tugged him toward the door.
"Come on, we have a wedding to attend, and no talking about the Campbells tonight. Any of you. You can discuss your plans against them another time."
"Speaking of the Campbells,"
Gregor said, and his foster brothers snorted. When Isabel shot him an exasperated look, he said,
"Well, you said tonight. I was only going to mention that I know Campbell's wife, Tara. She was my Kelly's cousin. It broke our hearts when we heard she was to be married off to him. She was only 17, and Campbell was already an old man."
He sighed.
"She had a lot of spirit. I haven't seen her since Kelly's funeral. I hope he didn't break her. I should have kept track of her over the years. I should have followed up. 'Twould make things easier if that crafty old badger up and died on his own," Darach said. "Aye, 'twill not be an easy assault," Lachlan added. "Maybe we could turn Tara against him," Callum said. Gregor shook his head. "Nay, I will not put her in such a position. She has her children to think about."
"Gregor,
Isabel protested.
That's very sad, but you promised. I do not want any talk about war during my wedding.
He kissed her cheek and then stepped with her through the door.
Aye, dearling. Let's go get you married to my son, again, and make me a happy father.
He stopped and looked back over his shoulder at Care and his brothers, then nodded with satisfaction.
If Kelly were alive, she would be so proud. Such good men, all of you, and married to even better women.
The end. This is Rosalind Landor. We hope you have enjoyed this production.